Okay, what a... Ooh, I know what that is. I know what that is. Okay, hold on. Need to make 2 different groups, I think. There we go. Okay. Paused. Weird. This game's been... Ooh! A ride. I don't trust it. It was not remotely easy to get working. It is for some people. It natively runs in Windows 10 for apparently a lot of people, but for me it sure didn't, because I think I have a CPU with too many cores. So, anyway, it's working now, and it looks pretty good. It's scaled up all nice. It's running at 1440p. There's no mods or anything. There's not like a HD texture pack. This is just how the game... Or this is the, this is the re-release of the game. It has, like, some DLC and stuff in it. But yeah, Space Marine came out in 2011. And was really good. I remember it being really, really good. I don't quite remember why. I remember really liking the story. I remember actually being bought into this character, Titus, and really caring about what happened to him when the game ends. Because it does end on something of a cliffhanger, as I recall. Not quite a Halo 2 cliffhanger, but, you know, a much more elegant version of like a Halo 2 finish the fight sort of deal. Shit wasn't looking good for Titus at the end of the game. So I am mind blown that they're going to make a sequel. I hope that in calling it Space Marine 2, it's a narrative sequel to Space Marine. And I just remember it being a really solid, like, single-player beat-em-up, which they just don't make. And not at this scale. And I remember even when I played that game, like in 2011, Call of Duty multiplayer was blowing up, Halo was still big, like the first wave Halo, I guess. Third wave Halo? Whatever. And no one cared about this kind of game anymore. The critics didn't care, the market didn't care, nobody bought it. I guess I never really looked up sales numbers, but it was just old news in 2011, which is a shame because it was a really good game. So it's one of those that, like, you play it and you're just like, well, that was nice, but can't even expect that it'll ever get any kind of follow-up. It just wasn't there back then. But apparently it is now. Or rather, like, Games Workshop has gone bananas. The number of games they launch, even just 40K, is outstanding. They put out, like, 4 games a year? Like maybe 5 to 6 if it's all Warhammer. I don't understand how Games Workshop has gone nuts. And I appreciate it, because now there's too many 40K games to play. I haven't even played Inquisitor. I haven't finished Necromunda Hired Gun, which I really liked. And of course, not Vermintide, Dark Tide? 40K, like, co-op action RPG is still coming. So, love the hobby, hate Games Workshop? Yeah. Most people are not too fond of Games Workshop as a Dark Tide, yeah. That's the one. Most people aren't too fond of Games Workshop. As somebody who only interacts with Warhammer through video games, I kind of don't mind, because they actually farm they do what used to happen in games, which is you have a property, make 12 of them a year, and 1 or 2 of them will be really good, and no one really, like, the other ones earn money, that's fine. Like, Star Wars games used to be like that. They just went bananas on it. And sometimes you had some gold. Often you didn't. Anyway. Hey, what's up, Hog Wilden? Inquisitor isn't perfect, but it's a pretty fun game overall. Yeah. I don't require perfection. I like the setting is fun. And there's a lot of opportunity for video games inside of it, because it is basically a video game universe. That said, Space Marine. Guess what? You play as a Space Marine. It's about Space Marine. There's our guy right there. Also, big fan of, like, time ramping and menus. It was like kind of a vogue thing for a while, but I think it's like after 300, this sort of thing just was real hot for a bit. But I mean, what's more goddamn metal than 300 and Space Marine? About hulky dudes just wrecking shop all the time. All right, so I did finish it. I think this is, yeah, still the same install, but maybe I'll go ridiculous. Maybe I'll go stupid. This just makes games take longer and to no real function, but why not? I've already beat it on normal, right? The grim darkness. It already said grim dark. We just started and it's already grim dark. Only war. Oh, Nightbort, thanks for the Prime. Booska, thanks for the resub. Hard to imagine when I first subscribed to you, I was 25, and now we're both 37. Yeah, time flies, doesn't it? Time compresses fourth dimensionally sometimes. Here, let me get myself out of the way here. I just watched Astartes. Yeah, Hazari, I completely agree. I would have put a Space Marine 2 on like a 0.5% chance of ever happening. And here we are, so... What a good time to revisit the original, right? Published by Sega. They were making some weird money, some like weird moves on PC back then. I think they published Alien Isolation too, which felt like a very PC-forward game at the time. Oh, Crab Foam, thanks for gifting a sub. I think that was a... Never mind, that was yesterday. Yeah, what if Alien Isolation got a sequel? That's another one of those games that was kind of last of its kind when it came out. I was like, well, what a wonderful game that is entirely single player and delightful and will not make nearly the money that Modern Warfare will, so goodbye.
Captain Titus, the Orcs have massacred the Forge World's forces, and they have taken the planetary defense weapons.
Clever of the damned Orcs. Keeps us off.
Seems like it got way quieter.
The Titan war machine.
Brace for evasive maneuvers.
Pilot, report.
Starboard engine is dead, Sergeant. We are losing altitude.
Get the ship to safety. We'll find another way down.
Aye, Captain. Thunderhawk Lancer Jove returning to launch bay.
This is your plan.
We need to get to the surface to take out the gun battery. Or do you want to go home already, Sergeant?
Not before having a word or two with the Orcs.
Is that wise, Captain? The Codex Astartes does not support this action.
Try to keep up.
Like an episode 3 open. Swiping around all these exploding ships. Ugh, so sick. Booska, I appreciate your informative message. Let's see here. PSA, game doesn't set up the story well. Planet is one of the only places where 40k Ultra Death Gundams are manufactured. Currently under attack by the Orcs. So they send in the best warriors of humanity, the Ultramarines. Think of them like Buzz Lightyear, but designed by the trenchcoat kid from your high school. Yeah, if you kind of read between the lines, that's kind of the interesting. It's got like a weirdly subtle intro for being 40k, kind of like the original Alien, of just using a lot of like inhuman terminal talk. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the ragdolls. Okay, so that has pretty severe range. I'm not hitting it. Yeah, they kind of had this glory kill idea. That's right. So you run a combo on somebody, you stun them, and then you can do a health recovery move. Yeah, okay, so the way I thought about this, like, typically when games occupy a certain space in my mind, they're not only, like, narratively pretty rad and do a couple of cool things game design-wise, but there's an operative mechanic around it that's pretty, like, new or like, experimental. And I don't know of many games that had, like, a offensive health recovery move like that. That would later then get, like, super refined in Doom, of all things. I guess it makes sense that I like this game in retrospect, huh?
Time to die! Space Marines, kill them!
Oh, Metal Gear Revengeance? That's true, yeah, you snatch out all the little cyber spines and pop them. That was around that time, wasn't it? Oh, which one was first? Maybe the, like, AAA first goes to Platinum Games.
Get off my ship, Space Marine! You're gonna die!
Of course, you have the Leonidas boot, right? Do it! Oh, what? Oh, he was stunned on the ground. I thought you could do like a ground execution. It had the same thing there. I don't know. Something was going on there. I gotta figure that out. I'm pretty sure you can boot enemies to the ground and then like give them a good old stomp. Whew. Well, that's fun. Okay. Yeah, it just wasn't weird. That animation just straight up wasn't firing. Okay, there's sprint. Huh. I think I did that. Okay, so you can get headshots and stuff. Basic guys died a fair number, or not very many shots too, which is nice. Space Marine came out only 14 days before Gears of War 3, which a lot of people compare it to. Yeah, okay. It makes total sense then that it was just sort of, just got paved over. Is everything sounding okay? Is it too crackly or anything like that? I've made some anti-crackle adjustments lately. Ow, 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 ow. Would win in a fight, this guy or Doom guy? I gotta give it up for Doom guy. Doom guy's been like, he is basically a god. Demigod at least. I don't think Ultramarine armor puts you in demigod territory. Maybe it does. I don't know. I'm definitely not a Warhammer historian, which is one of the other aspects about streaming this game that'll be just delightful, aside from remembering the great things about it. Will be that people can share their extensive lore knowledge. Yeah, Doomguy's basically supernatural, whereas like people in 40k universes are so disposable. Yeah, maybe. Well, in the world of Halo, I don't know. Oh Jesus, that's cool. Surfing a orc ship down to a planet so you can save a ultra ass-kicking robot that's under duress. Try to learn a bit more about 40k. There's a good YouTuber who does nothing but 40k videos. There's thousands of hours. It's just so much. Yeah, I like I said, I'm comfortable with my Warhammer interactions being just through video games, because I really do feel like it's a fun universe, but I'm more interested in like the micro stories that occur within that universe, as opposed to knowing like the comings and goings of various governments. Yeah, look at that. Even that little like hero 3/4 turn. He knew that was the title card. He felt it. Good for you.
Come in.
Also, really cool way of introducing a character.
I've had no word from the Andros, but I'm picking up Vox chatter from Imperial Guard forces on the ground.
I scarcely thought anyone would be left alive.
Oh yeah, the Unreal loading hallway.
Heading towards the front lines now.
Ah, it's been a while.
There.
Yeah, hard to outclass surfing a spaceship. Hey, what's up, Turbid? How have I been? Oh, I've been great. I'm just starting to enjoy some holiday festivities. Went ice skating yesterday. I'm gonna squeeze in a cheeky little Vegas trip this week. Have some nice food, see a show. I still want to. I know for a fact, at one point I did see a Golden Girls slot machine, so I wouldn't mind posting up on like a mid-range slot machine for an hour or two. Get a free rum and coke out of it. Listen to the theme song of Golden Girls every so often. That'd be rad.
Remain calm. Evacuate in
like roulette's going? Man, that sounds good. I'm into it. Fun 40k facts. Space Marine are likely immortal. Oh. But they die in combat so often no one knows how old they can get. You can be born without a soul, and it makes you a walking AoE that kills chaos demons. If present-day Earth had a month to prepare, it would be conquered by 8 Space Marines in about 2 months. 2 months, you say? I guess, yeah, they have to walk. Or maybe they'd probably commandeer aircraft. So 1 Space Marine is that layer of ridiculous? Does that mean a Space Marine can be nuked?
Access authorized. The Emperor be with you, Space Marine.
Cool.
This way, boys.
I'm gonna kill him first!
Nukes will do it? Oh, okay. But anything short of that? Yeah, cool. I'm looking around with really chaotic energy right now. I'm not getting my E3 environmental pans.
Kill the Space Marines!
Sometimes I wondered if, like, walking animations, which players use so rarely, sometimes I wonder if sometimes they're included in a game. Well, I guess there are games that exclude a walk animation, and it doesn't look great. But sometimes I wonder if they get extra lavish and care in proportion to how often they're realistically used, just because people use them, or people use it in E3 demos and stuff. But they used to. feel like I haven't seen a really good self-absorbent masturbatory E3 demo in a while. It has like the slow pans into weird corners of the room to show like lighting tech and stuff. They're hardy, but their power comes from their tactical skill, not just being invincible. So they communicate effectively and ruthlessly.
Captain! Destroy them!
They have superior Call of Duty tactics. They're the night vision goggles of space combat.
Here they come. This way! They got no way out of there.
Oh, Jesus. Alright. Shooting gallery action. You know what? We got the knife fights, we got the shoots. Game's got it all. I'm trying to decide at what point, like, I realized, oh, Titus is like a character, as opposed to just being a space marine that you murder with. Is Titus an existing character? I mean, Titus is a really common name, right? There have to be like 30 of them, but... Was the, like, story of Space Marine already... Is this, like... I guess, is this a reinterpretation of existing lore? Something I never really thought about. Oh. Studs on the forehead are for 100 years of service. I believe in this game he has 2, and in the sequel we see he has 4. I was actually super curious about that. Because, yeah, I was like, he's got more, like, face bullets. What does that mean? Oh, this was new canon. Okay. Titus was created for this game. Okay, so in the sequel, it may not be a direct sequel then. It's just the same character.
Enemy fire, and for good reason.
Many murders on.
Your days as a novice are behind you. Why do you still interpret the Codex so narrowly?
I looked at its rules for guidance.
We all do. But there are also benefits to thinking for yourself, Guardians.
Oh, here we go. More 40k facts. Uh-oh. Hold on. The prayer seals on Space Marine armor, red wax seals with parchment scroll, are actually holy scripts that pray to the Emperor of Mankind and legitimately pass on blessings to the wearer. Bullets that should pierce your armor might bounce off. Impacts that could break bones will be softened. Is that like the Emperor changing reality to protect those that pray to him? It? I don't know. Somebody said that was Mark Strong. I can hear it, but I didn't think about that. That's another reason, like, this game kind of comes out of nowhere. Surprises you with its nuance and subtlety, I guess. Oh yeah, I've collected 23 servo skulls. I guess I got 23 before. I don't know how good that is. The lore of Warhammer 40k is an inconsistent mess riddled with retcons. Titus' character technically shouldn't exist. The actual second captain is some asshole named Cato Sicarius. Sicarius? Okay, well, guess what? He's back. Because he looks like this Titus in the sequel trailer. I mean, scaled up by like 10 years of computer-generated tech, but, you know. I'm kind of okay with him, like, just doing another story. I guess I don't necessarily need to know exactly what happens after this game. But I do remember thinking it was a surprisingly likable character. Good. Clonk, clonk, clonk. I think Titus in the trailer is now a Primaris Marine and has the markings of a lieutenant.
Sedona's picked up local Imperial Guard communications. They survived under the shadow of that gun.
What would be your analysis of that? As a learned Warhammer 40k lore master,
Keep firing!
what would you say that implies? AKA Giga Chad Space Marine. That's Primaris? Okay. There's something that happened between this game being released and the next lore-wise. The Primarius Protocol. Is it Primaris or Primarius? Am I saying it wrong? Hold on. Essentially, it makes Space Marines even more insanely strong. Primaris. Okay, Primaris. Just Space Marines 2. Okay. They get surgery to be bigger, stronger, etc. Alright. It's a new... Okay, so it's actually just functionally a new toy line. I wonder if they got Mark Strong back. That'd be pretty cool. And you know, whatever. If that aligns with their kind of creepy goals of selling new Space Marines. Now they have a mascot. I wonder if the NPC Space Marines can die. Oh, that's right. You can just one-shot the little guys and get a little bit of health. I'm hoping like the animation has them flying away stunned in the air, like the icon is there. So I'm hoping maybe I can unlock moves or something that let me like stun somebody and grab them out of the air and just slam them into the ground. Beat them out like an old rug. I'm high as fuck and all this lore talk got me like... Good. Good. I just called them toys. Shit. Excuse me. Elite tactical military miniatures. It's okay to play with toys. Maybe that's right. Yeah.
Rise, guardsmen. You saved yourselves. We thought you dead.
We would be, my lord, if not for the lieutenant.
Where will we find this lieutenant?
At the front lines. Follow the trench network to the lieutenant's command bunker.
Carry on, guardsmen. We rendezvous with Sidonus, then we find this lieutenant. We need updated intel on the gun battery.
I guess what I appreciate, well, you know what? For all the flack Gears can get, I think a lot of his dialogue is surprisingly subtle.
The bunker is beyond that.
It's kind of what's surprising about this. That they're all like even-tempered.
A few hundred against 1 million orcs, and they fight on.
Only in death.
No. Get off! My legs.
Maybe not that guy.
I can't feel my legs.
I got to see a space marine before the end.
God, Emperor. Watch over those who fight in your name.
I'm gonna need to look up the etymology of how they're pronouncing lieutenant. Yeah, I mean, I remember watching military dramas and stuff in the 80s and 90s, and people would say lieutenant as well, and I never understood. I never really looked into it either. It's British? Oh, okay. Well, I guess that explains it. According to military customs, a lower-ranking officer walks on the left side of a senior officer. This courtesy developed when the swords were still used on the battlefield. The lower-ranked soldier on the left protected the senior officer's left side. Therefore, the term lieutenant developed. Oh, there you go. Okay, makes sense. So lieutenant is just a smoothed-out version of it. Oh yeah, the Fire Warrior shooter on PS2.
Captain, I'm in position at a broken monument near the guard line.
40K games were not nearly as common then as they are now. But I never played that one. Even back in the day, I was aware that it was not good. I think, doesn't it just not run good at all? It just like runs like ass, so even if it is good, it's like really hard to enjoy. Ooh, Prez Kane with a VIP earband. It's time to hit that button. Good luck, and hey, before I hit this button, thank you for watching, Prez Kane. All right, here we go. Oh! Oh!
Sergeant.
Look at that. The horns in the game are even trumpeting your success.
Captain.
Is it gonna pause? Oh wow! It pauses when I tab out. Now that's like the most elegant way to handle a process. Congratulations, Prez Kane. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Type in VIP and add you to the premium selects of this channel, the very important viewers.
I've saved some orcs for you. The orcs have got that gun well defended, no mistake. But typical orc behavior would be to dismantle or destroy the gun.
And certainly not use it to keep our forces at bay. There's a strategy behind it. Their leader is no fool.
This day is getting interesting.
I may have encountered the Orc during our jump to the surface.
That was the Orc ship I saw crash near here, I take it. Did he survive?
If the Horde hasn't turned on itself, it's still under his control.
Time to save up for cards? Yeah. I've got a lot of shipping to do. I have all the G Fuel stuff I gave away to oh, actually, I have a G Fuel backpack I might as well give away too. So stay tuned. I guess I can clickbait that out now. If you want a G Fuel backpack, stay tuned. But yeah, I got a lot of shipping to do. I was trying to wait because I thought I was going to get some more Amazon packages and like I could reuse the packing material.
Genetic scan complete.
Oh, there's the chainsword. I just think it's taking too long. I want to get this stuff out. I think what I'll do is just crumple up paper. Seems like maybe the most environmentally friendly way to pack a box. Holly, thanks for the Prime. Half Codex, thank you for the Prime too. Let's see here. There we go. Now we're 40k in. I don't remember if there's like an upgrade system in this game. If like you put points in things. Rad. The timing of all this stuff.
Kill the Space Marines!
Target that squig!
Yeah, I remember calling this game a fun romp. Definitely sounds like the most accurate description. It's interesting to see the death feedback in this game, which like Gears was kind of doing that, where enemies like had a really loud and like pretty definite reaction when they were dead, and Gears like they just went full ragdoll, and some the head pop. Certainly a good indicator. But there's always that like kind of blood explosion, that little pop, like a big blood bubble pops. Just really solid, what's that? Oh. Ooh, Polly, thanks for gifting a sub. One of those goods, or one of those games that is good when someone brings it up, but you never actually think about it until then. Yeah, one of those that like, I don't know, kind of quietly overlooked maybe.
Look out, dropship!
But it seems like I'm kind of surprised that a number of people are kind of showing up that have played the game or remember it fondly.
Space Marines to kill!
That's good. That's heartening. I just remember at the time that like maybe it was just people I was around, or the circles I was kind of tuned into at the time. Definitely felt like all the heat was for the multiplayer shooters that were hitting console. Wow, that's a lot of noise. Okay, yeah, you can kind of grab them out of the air. Okay, but if you hit B and there's nothing stunned. I killed everything. Oh no! Man. Jeez. That was unfortunate. Now I'm wondering where the checkpoint is. Okay, this is fine. That first checkpoint was a little rough. Yeah, Kane, I was trying to remember. I remember this game getting pretty intense and like basically being in the middle of a long combo and having to like in a swarm and like a sea of orcs trying to find the one that you could like effectively glory kill to get your health back. And it was basically, that was the game. Sort of you watching your health tick down over and over and praying that you could like get into a glory kill animation before it was completely out. Yeah, it is tactical for sure. Yeah. I guess that's a good point. More tactical than you'd think. You do have to sort of plan things out though. I do remember like kind of planning 2 or 3 steps ahead of like, okay, I'm going to use, I have time to use this combo on this enemy. Because then after that I need to like get health off of that other enemy over there. Like you kind of like wade your way through to get to the targets that give you the resources you need. Run out of ammo.
Dropship incoming!
I think I already picked it up. Never mind. Got a few more grenades. Or a few more... Yeah, a few more grenades, a few more barrels. Oh, never mind. Shoot the barrels, stop teasing me. Sorry. I did eventually. I didn't know how many more waves there were. Here we go.
Inside, but the door is sealed. I believe they will let us through. Imperial Guard, we are Ultramarines. Open this door.
Velo Grace, I agree. This game does rule.
Word from the second recce.
Yeah, it was a bit of a journey getting it working. So, like, first of all, I got booted out of the Endwalker queue. So, yeah. And then when I tried to get back in line, it was like 5,000 deep, and I was like, well, not today. Maybe tonight. So then I was like, Space Marine 2, though. People said it ran natively on Windows 10. I wasn't so lucky. Got like a black screen that completely locked up my PC, so did some Googling, started the whole rigmarole, updated the BIOS on my motherboard, had to enable game mode on my CPU, which shuts off like half the cores. Which I guess makes it a little more stable, or it's the environment the game is expecting. Tried all sorts of compatibility modes. The problem was it would like hard lock my PC, so I just had to wait for boot every time I tried something else. Running it windowed helped. Getting it, and then like ran it windowed, made it borderless with another application.
You are in command.
It's a bit of a bummer because it's not backwards compatible on console either. At a certain point, I was just like, and I was like, can I play it on Xbox? Ooh, Dolly with a VIP or ban. Oh my gosh. Indeed, let's get it. Let's get it.
That damn gun. We don't have the numbers to make an assault, and as you might have seen, it's shooting down all our support vessels.
That is why we are here.
Look at that!
Leave the gun to us.
Double up!
I should warn you, my lords. We've got a slight orc problem down here.
Congrats, Dolly the Great. Now Dolly the VIP. Congrats, congrats, congrats. I think it's time. I think it's time to start kinking the hose a little bit. I'm gonna start reducing the probability of VIP. Same points. Less chance. Maybe not right now. Whenever I get around to it. It's not that way right now. Probably won't be that way tomorrow either. Or for a while. But at some point.
Genetic scan complete. Adeptus Astartes. Access authorized.
Oh yeah. You have a God of War rage mode. Because of course you do. That's right, Colorful Punk. I love banning my chat. I love it. I love it. I thrive on it. I like to invent drama with one person every time I stream so that I have someone I get to ban.
What do you know of the Titans on this planet?
Only that our troops were sent to guard the Titan Invictus at Manufactorum Ajakis. That was 2 weeks ago, and we've lost contact with them.
We need to reach that Titan.
Your fastest route is across the rail bridge behind the gun complex. It leads directly to the western gates of the Manufactorum.
Yes, exactly, Dr. Senwar. I'm Miyamoto. I'm a game design genius, laughing and choking on my spaghetti and burping and laughing. That's what Miyamoto's doing right now.
Get me that field manual. Stuck on bloody Forge World and not a single tech priest in sight.
I feel like some of the audio directional stuff is a bit funky. I wonder if I have it swapped. That used to be a thing. Oh, it's all here. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, slapping his belly. True, yes. That's why he's coughing and choking on his spaghetti, because he keeps slapping his belly. This guy's sitting on the floor there. Oh, did I just not see it? Okay, never mind. Never mind. I think I was just too tall. Is there a reason? I can't remember if there's ever a reason that Titus doesn't wear a helmet. I mean, for character design reasons, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, debugging fool. I would be playing Endwalker right now, but I sat through a 2-hour queue this morning while I was doing some other work. I was recording some social media gold for some G Fuel stuff. Let me just say, I've had to download the Spider-Man theme on Recorder for that, so look forward to it. But I was waiting in the queue for all that, and like coordinating with some editors. Got a made an appointment to get some blood work done because my doctor asked me to. Just an all-around productive morning. And then when I was like under 100 for the queue, and I was like, great. So I tabbed out to like write an email, tab back in, error code. Oh no! And logged back in. Then the queue was like, yeah, 5,000 deep. And I was like, well, that's not gonna happen. I guess I should probably get in the queue in the background right now. There's really no reason not to, right? But by the time, like, I'm just gonna play this all day. Screw it. Guess what? More video games. I've been wanting to replay this anyway. Wouldn't mind huge queues, but knowing they're unstable is a huge bummer. Yeah, it's getting better. Well, it didn't for me today, but for a while there were errors that would just throw you out. Like, it would just quit the launcher. Just like, sorry, and then it just closes the client. You had to like rerun the game, which meant relogging in to within like a certain window of time to keep your spot is how it seemed to be working, and at least it kept your spot. So there's that, but yeah, lately the lines have been more stable, which also means they move way more slowly. But it is more stable. The number goes down really slowly, but it does go down. And then eventually it's your turn to play a video game. Not today, though. It's pretty easy late at night. It's also a bit rougher for me since I'm in Pacific time. So for all the North American centers, people in Eastern Central, you know, they wake up 3 to 2 hours earlier than me. And also I'm a lazy, entitled millennial streamer. So I like get up at like 9:30, 10. I eat breakfast and then like do some work and then I try to log in because I haven't learned my lesson yet. But by then it's like 1 o'clock Eastern. So, woe is me.
And the gun battery?
The Orcs took it almost as soon as we got here.
Oh, wait. There was a turret. I just ran right past it. Aww.
Now none of our ships.
Man, you can even pull it up. Aww. That would have been cool, huh? Oh, well. Oh, Tesseract. Thanks for the chonky cheer. Loving the short form gameplay videos. Forgot you had gotten us in the hovercraft stuck in that sea container. Oh, you mean the one on Inside Games? Yeah, yeah. Oh man, that edited together so well. Man, Chelsea's getting so good at editing gameplays. I love that, man. Just the right amount of sprinkling of like sound effects. I feel like that's the editing trend now. That's gonna be early 2020s. Is like a lot of goofy sound effects added in. I see that a lot in like meme edits and stuff. People punching up the sounds of impacts, adding like this, like people screaming and stuff. Yeah, Yondo. Chelsea's such a good editor. I feel a little bad because I'm still trying to find better ways to get their work seen, but you know, it's YouTube. People. Oh, okay.
Weapons authorization confirmed.
People choose what.
Access granted.
I don't know that there's a whole lot of people on YouTube that are like fiending for more edited gameplays to watch. So it's an interesting like. It's an interesting space to try to like break off new ground in 2021. Basically, everyone that wants to watch that kind of content kind of has people that provide them that content already. That's my feeling on it. Anyway, Ferret King, hello. I think that one day we'll get colorized versions of 360 era games like we got with film footage from the 30s and 40s. Yeah, it is tempting to think about 360 games in color, isn't it? That'd be nice. I think it'll happen eventually. If enough people like this post on Facebook, I will release Gears of War in color.
That's where the Orcs breached the gun battery. We haven't been able to make it inside the wall. There just aren't enough of us.
You have survived this long on your own, Lieutenant.
I mean, reshades do that on, like, the non-snarky answer is that reshades do that on PC.
You will get your reinforcements.
You can change color grading and stuff.
I'll hold you to that, Captain.
I don't know if you can, like, add color data to games where the, like, base art assets are desaturated.
Good luck.
Also, I don't know, I'm okay with it. Games looked that way back then. I think it's okay for them to look that way for a while. I think also the real world version of that phenomena is like games getting FPS boosted or resolution boosted in backwards compatibility. That's more the like updating to modern standards path that games take. One of my favorite things is to like install AI upreses of texture packs. There will come a time, I'm sure, and I feel like the tech is probably there or close to there right now, where assets can be AI upresed on the fly. Like, geometry can be drawn in higher resolutions because it's math. But you can't add data. I mean, you can, but it's tough to add data to an existing art asset. You have to, like, guess based on what's there, and it always ends up looking kind of fuzzy or inefficient. AI networks are a lot better at guessing. So scaling up gives an image of clarity and crispness that has its own quirks and defects, but I'm surprised that there's not a game engine yet that can pass textures through an AI upresing filter on the fly and then hold them in memory and use them in game. Went to Pi 5 Pizza today. Gosh, it was good pizza. Okay, I don't think I've ever been there, but is it in that area, the sort of DFW area? Isn't that how we ended up getting GTA Definitive Edition? I think some of the spelling errors did indicate that there was an AI upres going on. Or certainly at least that it doesn't seem that assets were like hand checked, or that all of them were hand checked. Which is if you use AI upres packs, you can definitely see the results of that sort of thing too. Where like it's like right 90% of the time. Even that 90% can still use a little like a human pass to sort of tie together the assets that are upresed, but the 10% of the time where it's wrong, it sticks out pretty bad, and that's the sort of thing that a human being would manually go in and like redraw or update. Okay, Scribbles, huh? I'll check it out. High Five, that's a good name.
Space Marines! It's the Space Marines!
Game doesn't look too bad. Yeah, it scales up really well. Now this is the anniversary edition. I don't know how much the assets were brushed up for the anniversary edition, but technically it did fight me a little bit. It did fight me a little. Oh! Oh! Oh no, I didn't! Oh. Hold on.
Just get the ship out of orbit, pilot. Lieutenant Mirror. The Orcs cut off our reinforcements.
Damn it. I suggest we move the unit to a more defensible position, sir.
Do it! And make sure...
Cool. Okay, so the skulls are audio logs. Guess I got about half.
Once we get through these battlements, we will use...
Aren't you describing the G-Force feature that upscales resolution on the fly for performance? No. So, yeah, debugging. If you're thinking about DLSS, what DLSS does. Okay. Let's here. I'm gonna flex on the fact that I can tab out of this. Okay, so video game draws a line, right? I don't know why I feel like doing this. This is gonna be computer graphics 101. All right, so let's say that I'm a human being, and I say draw a line from the top right to the bottom left. There's a line tool. There we go. So I say like do a line like that from this coordinate to that coordinate. That's what I think. Well, that's what a computer would draw. But like, let's just say that that's the idea of a line. Let's say my resolution is 1 by 1, or it's 2 by 2. So I have 4 pixels. A line from the top left to the bottom right would just be a black square. Would just be a black square here and a black square and a black square here. Because that's the resolution the computer's working at. And how did it know if I said draw a line from the top right to the bottom, or sorry, top left to the bottom right? How did it know to translate that into those 2 squares? A process called rasterization, which sounds like masturbation. All right. What rasterization does is it turns math into the actual pixels that the computer monitor needs to turn on and off into different colors to represent the math you told it to show you. As your resolution goes up, that can look less and less like a stair step. So let's say it's 16 by 6 or 4 by 4, and you say draw a line. Then you get 4. Oh God, just let me draw. Don't grab that one. Then you get 4, and now it kind of looks like a line, sort of, if you pretend that those are squares. But it's still really blocky. So more or less, like the higher the resolution, the more pixels, the smaller the individual blocks get, and the smaller the individual blocks get, the less perception you have that it's like actually squares, a bunch of tiny little dots. Okay. And by the way, that look is called aliasing. That little jagged sawtooth look. It was really bad back in like early 3D graphics because resolutions were so low. You would say draw a triangle, and it would have this like gnarly, like jagged toothed thing on screen. There is a way to fix that called anti-aliasing. Get rid of it. What that does is the engine detects anytime there's a 3D thing drawn on top of something else, and it takes all that line and blurs it. That's it. So you have a sawtooth line, and then the computer is just like, let's just fuzz it all out, just smoosh it all. So then it just kind of smudges these lines. It reduces the visibility of the jagged edge, but you know, you lose visual fidelity because the line is blurry. And the way that you identify shapes is by looking at outlines and stuff. All right, here's what DLSS does. DLSS uses AI to guess what pixels would have been in the middle. So like, let's say you're doing this and your resolution is low, so it looks like a block. DLSS instead uses machine learning to see this shape and be like, wait a minute, it's supposed to look like that. So I'm going to change the colors around these pixels to what I think they would be if it actually was a straight line. And it's pretty accurate because they fed the AI on tons and tons and tons of these specific examples. So DLSS takes all the pixels that would normally be anti-aliased, and instead of blurring them, guesses more specifically what those pixels should be. And that's what DLSS does. So it gives the illusion of higher resolution by guessing the differences between shapes. It solves the problem that math-generated graphics create by adding more math. Yes, adding a guess for the instances in which actually calculating every individual pixel would be far too expensive in terms of time. That's always the trade-off in computer graphics, is realism versus resources. And resources are time, basically. How much can you process? How much math can you crunch in the time it takes to render one frame? DLSS is a cheat. You don't have to actually render all those pixels. You can just let every other image that's ever looks kind of like that do the guesswork for you. Yeah. So that's DLSS. Now for the heretics. Same story with AI upresing of textures. You make it bigger, and based on the data and colors and shapes that the AI is used to seeing, it guesses what all of the extra pixels would be that you've now created by enlarging an asset. I think I'm going backwards. I don't know if does this game have like a... No, it is backwards. Oh, I bet I have to blow that up. Maybe? I do have to blow that up.
Kill them Space Marines.
Oh, it's just this way. It's just this way. Oh, trying to blow that shit up? All seems like heresy to me. Well, I don't know about heresy, but I can say that I don't prefer the look of DLSS. You can kind of see some fuzziness, but sometimes it's worth the trade-off for performance. However, ever, DLSS is getting better. The AI is getting more accurate, or more what we would consider to be visually accurate. Want to use the rant emoji without implying I wasn't very interested in the material within the talk. That's fine. That's what rants are for. Yeah, it's I guess what I'm witnessing right now, and it was inevitable, but it's kind of disquieting, is the transition of like people making things to people training robots how to make things. And I guess we've been there in the material world for a long time. You know, it's not like assembly lines are still run by humans. But when it comes to creative expressions like video games, more and more of them are going to be generated versus like made in a bespoke fashion for an individual project or an individual creation. I mean, already a ton of game resources are just outsourced. There's a lot of bulk asset creation that isn't, you know, 100% darling and beautiful to the creative soul of a game. I can see a lot of that asset creation just being given to a deep learning AI that's fed on particular topics. And then I feel like, in that way, there might be some weird conformity, like creative conformity, since it'll all be derived through this like deep learning lens. I am kind of, you know, in 30 years, I could see games being maybe not utterly procedurally generated, but somewhat close to it. like a video game you play is more of a genre. It's like a tuning of certain AI generating bots that just sit there and create fantasies for you to run through. And you can have like action movie, and in a given month it might be, okay, we're doing like Bond films and the AI generation is set to that. And you go in and you have your experience and it's generated on the fly and it's unique to you, but you've had so many of those that it hardly matters anymore. I'm waiting for people to like burn out on the Total Recall experience, basically. But, you know, it'll be interesting to see game reviewers sort of, and games media, talk about that sort of deal. How do you talk about something when you can't guarantee anyone else's specific experience? I guess in the same way it's a multiplayer game. You get a sense for the parameters and you describe the kind of experience you might have.
Contraptions across the battlefield.
Even without deep learning and AI conformity, conformity is a problem in industries. The general look of animated movies or shows based on what generation and who influenced them is kind of a prime example. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, that's a good point. Cycles to everything. I guess it's not really... Yeah. Huh. What AI won't do incidentally, human beings do intentionally. When it comes to, like, repeating cycles and dipping back on styles they like. Do you think that with the increase AI-influenced games, there will be more weight put on better stories and writing? Well, that's tough because to say stories and writing is better, I don't know. That's one of the more subjective things, I think.
Captain, assault support pods were dropped in this area.
I mean, specifically, its function in games. Like, it's possible for something to be pretty bad. It's also possible for something to be very good. And of course, there's a wide gap in the middle where it's, you know, it's down to taste. But in regards to games, I think the personal preference is how much writing and forced, like not forced, but linear narrative do you want crammed into your game, or what, you know, what are you looking for? So I think some people, you know, kind of like film or whatever, will opt for more narrative heavy experiences. Other people will just want to run around and blow stuff up. So yeah, there'll be a place for it. The good or bad part, I don't know. I see a window where people are so amazed by the novelty of AI-generated story content and the feeling of having it be custom or reactive to what you do as a player, like utterly reactive. It's like the AI dungeon thing. That's kind of the first vision of it. It's just all in text. Like imagine AI dungeon, except like all the worlds are generated, all of the people are generated, and all the like movements and story beats are generated on the fly. And they like weave through. It's almost like having a DM. It's like having a dungeon master, except AI is making it all visual for you and you're the only player.
Take to the high ground. We will deal with.
Forgot you can jump. Game's got jumping. Let's see Gears do that. You think handheld controllers will ever go away when VR and AR get advanced? Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I feel like the tech is kind of there. Latency is the big problem, I feel, or at least it always was. But cameras and sensors and stuff can detect an awful lot about the position and movements of the human body. I do think that then the issue is going to be the kinesthetics of it. How does the game give you any kind of tactile feedback unless you're wearing something? I guess that's what those like air force fields are supposed to be all about, or something. The fact that Marines are so heavy that jump packs are just two giant jet engines strapped to their back, and yet the bet they can do is just yeet you roughly that way. That's a pretty good way to describe it. I do like the pause at the land too. that gives you like a little bit of time to turn the camera around and sort of see where you're at and where everybody else is. It's like it's a cool hero moment kind of thing, but it has function as well. Oh. Let's pretend there's an orc there. Oh, my dodges are jet propelled now too, which is cool. Have you read much of 40k lore? I really haven't. No, the very small amount that I do know just comes from the games. And I really, Space Marine might be the only 40k game. No, I finished Dawn of War 1 and 2.
Space Marine! Kill the Space Marines!
Branding is on point. I fell off the controller there. Should try it Mechanicus sometime. What's that one about? Also like how the like Rage Fist pulses every so often just to remind you it's there. Yeah, Umbra, I did see that. The Bully 2 rumors, huh? Mostly coming from Tom Henderson, who I don't think has necessarily been disproven about anything. So, pretty reliable source it seems. Definitely, Tom has usually talked about Battlefield stuff, but seems to be more and more connected in the games industry lately. I have to imagine though, it feels a bit weird for Rockstar to announce at somebody else's event. I feel like they would probably just do it on their own, but I don't know. Jeff got pull. Oh, Mechanicus is XCOM Light playing as a group of tech priests. Cool.
Here is the rock at last.
Sometimes I just got anxiety and just gotta sit in it. Almost always happens. Oh wait, hold on. Almost always happens after having to sit through long meetings. Hopefully it fades soon. Yeah, I hope it fades soon too. It's never fun.
No room for that jump pack, Captain.
Aww.
That rock delivered the orcs right into the gun fortress.
Yep. Don't worry though, the universe got you. The universe got me too. May not feel like it sometimes, but it's gonna be okay. Started playing Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines a couple days ago. I started it, and it's so much my kind of game. I started it in a Funhouse video, actually. Played a Malkavian because I'm a bit of a joker. I am. I like freaking people's minds. But within the first like hour, I found my way to like a techno rave club with a bunch of like burned out goth vampires. So that was pretty cool. Yeah. But yeah, the dance animations, so good. Straight up. I mean, it. Given the context of that game, you had to have a Blade Blood Rave something or other. God, thinking about all the game devs in the late 90s with their ponytails and their cargo shorts, making Blood Rave sequences in their goth vampire games. Just being at the absolute nexus of what's cool.
take days.
Those guardsmen cannot survive that long. We find a way to destroy the gun.
There's a lot of times where they have orcs running through the skybox.
Space Marine Recon. Access to experimental vengeance launcher. Right.
A vengeance launcher. That's
Spent some time with that shirtless vampire dancing dude. Well, yeah, who wouldn't? There's a shirtless vampire dancing dude. You better believe I'm gonna roll up on that person and ask them what they're all about. What's going on here? Maybe that door opens. Yeah, it's glowing green. I bet I gotta touch it. Humongous ego. I enjoy 40K to the extent that I like just play the games. Really, I haven't read any of the books. I'm not really in the market for any miniatures or anything. But they sure do make for some good video games. I feel like 40K and I guess Warhammer to a slightly less extent, only because I like sci-fi stuff. I usually like space more than elves. Space elves, though. Then you got a StarCraft on your hands. Or a Warhammer. Anyway. I think it's neat, but yeah, I'm mostly a video game person.
Lockdown in effect.
I think that the world rules make for some good video games.
Those in the right place, and this whole fortress will come down.
We could put the charge on one of the gun's shells.
Leandros, you do the chapter proud.
Releasing safeguard. Remember that we honor these loyalists.
So wet. They always explode like they're under pressure. Cyberpunk good enough to play without too many bugs now. That seems to be the consensus. I guess it really depends on what platform you're playing on. I think base PS4 is still not a recommended experience. But if you're on at least a Pro or a Series X or a 1X at least, seems to be okay. At least that's according to some more recent Digital Foundry analyses. And then yeah, PC has always been kind of the platform to be on for once. Yeah, Tesseract, that was my experience too, but I know that not everyone had the PC experience. There's that symbol glowing on the bottom left. It's like God of War Rage basically. It turns on health regen and ups melee damage. Cyberpunk doing DLC, or they released any already? A small amount. They are doing expansions, so those are the bigger like content story things. They've released a very small amount of DLC. They use those terms differently in the most recent patch that added a car, an alternate look for Johnny Silverhand, and a jacket. You get like a nice reflective jacket. So it's pretty minimal. With Witcher 3, they trickled out like new hairstyles and stuff. Whereas in Cyberpunk, you still can't change your hair, but there's that. So I think there's reason to expect that more of that content will be added. I guess that's part of, or assumed to be part of, the next gen update, which will be distributed for. I mean, I guess it's only going to be for the console versions of the game. They haven't talked about what's in it because they basically said we're not going to talk about things anymore because people get really mad. They didn't say that part. That was my narrative interpretation. But they did straight up say we're going to have way shorter PR cycles for what should be obvious reasons. So yeah, they haven't talked about what's in the patch yet. But they just said it'll come out Q1 2022. So not before the end of the year. I don't know if they mean Q1 calendar or Q1 fiscal, because that could mean different windows. So anyway, free update, theoretically, for all owners of it. There were some sales recently that had it for like $10 physical for last gen, and since it updates for free, and it also gets performance boosts by running on new gen. Like I think it's solid 60 on PS5 and Series X, but that's without an official next gen update. But that's coming next year. Who knows what's going to be in that? Presumably higher resolutions, probably higher like resolution textures. Maybe ray tracing is pretty commonly in next gen updates, but who knows? Who knows? Probably best not to get anyone's hopes up about anything. Fiscal is a funny word to me. It is. Can't underdeliver if you don't promise anything. At least they learned something, right? It's not. I mean, it's not ideal, but I'm kind of glad they're not out there talking all the time. That would just make it so much worse. Like, why is everybody being mad? Don't be mad at us. We're working on it. Okay, fine. Here's a screenshot, and then people lose their minds. Like, oh, you can customize cars now. And they're like, we didn't say that. Saw some hot take where they said devs should make games that work on current specs and not specs 3 years from now. Imagine saying that in 2021, 1 year after like new gen consoles release. So what? Like you're no games come out for new consoles until 3 years in? Is that how that works? Is that the idea? I get that right? You want to buy a PS5 and not have anything look like it's on a PS5 for 3 years? Okay, all right. To make sure. Probably longer than that, by the way, but Space Marine is good as you remember. It's good so far. I'm identifying things. I'm identifying like a lot of smart design and just like very like good, solid quality of life stuff. But I remember being surprised by the story. I remember caring about Titus by the end of the game. And since I've only been playing for, what, about an hour and change, hour and a half? That really hasn't clicked in yet. But I like the dialogue, you know? For a game called Space Marine that's about a Space Marine.
Place the charge on that shell.
Also, like, just like, definitely a bygone era of game design, where areas you move through are video game areas. Now, 40K is basically a video game universe, but still.
Now to move the shell into place.
And then essentially you're just moving through a linear level, and then you hit interaction prompts that sort of wrap around a narrative structure. So I think there were stuttering. In retrospect, so far, two things kind of stand out to me about this game. One, they weren't even making games like this back then. They're only starting to make them again now.
We cannot rely on luck for this, Sidonus. We follow the shell up and make sure it reaches its destination.
Aye. Now back to the lift.
But yeah, third-person kind of linear single-player action games, those are rare, unless Sony's making them. And if they're making them, it's going to try to make you cry at some point. This one doesn't quite do that. But I do remember it giving you like the crazy action, like solid game dev behind the action. Like it's just well made. And then I remember the story ends up being like that came out of left field. And even when I finished it, and I'm repeating myself now, but even when I finished it back in the day, knowing what kind of game it was and just knowing that no one really cared about these games anymore, I was like, well, that's that then. Guess we won't be seeing Space Marine around for a while. But gosh, have a sequel. Mass Effect? Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, Mass Effect traded out its identity over and over the course of its run. So I don't know. This game doesn't have a character turned into a giant titty cyber lady by the end of it. So to me, like Mass Effect 1, yes, I agree completely. But that game, like, just sold away its soul so quickly to try and appeal to more mass market, or what they. That's what's even worse. It was what was presumed to be mass market at the time. Now I should be fair because 3 also had beefy Vega. That man was a hunk that ate another hunk. That was a thick boy. Damn. Mass Effect 3 was just a thick game. ME1 wasn't great though. Most people say that, but it was my favorite. It had the most artistic merit. But gameplay-wise, yeah, there's some problems there. It was still this awkward half step between being a PC RPG and a console RPG. And then Mass 2, they added reloads, and its fate had been decided. You are a console game. And they added melee with a fucking cyber knife on your goddamn hand. Like the least Mass Effect 1 thing. What if they had like a fucking holographic cyber blade? Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah, there's like a robot with giant titties and you have a laser blade on your hand. Whatever. Video games. I am excited to replay Mass Effect 3 one day. I'm gonna really enjoy that Homecoming. So salty, but I get it. Yeah, I'm a little salty. I bet if I played it again on PC, I might have a better time. Maybe. So is there like, in 40k lore, is there actual tech behind the shields? Like the Halo shields I've got? Space Marines have like individual shield generators? You know there is. Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Power fields. Ah. Probably powered by souls. Yeah, probably. How many dead Marine life energy gets burned every time I regenerate my shields?
There, a secondary lift.
Powered by the light of old Skelly on the throne. Yeah, I do have a... Well, hold on. Somebody was commenting on it. Yeah, the little wax seals. Got that one on my shoulder. I guess I can't really see the front of myself just yet, but... I thought I saw a few more tagged up there, so... Maybe one of those is the shields. Purity seals. Yeah. Shield is not a typical equipment perk even for Space Marines. Ah. Titus is special. Might just be one of those like shrug player protagonist kind of deals. Oh, that's true, Dolly. Transformers. There were some, yeah, I guess there was some solid work done there in terms of games like this. Being like a story-based, third-person, high-budget action game. I guess they were piggybacking off the films. Activision really squeezed that to the last drop. I guess if you are any publisher and you get the rights to something, you might as well. I guess what's interesting is like Games Workshop licenses Warhammer out to so many different devs instead of, I guess, one publisher, or are they their own publisher? Marksman mode.
Yep.
Ah. Gives me Matrix vision. No, because Sega published this. Yeah. Seems like Games Workshop does like a la carte deals instead of signing exclusive agreements with a given publisher or Here, try
Space Marine!
It just seems like it's more common nowadays for an individual publisher to sign exclusive publishing rights, so you only get Star Wars games from EA. You only get Madden games. You only get NFL games from EA. You only get Transformers games from Activision. Games Workshop has an iron grip on their IP, and they're tightening the grip all the time. Just cracked down on much-loved fan-created content not too long ago. Yeah. There was another company that did that, right? Toei or whatever?
I will cover you.
Everyone, I don't know. I guess it's a bit sad that I've lost my ability to... My heart no longer bleeds in these moments because they happen so often. And like, what's the recourse? People are just like, incoming fire, and that's about it. That's where it ends.
For victory!
Oh, that's pretty rad. There's like no recoil. That's great.
Incoming.
Yeah, Toei was taking down YouTube videos. Oops! I see that guy. I feel like the Warhammer universe seems like a lot of people are into it, but not into the lore. I feel like watching these games. I mean, I'm as into the lore as I can be from playing the games. I haven't like read books or done extracurricular research or anything. I don't know that I'd want to. I'm kind of comfortable just playing the games. Oh, Christ. Crap. Oh, you can get hit in these. Ah. For some reason I thought you were invincible during that. You are totally not. Games Workshop crackdown was vastly overstated by fans and even some content creators. That's just part of the cycle composite. I guess it's not good to assume that. But gosh, is it exactly the same in nearly all of these circumstances? People of course. Oh, okay. Oh, the purity seals give you those abilities. Okay, I didn't know why I didn't notice that before. People like naturally push the boundaries of what they're allowed to monetize because everyone's doing it all the time. It's not like there's a coordinated effort to do it. It's just you distribute the uploading of derivative content to everyone on the planet, and there's going to be a pretty like narrow line beyond which you can monetize. So any adjustment to that line, anyone that gets like suddenly thrust out in the cold, yeah, it's everything to them. They have people that they like, or they have people that like. They have people that watch them or like them. And you're not going to like it when somebody you like gets hurt. And they have the right to like frame the narrative completely.
Space Marine! Space Marine!
But yeah. And again, it just ends with they should do better.
There's our shell.
Which of those fan film creators ran Patreons for their work making fan films?
Then we put it back.
Yeah.
Leandros, get the shell into that loader. I will cover you.
People are just adverse to change. Well, people treat every move by a corporation that seemingly erodes away at their free enjoyment of stuff as, as an attack. When, in the reality is if somebody owns something, they kind of get to call the shots. And sometimes that can mean doing cold and impersonal things. You can always, I guess there's nothing wrong with raising your voice, making your voice heard. But, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. It's just, I don't know, it's just the reality of being in media. It's also just, man, it's really hard to...
Incoming fire.
really hard to square that with the idea that just like making media, dang it, making media is easier and more open now than ever. But people never acknowledge like historical perspective in situations like this. It's just like there's a thing I want to be able to do or should be able to do. I mean, Twitch streamers got pretty yelled pretty loud when the absolute first wave of DMCA's came out. And I guess I can't really speak to like the degree of enforcement, but boy, the stories I heard were just like outrageous orders of magnitude more ridiculous than anything I experienced directly. I'm just like, how is, and like even the audience is a lot more skittish about it than I am. Like a song will play and people are like, oh, you're gonna claim. No. Nothing I do has ever resulted in a single claim or like takedown. Like VODs get muted and that's it. So it's still my perception that in the media space, things are astoundingly open and easy. It's also just like, that's just not the kind of narrative that's sticky at all for people. Those Reddit threads don't get updated or get upvoted. And certainly it is vastly in a content creator's benefit to be perceived as, oh shit, to be perceived as beleaguered or like, fuck. Ugh. Oh, you need to roll. Don't have enough. I need like one more. I'm gonna get shot, yeah. God damn, those gunner dudes really screwed me up. DMCA thing has really died down. Like I see some streamers listening to DMCA music again. Yeah, because it was never that big of a deal. But people like to yowl, and then people... it's like this even mix of content creators being dramatic, and then audiences leaning into it because they love drama. So... And then what's weird is like when content creators know that audiences love drama, then the content creators are like, okay, maybe I should embellish this a little more. Maybe I should make this sound more serious because that's what gets the eyeballs. It's a constructive cycle, or it's a constructive feedback loop.
There's our shell. The orcs have pulled.
The greatest irony of all is that
put it back. Leandros, get the shell into that.
In any other circumstances, streaming a game wouldn't technically be allowable. It's kind of ridiculous that it is, but I'm very grateful for that. Somehow video games fell behind the... I guess they didn't adapt fast enough. For private companies to maintain grip on their IPs.
Coming fire. Incoming.
Not necessarily bad for a company to have a tight hold on their IP. They just burn through goodwill with silly things like renaming classical races like Dwarf to Dawi just so they can copyright it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess you're right. Goodwill is a maybe not measurable, but it's a real thing. It definitely makes can solve problems before they're problems. If people like you, they'll be willing to overlook things or forget things quickly. Oh wait, oh, you're pushing that thing, sorry. That's what I gotta wait for. Yes. Where's the big guy? Okay, there you are. The thing that used to drive me just absolutely bonkers, which happens less now. To the internet's credit, I have to admit, it happens less, so good on everybody on the internet for finally putting this one to rest, mostly. But the people who would insist somehow, logically, that it made more business sense for them to just kind of give everything away. Just like all these soft arguments of like, oh, it's free marketing and like all, and like, sure, yeah, I guess it is. But it would baffle me that people would assure themselves that they knew more about the business workings of a private company than that business. And what qualified them to tell private companies how they ought to maintain their IPs is the emotional pleas of their favorite content creators. Just
this fortress detonated.
it was just the most bananas situation. Now it seems like people are a little more aligned, and they're just like, this sucks. And they're like, yeah, okay, it does. Good. We've dropped the pretense. Yeah, Malcolm, I have to admit, when so that's what Angry Joe said when Nintendo started removing his videos back in 2015. Yeah, there's a couple of times where, like, I've watched Joe position himself as the leader of a moral indignant, or a righteous indignancy. Let me think about this. He'll be the captain of a campaign of being righteously indignant. There we go. That's kind of close to what I mean. Anyway. And yeah, most of the oh yeah, look at that. There's another seal on the armor. That's cool. Most of that amounts to, like, no matter what I have and no matter how many liberties I get to take, it's not enough. And I will always, like, I remember even kind of like talking it out through with him in some comments back in the day. And he eventually just got down to the point where he was like, I'm always going to argue for more. And I was like, oh, it kind of was hard for me to wrap my head around that because I'm always preoccupied with what's fair. But he was just like, no, like, I want more for me. I want more videos, more revenue for me. And like, I'm going to argue for other companies to give that to me. I was like, okay, I get it now. I don't know why it took me so long that's how some people operate. And I shouldn't say it like that, because whatever. Like, go get it, I guess. Sure.
Captain Titus.
If making an angry video will change Nintendo's mind, then that was free. I guess it goes back to something that it took me a long time to realize, that in business, words are free. And if you can get something in exchange for words that are free to say,
brothers and I must secure any
shit, man, why wouldn't you?
Titans before the orcs can loot them.
Good luck.
Yeah, that fire, huh? Hold on, I want to go back and look at that. That, like, yeah, there it is. Like, slow frame rate fire. Looks like it'd be in the background of, like, a music compilation. The game came out 10 years ago. It's so weird the Games Workshop took popular fan-made content off of YouTube in order to make it exclusive to their Warhammer streaming service. Seems baffling. They'd make all this content less accessible to new fans. I mean, if they're charging for it, then it's not really that baffling, is it? And here's the, like, Games Workshop has the metrics about how often people watch that content and where they come from, and if it is a good way to acquire new fans. It may be the way that, like, you got into the scene, or that somebody else did. It may be a tool that you use to try and tell people a good word about Warhammer. And certainly it's a lot easier to click on a YouTube video than it is to sign up for a streaming service. Content was monetized. They hire the people who made it and put it on their own service. Oh yeah, yeah. If you, if you pay somebody for something, you own it. I don't get to say a damn word about how the years and years of stuff that I made, I don't get to say anything about what happens to that. I think that's pretty well evidenced. So that's just the game. I signed all that away when I signed the employment agreement, and I have to believe that all the creators who make community content that Games Workshop now owns definitely wear that score too. Yeah, Scotsman, that's another thing. I'm glad you brought that up. You say it's hard to say what's fair. It's a lot of people with a lot of money trying to make more money. I don't know how much morality you can really attach to it. Yeah, you're right. I have my own notions of what's fair, but another thing that it took me a while to realize is that, you know, my own convictions about what's fair is not necessarily related to any kind of objective moral authority. And there isn't any of that in the market in terms of business, really. I think more than ever now, you do have to be mindful of the moral policing of your audience, but to some degree. To some degree. Amazon gets on just fine. So does Facebook. People can get over a lot of stuff. think I've seen the debate over how much the exposure thing actually affects a game when it comes to streaming. Saying it might actually work for a game like Battlefield to play with other people, but games like story-based indies really suffer. Yeah, it goes all over the place. It's one of those things where it's not going to be easy to like tie causality to one thing or the other, so there will always be room for interpretation with data like that. The most ironclad example you can get is something like a sponsored stream with a tracking link. Like if somebody puts the game in front of people, they give them a specific link, people click on that link and buy the game. There. That's like A to B is a straight line. You invested X amount of dollars into paying for placement and content. You got X amount of dollars back in sales. And the exposure and the value of that exposure beyond that is it gets fuzzy. Because, yeah, if a game takes off, it can result in derivative media coverage, you know? When Among Us started breaking out, there are nice little afterglows that can come from that, but can I just run through this or do I have to? Oh. Thing is, while we were all like choking on our spaghetti and farting and slapping our bellies, analysts and smart business people have been tackling these problems and figuring out systemic ways to crunch data and actually derive good workable models based on available information. So I'm not privy to that world, though. I have to admit that's beyond the scope of my knowledge when it comes to PR and games marketing. And then beyond that, I think it is just kind of a gut call with individual companies and how hippie they feel like being.
It's a fight now! It's gonna
Hold on. You guys remember when Star Wars Battlefront 2 was universally hated when it came out? I was thinking about all the backlash he was getting at the time. Yeah. So wait, the notoriously out-of-touch Reddit post from launch has been unblacklisted so people can see it again? What is it? Notoriously out of touch? Is this the EA one? The sense of progression and surprise or whatever?
Crush the Space Marines!
Oh, okay. It had numbers? I'm trying to remember, were the numbers just like, here's how many people are liking the game. They've killed 14 stormtroopers or something like that. Something like that, right? Trying to be like, no, people are having a good time. But in that like kind of like non-confrontational diplomatic execu speak. Yeah, sense of pride and accomplishment. Hammy Dan, thank you for the sub. And for the almost 2 years of subs. Thank you. Hobo Spidey, thank you. Yeah, Everything Bagel. Ooh. Thank you for the sub. I love Everything Bagels. I'm so glad you're here. Ooh, Vinicello, hey. Been a while. Space Marine 2 trailer had me geeking out. So stoked to see you playing this. Yeah, right? It got me too. That's like the last thing I ever expect. So crazy. So crazy. Oh, the Brit. Thank you for the prime. Aaron P, thank you for the sub. And Shadow JP, thank you for the cheer. Part of me wants to feel like I do my thanks in blocks because it's a teensy bit less disruptive to the stream. But the truth is I get so sidetracked playing video games and rambling about stuff that I don't see it. Hold on. Strocoen 2. Thanks for the prime. Yeah, Skeleton, I'm pretty sure the Halo subreddit's back up. People are just working themselves into a damn fury. There's a certain kind of person that just gets swallowed alive by that sort of thing. They get so righteously indignant, and then they kind of thrive off that feeling of being victimized, I guess. So they just kind of steep in it. They don't go anywhere and they don't do anything. They don't do push-ups or jumping jacks or try and get over it or like, I don't know. They make no effort to like improve their own situation. They just sit there and be pissed off and wait wait for justice, I guess. They make increasingly incendiary Reddit posts that summarize in pure math how this situation is the worst and disgraceful and horrible, and I guess it's a thrill to feel like you're in the middle of an important conflict. Damn, man. What was that? Yeah. Wait for Justice is absolutely a Steven Seagal direct-to-DVD movie. I don't know that Steven Seagal would be in a movie that has a verb as inactive as wait. I think it would be like kill for justice or something like that. Time for justice. You're right though. Definitely in the like that 3-word title. Man, that was a hold on. There was a one of the best photoshops. Damn it. One of the best photoshops I ever saw. Well, maybe not the best. That's strong, but it was basically like a movie poster, and it was like Steven Seagal in 3-word title, and I was like, oh yeah, they're all 3 marked for death. A dangerous man. I guess Under Siege should be the Under Siege. I guess that was during the 2-word title phase because there was like executive action. Man, what a guy. There's an Under Siege. Oh, never mind. I was like, there's an Under Siege 3? How did I not know that? Out for justice. What a man. What a manly man. Damn. I wouldn't mind getting my ass kicked by Steven Seagal. I don't even, like, he's way older than me, so. It wouldn't be like a fair, it wouldn't be fair, but if he'd still kick my ass, that'd be fine. I'd be like, yeah, Steven Seagal is doing it. He's flipping me. I wonder if he'd have like crumbs on his shirt. I bet he would. They'd kind of get in my eyes when he's like doing his Aikido flips. He'd flip me over and some of his like peanut butter and jelly sandwich crumbs would fall into my eyes and I'd be like, ah! And it would rob the moment a little bit because it would distract me from getting like an impeccable hip toss from Steven Seagal. So that's sad. At this point, I think you could absolutely take Steven Seagal. You think? Maybe. He's a world champion practitioner of the martial arts. He wouldn't stand up. He might throw his cigars. Try to throw his beer at me. Can I get up there? Looks like I can get up there. Maybe not. I assume he smells like a 36-hour-old roast beef sandwich. What do you think Steven Seagal smells like? Yeah. Mouthbally.
Now to stop this round.
Ah, Werther's Originals and gunpowder.
No more than 6
That's not the worst, really.
Enough.
Yeah, that's not bad. A little dust, yeah, a little dusty. Maybe like Vaseline. He probably uses a lot of Ben Gay, you know, because of all of his combat fights. Probably got joint. Well, more like medicinally. Like he kind of, I bet he smells like a dentist's office, like that weird kind of anesthesia smell. Yeah, I heard the door. I was comparing notes with stuff. Tried Blood Bowl. I haven't, but people say it's really, really good. Is it multiplayer? Cheap cologne that has a picture of a wolf on the bottle. Oh, wolf, like me. Lonely predators.
Stop the Space Marines! Kill the Space!
Now you can do private leagues. Just intimidated by multiplayer games. Especially ones that are... Any multiplayer game that's not currently in early access. It has to be in early access right now, or it's too late. Can you bank? Can you turn it off and bank? No, that's it. Okay. Steven Seagal getting PBJ crumbs in your eyes is the funniest thing I've imagined in months. can't wait to be in Steven Seagal's next movie. I hope I get to do that at some point. I'm sure there's a line of like stunt performers around the block that are more career oriented than I am, but it would still be fun to catch an elbow from Steven Seagal and hit the deck. I mean, getting a boot from Scott Adkins would probably be a number one. I guess actually Keanu.
Time to impact.
But remotely realistically, Scott Adkins is in like 5 movies a year.
These trains have point defense turrets.
Surely he could kick me in one of them. Hey, what's up, Beck? How am I tonight? I'm doing great. Had a nice lunch, got a lot done this morning. Flunked out of the queue for Endwalker, so starting to play through Space Marine, which is, I've been wanting to do for a while. And the announcement of a sequel has just got me more into it. Yeah, they haven't really spared a whole lot of time for narrative so far, which, you know, that's fine. I'm a big fan of games that almost convince you they're narrative void, but then they're actually like got a lot going on. Doom 2016 was a really fun switcheroo in that regard. Am I a stunt performer? I would say that I am, yes. I have been trained, although I'm a little out of practice. However, I did go back to pro wrestling class this weekend, and my bumps felt good. My rolls felt good. I was a lot more heartened. I thought I was going to be a lot rustier than I ended up being. So I think I could take a good fall, and I can sell a hit, I think. I don't think I could get hit by a car. I'd have to practice that a little bit. I would say yes to do it, though, depending on how fast the car is going. It's like 50... Maybe. Yeah. I mean, we did a little bit of the car hit stuff, but the fire is just not practically... It's not really a practicality. No one sets themselves on fire anymore. There's not a reason to. Computers can do that. So, I mean, getting set on fire sounds cool, but it didn't seem like it was... I was kind of... I guess, yeah, you're right. It would be hot. But like, unless you're Quentin Tarantino making a point about stunts, you don't set anyone on fire. That was such a hot stunt in the 80s, though. The one guy on fire wandering out into the middle of a scene and then falling on the ground. But I did a car roll over a non-moving car. So, thing is about, hell, let me tell you about car rolls, or just stunt performance in general. Sure, you're not supposed to get hurt or whatever, and you're supposed to like sell the stunt, sure, whatever. But bizarrely, like 90% of the time, the true role of a stunt performer is to get the stunt on camera, but not break anything, not mess anything up. Don't break anything on the set. Don't get like fake blood anywhere that you're not supposed to. Like, you're supposed to be more self-aware about your body. It's not just about like getting hit by a car and then just walking off with a broken rib and a check. It's about getting hit by a car and not rolling up onto the windshield and breaking the glass, not knocking a side mirror off, not denting the hood, like rolling in a way that car can be used for another shot earlier in the movie without a problem. That's what a stunt performer is there to do. Is to give you the stunt, but actually work in the context of the film and not fuck anything up. Yeah, get the take, don't ruin the next take. Exactly. Oh, JC, how you doing? Jim Harbaugh set himself on fire the other day. Jim, who is that? Stunt driving is kind of the same. You have to do a stunt with a car and not scrape the paint or touch anything.
The Manufactorum still holds.
Some Imperial Guard units made it here after all.
You a Michigan football coach? Oh, okay. Is it... Are people like tongue-in-cheek happy that he's set himself on fire? So yeah, Dizzy, quote, you're saying, quote, we don't care if you break a rib, just don't fuck up our car. That is unironically true. If you're a stunt performer and you get hurt on set, this is how the teachers of the class basically talked about that inevitability, and they made it clear like you're trading your body away for money here. That this is the this is the profession you've chosen for some reason. If you get hurt, the director might pull you aside, or the stunt coordinator, and then just carve off what they call hazard pay, just to get you to go home and shut up. Like, we don't need this. This movie's still rolling. You know, we don't need like disability claims or anything like that. So they usually just break off like another $1,000 or something, and then just hand it to you, so you leave. And that's just part of the life of being a stunt performer.
Trying to deliver a message.
Or at least it used to be. There's been slightly more awareness of stunt performance in the last 10 years or so. You get to come back once you heal. There is no coming back, really. You're done. You go to the next production.
We're about to find out.
This is Inquisitor Drogan. I need urgent assistance.
I mean, if you're in tight with a particular stunt coordinator and that coordinator is on like multiple other projects, they might call you up and be like, we need you on these days to do this thing. And you just try to fill your calendar with what you can do.
But now I'm trapped. If I die, you must keep the device.
That's part of like who you can double for. Your stature, your skin color, your, well, not necessarily your hair. They can put wigs on you, but
I needed more time.
It helps to be of like a very particular height and body build so that you can generically double for a lot of actors. That's the guy from Fifth Element.
An experimental.
Emmanuel Jean-Baptiste Zorg. I'm trying to remember all of his names.
The orcs do. Keep moving. Remain alert.
Yeah, ever since Elon is moving into his weird undercut phase, everybody's been reminded about being Zorg, or Emperor Zorg. He wasn't really an emperor, I guess. Sounds fucking brutal, being a stunt double, I mean. Yeah, there's a couple of times I've gotten a tiny bit of visibility into what it is to be a physical performer. Or to be a physical performer with a career. Professional wrestling is like... It's essentially live stunt performance. Only the pay is like way worse.
Serve the machine god by joining corpse removal crews at your death.
And you're expected to perform way more often. Yeah, Gary Oldman's a comedian, 100%. Hold on, I'm curious. There's our guy. Yeah, that was it. Okay. Jean-Baptiste Emmanuel Zorg. I thought, for some reason, when he gets introduced, I thought there were like 3 or 4 more names in there.
Captain, look.
I'm looking.
Must be operating that crane.
They will not stop until they break through that gate.
We must disable that crane.
Oh, balls, the Google Trends cannonball thing I did? When I landed in that kiddie pool right on my back/ass, did that knock the wind out of you? No, that might be one of the best stunt falls I've ever done. It didn't hurt at all. I landed exactly in the right spot on my back. I actually got some good air and hang time. I kind of changed how I typically did falls with that particular fall. Instead of like using my abs to flex the upper half of my body back, I actually used my lower abs to pull my legs up, essentially. So got a lot more height that way, which was awesome. But no, it was great. Nothing I did for trends ever hurt really. Nothing like a wrestling bump. Like that's a full on hit. Never really did anything like that. That sound you made? Yeah, I mean you gotta sell it, right? Sort of. I think maybe those bits would have worked better if I had played them off goofier instead of implying that I hurt myself every time. But I wanted that moment of awkwardness. To me, it completed the character. A lot of the times in wrestling, the bumps that look basic hurt the most. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into the physics of a bump. Man, I gotta say, I was still just like, huh. The last time I did bumps, I was hitting a little too low on my back. And like when you hit on the small of your back, that's when you, like, your diaphragm starts compressing the air out of your lungs. So yeah, those are the hits where you're just like, ugh! Which is why you're basically just supposed to hit between your shoulder blades. Your chin tucked and your shoulders back, so there's a nice little roll of meat to land on. What I've been training on with bumps is like really throwing my heels in the air, which not only helps the cell, but also really helps you land on the right spot of your back. It's one of those things that's like super counterintuitive. You would never in a million years, from a standing position, want to just throw both your heels as high into the air as you can. Nobody do this, by the way. Please don't try to do what I'm talking about. Don't do this at home. Go to your local independent wrestling school. Make some new friends and learn how to pulverize your body. Oh, I know you mean wrestling, but I still think you're talking about cocaine every time. I mean, it probably wouldn't hurt bump to do a bump. Animation. I just wrestle with depression. Damn, depression got hands.
Do not abandon your work sting.
Depression gave me the stinger splash today. I don't know anything about wrestling. They talked about that in the last... We did splashes in the last class, so... Depression cheats, yeah. Depression pulls hair. Depression hooks the mouth. Low blows from depression. The damn match.
Control room.
It was pretty sick going through that stunt table at Let's Play Live, though. Man, James gives a mean suplex, and by mean I mean like good. It was felt like landing on a pillow. Depression sweeps the leg. Yeah. Depression gets in there.
Even a single shot will blast right through the gates.
We cannot allow that.
Oh yeah. Johnny Knoxville, I guess, is kind of like biggest old school stunt guy, but man, he's chewed up. I wanted to watch Action Point, if for no other reason than to like appreciate some old school stunt work, but would you rather heal or face? I would rather. This is gonna sound stupidly, I guess, naive, but I just want to whatever role makes the match best.
This is Captain Titus of the Ultramarines. Identify yourself.
This is Corporal Antioch, sir. That is, my lord.
I need access to the Manufactorum, Corporal.
There is a service lift in the hangar directly below where you drop the cargo, my lord. We can meet you there.
Stand ready. We will be there shortly. Titus out.
All right. Yeah, what I'm kind of hoping is that if I ever get to the point where I could be put in a match, what I feel like would probably be first is the gym I go to. They also hold like weekly wrestling events, so they do Royal Rumbles every so often, and that seems to be how people usually get their first ring match experience is coming out for a Royal Rumble and then getting eliminated. So I could do that maybe. Run the International once or twice, get slapped around a little bit.
A handful of guardsmen holding that huge gate. They cannot last long.
We did manage to bring the access bridge down.
Yeah, kind of like an open mic.
Advantage of numbers.
And for that, like, you don't really have a persona. You don't have a gimmick, at least for the first time. If I ever were to, I just run out, get hip tossed, squirm around on the mat. Hopefully 2 or 3 more people come out. I do like maybe one more spot, and then I'm tossed over a rope, and that's it. That's easy, right? And then bizarrely the thing that I have probably the most experience in is performance, so I can talk you know? I can work a mic, probably. Compared to maybe a little bit better than an absolute novice, just because I've spent so much time on camera and performing and stuff.
Watch that grenade!
So yeah, I honestly what I'm hoping is this is my life strat right now, because I did want to get into theater too. I wanted to do more performance, but you know, it's goddamn Los Angeles and I'm an old white dude, so with like no connections and no experience and no desire to like go out and try to network. So I'm not gonna get cast in anything anytime soon. But what I can do is do a really dumbass monologue at an indie wrestling event. That can be my community theater, basically. So I get to like do the two things I love back to back, is just like give a really hammy overwrought performance and then do some goddamn flips. That sounds like a great way to spend a Saturday night. Just see how long my body holds out. So yeah, I was actually thinking about both wrestling, and then also Steph was showing me like a line from Tiffany, I think, the jeweler, that was punk couture, and it made me realize like the one of the few people in games media that has been like on tone and produced the like spiritually faithful kind of content has been Stephanie Sterling. And they're also just doing professional wrestling matches, which is awesome. Just get out there, live the dream. Why not? There's so many people in this space that are like huge fans of wrestling. I always thought it was weird that more didn't try it. I mean, I guess it hurts a lot. So I guess I get it. It does hurt a lot. So many wrestlers stream now? Yeah. There's a lot of crossover there. Makes sense. You're both like it's both like worlds of fantasy and fun. It's goofy, it's play. So many non-WWE wrestlers stream. Yeah.
The greenskins are on the move again. If they find the access point we are using.
Yeah. Eric could be my manager. I just wanted to hang out more with Eric. This is a perfect opportunity. God. Sterling has such Elton John energy and is a motherfucking boss. I tend to agree. There were some. I think in the early days maybe had a overly aggressive persona, kind of before a lot of other games media found their teeth or even bothered developing teeth. But time has borne a lot of that out. But yeah, just I guess it's one of those you love to see people flourishing. Only had one interaction with Stephanie, and I remember it because it was so disarmingly positive. We were both at an Aliens Colonial Marines event, kind of incidentally sitting next to each other, and just started chatting. Like, and that's rare. That's goddamn rare at a games media event, that like somebody would just kind of start engaging in friendly, idle chat, and just utterly polite, super pleasant to talk to. I'm thinking like, dang, that was like the nicest conversation I've ever had at a preview event. Usually people are like weirdly closed off. I don't know what it is. Maybe, you know, I guess the pro games media people were not super extroverted. Which is super weird, because now that preview events have more content creators and streamers, the energy is so different. People are like yelling and screaming and being like, "Oh my god!" Like everyone's actually excited to be there and playing. There was always this bizarre sort of self-imposed sensibility of drudgery. Like if you actually geeked out about what you were doing. Power axe. Holy crap. That it wasn't work or whatever. You had to treat it like it was another day at the office. That was what professionalism looked like. So it was always weirdly reserved. Able to crack open heavy armor. Okay.
An entire horde.
Antioch, hold the lift. We have orcs inbound.
We have orcs. I get new murder animations. That's still an AoE. 5 hits. Okay, alright. Close. Not over yet. Jesus. Which Primarch would you go on a date with? Steve? Always been a fan of Primarch Steve. Oh, if you don't recognize that, sometimes he goes by Primarch Steven. You might need to look under Steven. Jesus Christ. Ooh, holy cow! Oh, I didn't know there were dudes behind me. Okay. That's interesting. When there's like a mix of range, they're just constantly peppering you. Primarch Steve-O to his bros.
Excellent, Captain. I'm sending the lift up now.
Well, Steve-O.
Granting access. Authorization of Stargate Alpha.
My voice sounds almost like the Star Trek computer.
An entire horde.
Antioch, hold the lift. We have orcs inbound.
Idleness is heresy. Everything's heresy. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's a lot of orc murdering.
Yes, my lord.
We have word that an Inquisitor is in the Manufactorum.
Yes, Lord Drogon. We have not seen him for several days. Has the Liberation fleet arrived,
Doom helmet this guy's wearing.
The fleet is still en route, Corporal. The Ultramarines are here as a vanguard, to cripple the enemy and secure the most valuable assets.
I see.
But the facility and its titans remain secure.
All I can say for certain is that no orc has breached this gate, my lord.
Contact Lieutenant Mira. Her unit is establishing a bastion in Hab Center Andres, and your support craft now have a viable approach from orbit.
What of the Colonel and his staff?
They did not survive.
Brainwave Melter. Thanks for the sub. Doling out some space justice.
My thanks, Corporal.
Can there be justice for the mindless and the soulless?
Oi, keep that muzzle clean, guardsman.
I was like, man, I was looking up Warhammer 40k quotes to try and like get inspiration for a title. It was a really good one. I mean, there's a lot of good ones, but what is it? Oh yeah. Blessed is the mind too small for doubt. Love it. Love that, just kind of like just saying it out loud. Quiet part out loud. I grew up in a pretty conservative religious culture, and exploring and asking questions wasn't necessarily the most godly thing to do. Sounds a whole lot like a lack of faith. Lack of faith sounds a whole lot like heresy. One of my favorite 40k quotes is, "An open mind is like a fortress with its gates open and unbarred." Ah, that's really good. You ever read a physical hentai? I have not, sort of. The only sort of physical thing I can remember was reading a physical copy of, I can't remember if it was Ghost, I think it was like a Ghost in the Shell compilation. And it had some other Shiro artwork in it. And it wasn't like his straight up porn work, but it was pretty close. That's probably as close as I've gotten, but I can't say that I've ever like bought a doujin or anything like that. I know Shiro does full on lewds, but like, I mean, I guess people could jerk off to it, but there's something awfully like Geiger-esque about.
Place the orcs have not.
He does like injecting a lot of sexuality in it. He's not quite into the like. He's not as creepy as Geiger, but he's on the spectrum.
We must find this.
He's on the Geiger spec.
Titan Invictus.
These birds are tracking. And they all have a skull in them. The Emperor's not fucking God. Wait, what? Hold on a minute. He's not a religion. He's better than all of that? He's higher?
Increased productivity gains high favor from the machine god.
Yeah. His art books can be very sexual. A lot of like oiled up ladies in contorted presenting poses with extremely hentai-like proportions, I guess. Ah, so cinematic. There's one thing the 40k universe has, it's plenty of skulls.
Titan Invictus seems undamaged at least.
Titan Invictus seems unused, you mean? Is this invasion not enough to bring out the War Titans?
It takes hundreds to get a War Titan operational, Sergeant. Without them, it sits idle.
A giant scroll on its gun? Jesus. It's a big robot. What a cool mech. Yeah. You know what? That's a cool mech. Well lit, too. And it's got that red and blue kind of accent thing going, but still makes for a striking image. There's no computers. Everything is a brain. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, the Omnisaya. What's that all about?
Captain, this is an auger station. I can scan for the Inquisitor's life signs.
Access authorized.
All guns, no melee. It's feeder melee.
Identity confirmed. Drogon. Ordo Xenos.
He's in this wing of the Manufactorum.
I read alien signals throughout the facility, and a large number converging on the Inquisitor's location.
I'll see you, Prez Kane. Have a good night. Sleep well. I get how, like, Tyranid and Orcs are mass-produced at scale to sort of keep up with the body counts of 40k. But how do they make... Do humans die in as great a number? Or do they have tech that means that, like, for every 100 Orcs, one person dies or something like that?
Section 449 is understaffed by 100%. Please rectify. Do not abandon your workstation. Everything is under control.
Oh, millions of worlds? Okay. So it's just humans reproducing at a normal rate, but they've scaled up to, like, trillions upon trillions upon trillions of people. So there's always a line of fresh bodies. Okay. Got it. Yeah, the answer as usual in 40k is just scale. It's so many times bigger. Worlds of trillions that are dedicated to raising generations of soldiers? Ah, okay, okay.
The Angels. Can you use this panel to contact our other forces?
Not directly, but I can boost Vox range.
Do it.
Access authorized.
1 trillion recruits every year, according to lore. So it shall be.
Here, Captain.
Ultramarines, this is Captain Titus. Are you receiving?
Captain, this is Sergeant Midas. Squad Solidus is on the ground and making for our objective.
New orders, Midas. We are at Manufactorum Ajakis and have located the Titan Invictus. I need Solinus to come secure the Invictus while I divert to a priority alarm.
On our way, Captain. Midas out.
Rexocalypse Gaming. Ear lot mods for game. Don't know that I quite understand what you're saying there. Might need to take it another swipe, but... Space Marines are rare, humans are not. Imperial Guard are disposable, and 1 million could die and be ignored. 1 Marine dies, and it's a tragedy. Okay. Gotcha. Does this have co-op? No, I think it did. Somebody said earlier in chat that it did have multiplayer. But it's one of the... Like, if it did, it must have been dead on arrival. Somebody also said that it came out like a week before Gears of War 3. So, yeah.
Pipes. The orcs are in the pipes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it has a Horde Mode. Oh, that's cool. Now that's exactly right for a game like this. I mean, I guess when it comes to 40k Horde stuff, though, we're all just waiting on Darktide. Oh, there are a lot of mods for the game, and that it did have multiplayer. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I didn't look too much at mods. I mostly just peeked at the PC Gaming Wiki to see if there were any, like, just texture refreshes or anything like that, just top-of-line stuff. Most of my efforts were spent on getting the game running in the first place, though. I had a variety of vexing, hang entire PC errors before I could get the old girl up and humming. Yeah, I agree with the chonk, too. There's like a tiny bit of screen shake every time you walk, too. When you're running, anyway. And yeah, the screen bounce helps. The kind of like gazelle-like running animation helps, too. Huh. Impact tremors, yeah. Oh, you can change out armor? Oh, I didn't know that. Different chapters. A lot of effort put in this game, huh? So this was developed by Relic. I don't think that was the name on the Space Marine 2 trailer. I don't remember. Let me look that up. I guess there's not really a... Oh, Saber? Wait, are they publishing or are they... I don't want your cookies. Yeah, developed by Saber Interactive. Are they Sniper? Killing Floor. Ah. Oh yeah, they just did Redout 2, which I really need to check. Or they announced Redout 2, which is awesome. Kingdom Come, or they did the ports of Kingdom Come. They did some ports before. Oh, they did the port for Witcher 3. Ah. They're credited as doing all the ports for Halo in 2020. Jeez. They did the port for Ghostbusters video game remastered. Oh yeah, Road Redemption. They tried to bring back Road Rash. Oh yeah, their first game was Will Rock on the Series Sam engine. Yeah, and then they did Time Shift. Oh my gosh. Oh, Saber. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's been a... Oh, they did Quake Champions, huh? They've been responsible for some charming games through the years. They did Vampire. Yeah, that was supposed to... That was a pretty big, like, narrative game bet from them. Oh, they have another Painkiller in the works? Man. Okay, alright. I'm hopeful too. I think with their pedigree, I think they can safely understand and make a game in the spirit of this game, I think. Lots of work for hire stuff. Oh, it's a mix. And honestly, like to both have work for hire contracts with some pretty big names like Microsoft and Nintendo and stuff, and to continue getting that work is a really good sign of like just them as a stable developer and the quality of the work that they put out. But to have a mix of that and also like new IP generation and new game generation is pretty cool stuff. There aren't a lot of developers that do that, or even have multiple projects in the pipeline at the same time.
Repeat authorization.
That's an interesting mix. I think it's good news. I mean, I don't think that means Space Marine 2 will be like the quadruple A, every last checkbox checked kind of game, but this game isn't really either. But I think it's good news. I've liked Saber's previous work.
Captain Titus of the Ultramarines. We received your distress call, but you seem to have weathered the enemy's attack.
I am soldier and scientist both, Captain.
What is the status of the experimental device?
The power source is running the entire manufactorum from the generator room.
This device is a fuel source, not a weapon?
It is a complex device and an unstable one. If the Orcs find it, they'll try and take it apart. It could detonate with enough force to destroy the entire planet.
Then we must move it to safety.
And for that, Captain, I need your aid. This way.
Nothing but problems today.
I'm a psyker. My psychic abilities are controlling the bleeding.
Very well.
Okay. Guess that makes sense. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. You're gonna use his psychic abilities to explode orcs? He's a bit tall to not be a Marine. Yeah, because, like, Marines' feet aren't on the floor, right? They're just like little dudes in there. Why their little heads pop out. He must be massive. Yeah, maybe his boots are tall. Got thick wedges. You're hurt. Nah, that's cool. Space magic. Inquisitors are hardcore. Genetic modifications out the ass. Oh, that reminds me. We did play a... I did briefly do a 40k pen and paper campaign with some old friends, and that was crazy fun. It was like the Inquisitor pen and paper thing, where we were just schmoes on some mega city. I don't think it was Necromunda, but it was like a story where an Inquisitor was involved. Unfortunately, I had to fall out of that campaign because my relationship was breaking up and I had to move states. But that was really cool. I don't know. It's a fun universe, and especially fun one to roleplay in. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'm gonna have me a little snack. So I'll be back in a bit. So you guys, and you know what? If you want, maybe now would be a good time to do some stretching, do some toe taps, do some jumping jacks. You know. But I'll throw you guys to MediaTek in the meantime. It's just this collection of weird clips that I have that kind of play randomly. You can enjoy that, and I'll catch you when I come back. In a bit. Hey everybody. A little bit longer than I expected. Sometimes that's the way it goes. Guess what? I'm nourished. I flossed. I have a psyker here. Things are looking up.
You trying to steal my Titan?
Titular line there.
Steal my loot? I'll rip your guts right out your throat! The Orc himself. I'm gonna put your head on a spike, Space Marine!
Space Marine! To shoot him up there? Oh, oi with a Y. Come on now. It's not good to be backing up like this. Kind of got saved there. Tried to go in for the glory kill. That would have been a bad idea. Orcs are fungus people. That's why they're green. Makes sense, doesn't it? And they're psychic a little bit. Where does their little bit of psychicness come from? What's the deep lore for why they're a little bit psychic? I mean, I guess we're talking about brain magic, so I just know it's for. I know there's a rule. I know there's like a fun story behind it. That's the great thing around like 40k is there's so many like tall tales behind literally everything.
Aye, the Orc has a scent for us now. Damnable creature! Had he not blundered onto this world?
But he did, Drogon.
Yeah, let's hold off on that. Hold on. Sounds a little bit like heresy. Let's just put a stop to that right away. The Emperor does what the Emperor does. It's not ours to question. Plasma pistol? The Mark III Sun Fury plasma pistol fires balls of superheated plasma. You can fire quick shots or powerful charged blasts. Permanently replaces your pistol. All right. Yeah, they kind of give you little upgrades at a pretty even tempo so far.
Let's get to that lift.
It's like some tiny upgrade and then like 2 or 3 fights. Cutscene, tiny upgrade, 2-3 fights. The vistas are fun, like the little mech vista that they had. I mean, I guess they're teasing out a boss fight now, so that's the next movement. Where you want me to go? Where are we going? where the boss was, but I didn't see how to get up there. Let's find out. Ah. I think I've come to the conclusion of this cunning puzzle. Let's see here. They have a sort of hive mind, low-key psychic connection. Lets them influence the warp. Okay. I buy it. Whatever. That works. I didn't know orcs could be magicians. I just wish they did a Chaos campaign DLC. So, Chaos Marines are space marines that have been corrupted by Chaos, right? They're basically insane, or like devoted to the laws of devoted to entropy, I guess. I don't know. Somebody Chaos pill me. Some of them aren't legit nuts, but they can be. Usually, sometimes they can just be renegade, not really devoted to one god or another. They are corrupted by and worship chaos. Okay, alright. But I guess also if you decide you don't want to be in the Space Marines anymore, there's not a lot of options. Either another Space Marine puts a bullet through your head, or you, like, I guess you join the Chaos Marines. Cosmic Horror Space Marines, okay.
How much deeper does this facility go? Manufactorum? Far deeper. The whole generator room is actually suspended above a venting shaft.
Suspended?
Yes. In case of catastrophic overload, the whole room can be shunted away into the depths.
Chaos is just fucked up sadists. Any philosophy they have just boils down to torturing and killing people / themselves. Huh. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It's like it's hard to fight these notions playing, like, I mean, Space Marine doesn't lean into them too hard. But, you know, things like Starship Troopers shockingly seem to get some of these notes right about, like, how creepy it is that dudes really, really love, like, military authoritarianism. Some dudes. It's just like, ooh, it's just catnip for some guys. The fucking jackets and the hats and everybody following orders and, like, being really good at killing and just doing the will of a single trusted overlord. Like, people get into Roman stuff for the same, and there's a lot of crossover in iconography, go figure. But yeah, people love empires, or a certain kind of dude, certain brand of dude loves empires. So, like, if we're dealing with, like, the moody 13-year-olds, and that's the weavers of reality in this universe, then also it makes sense that there are just balls out sadists that try to dress it up as some kind of philosophy. You know, and you can even throw it back to the Jean-Baptiste Emmanuel Zorg scene where he describes his philosophy of operating, but he really just dresses up loving to knock things over. But talking about how chaos is a pivotal and unavoidable half of the constructive energy coin in the universe. So they are merely fulfilling their role as they're called to be part of a cycle, both parts of which are judgment free or whatever. It's just whatever. But yeah, Malcolm, I agree. The movie is trying to make a satirical point. The book is playing it straight 100%. Oh, really? Like 40K lore is not even a little bit, this is not a good thing? I mean, to me, the entire universe of 40K is a cautionary tale. One would hope nobody wants to actually be there, and nobody actually thinks this is a good way to live, and a good way to treat people. Oh, Starship Troopers. I see what you mean. Yes. Sorry. I ran away from it. Yeah, 40K is very much satire. Yeah, it's so absurd that there's no question. I think. Yeah, there's a word for that of, like, you can't tell if you're serious or making a joke because this whole situation's so messed up that the boundaries have been destroyed. But yeah, 40K is most definitely satire. I agree. Now, in regards to the book, I actually haven't read the, was it Heinlein?
Here we are.
Heinlein's a weird author, and I don't trust him, so I'll say that.
Yes, a byproduct of the device's functioning.
Actually, speaking of Verhoeven, I've heard promising, which is to say, strong reactions to his latest film. And I've been waiting for Verhoeven to, like, get back on the saddle for a while. I heard Black Book was just bad. So I haven't seen it. Yeah, Benedetta. This is the new biz from our Starship Troopers director and RoboCop director. So like I don't know that I'm expecting this to be the same like and even Showgirls honestly is like a really fun watch is as long as you understand that it may not be taking itself seriously, you know? I feel like Showgirls falls right on the line of you're like, are you satire? Are you satire? Do you think this is cool? It's hard to tell. It's not for me, but I also tend to give things credit when I want to. I can be a little turned that way. Anyway, this sounds cool. A 17th century nun in Italy suffers from disturbing religious and erotic visions. She's assisted by a companion, and the relationship between the two women develops into a romantic love affair. So, sounds trashy a little bit. Is unintentional satire a thing? I think so. Yeah. I think something like Twilight might be unintentional satire, where it's like you're so into the thing that you've lost perspective on how silly the thing is. You know, where it just kind of like you get that weird like wholehearted swing against something like very bizarre. That's just garbage. I don't know. There's something special about it. That's hard to argue. But I think it goes in line with like Flowers in the Attic for like, this is just messy. This is just a brilliant mess. Maybe that's the way to describe it. Because like there's billions and billions of bad fanfics. That one caught though. It did. There's no denying it. And I think watching it, it's more than just a random shuffling of events. A little bit. It's got that extra spice, you know? It has that little dash of someone's brilliant mind where they just came up with the horniest thing, I guess. 50 Shades, yeah. And that one hit too. I was into it for a while. I love the sort of... It almost reminds me of natural selection. Iterating around a particular story to derive to like the ultimate version of it. I feel like Star Wars and the Matrix are kind of like ultimate versions of the hero fantasy. Two-Tone Malone, thanks for gifting a sub. That reminds me, I get to rewatch the Matrix trilogy again. Why not? The more I see of Matrix 4, the more it makes sense to me that Neo kind of went back to sleep after Revolutions. Now, why they're fighting, why the machines are ostensibly fighting humans again, I don't know. Those are going to be those I think are the things I'm most excited to see.
Titus, proceed into the main chamber. We need only obtain the
those movies, like Wachowski movies, can sometimes ride such a fine line of being too far up their own ass. But man, for like I love things up their own ass, so it works. It works for me, but for most people, I think. Cloud Atlas, man, what a movie! You know it's a real movie when it like asks you to be patient at the beginning.
Brothers, guard the...
I've never had a movie do that. Be like, viewer,
I have engaged the decoupling.
You're gonna have to bear with this for a little bit. But it totally paid off.
Source is exposed.
Identity confirmed.
Did you see his ass wake up at the end of the last movie?
Order Xenos.
He just turned into light, right? And that was it. He exploded into light in a Christ-like pose. And I thought that was the last you saw of Neo. But I haven't seen Revolutions in a long time.
Head into the central chamber.
I think 40K is satire is kind of a cop-out at this point. With 30 plus years of media created by dozens of authors in various genres, it's not as simple to say it's satire. Some 40K media is, but some is definitely not. I think I agree with that, yeah. I think the universe's absurdity... No, I don't know. I guess...
Alarm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Xenos detected.
Definitely not experienced enough to make a distinction on my end of things.
Captain,
Alright, well that's not working. wasting ammo.
Whatever it is,
I guess I have yet to watch some. Whoa, shit! That hurt a lot. I have yet to find something that is just like too far. It's too uncomfortable for me. Most of the 40k stuff I've seen, it wallows in its ridiculousness, which is fine because I think it. I mean, that's its greatest asset. And I think it also is not silly, or it's not stupid. I think it understands that some people unironically like that stuff, and it can connect to some creepy ideologies. So while, and you know, I don't think that it's that dissimilar from something like Grand Theft Auto in that regard. You know, like
Head over to the servitor station.
the world of GTA 5 is not a kind lens on Los Angeles, really, and I would paint it largely in the realm of satire. It's satirizing Los Angeles in a lot of ways, but it's largely done with like an element of understanding that at least implies a base level of knowledge, which implies a base level of like respect. Similarly, just like the basic world rules of Warhammer seem pretty ridiculous. Well, I guess that's not the similarity. The similarity is that there are people who play it without appreciating that level of it at all, and just don't care about it. They actually just love killing or driving into shit. They love driving cars and blowing shit up. And to some degree, that's like part of the parody, you know? Especially, like, it gets pretty Ouroboros-y. But in LA, of like a city of entertainment, to have everybody be vapid and silly and weird and like hyperactive and self-interested. Like that's kind of true. And the fact that that's how people are is kind of part of the joke. I don't know. Damn. Here with the Macaw raid. Elegant timing because I was just trying to figure out what I was saying. Basically, it's trying to figure out whether or not 40k is well, it's pretty clear 40k is satire, but acknowledging that I guess part of it is not. And that sometimes it is kind of cool to be in a giant robot suit and actually stomp orcs in half. Yes, thank you for the raid, everyone. Welcome, Macaw viewers. This is not as deep a cut as is common. I feel like 2010s games are in this weird gray area right now. Not old enough to be retro, but this game rules. Certainly the last of its kind for a very long time. It was this and like Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. So, even more bizarre that it was developed by Relic. Oh, Macaw finished Metal Gear Solid 2. Oh, wonderful. Oh, wonderful. How about that prophetic ending, huh? I was just talking about natural selection earlier. In regards to like iterating on silly plot lines, I feel like I think it was specifically in regards to Twilight, how like there's been a sort of since there's so many shots on goal. Ooh, got a little Steam Chivo, great stuff. Since there's so many shots on goal and trying to write like particular kinds of fantasy, that out of all that chaos, people kind of collectively with their eyes and their financial success reward the good versions of it. Sometimes a little natural selection is needed. As prophesied by the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, talking about expiring data.
The power source is returning to the generator.
Censorship on the internet?
Grab it!
Perhaps censorship is needed because your feeble monkey brain cannot process all of that data. Perhaps we have to develop new sorting techniques to process the world around us. And trusting artificial intelligence is the most just way to do it. Have you considered that? If not, call me on codec. My frequency is 140.65. Oh God! Ah!
Die for the Emperor, then live for yourself.
Jeez, I'm playing on hard. I don't know why, because I already beat it on normal, so I feel like I got to gain something out of the experience, even though I haven't played this game in a decade.
It will retrieve the power source and get it into its...
Anyway, big thoughts. Big thoughts. can't think of any other game at that time that was that just like, I'm going to tell you what I've been thinking about. You've made it to the end of the game, and it's time for you to sit down and listen to what I got on my mind. I've been reading some short stories. They've been giving me some thoughts, and we're going to talk about it. It's good, isn't it? Oh, I adore Metal Gear Solid 2. I mean, first of all, the intro, like, super rips. I still think about that sometime. Like Snake doing that 2-stage dangly bungee jump onto a ship. Super rad hero pose. That was like a tech demo kind of thing. I think that was one of the few games I finished in one sitting, excuse me. So yeah, it was like 4 a.m. and I just got to the Colonel, well, spoilers, Colonel's face melting off. And I was like, wow, I think I'm processing all this. Weird Sensei, it's always interesting, like, because I feel like that level prank has never really been done, the protagonist swap. I think at some point, and this is, oh crap, straight up true. I told myself I was gonna go to sleep when I went back to playing as Snake. And, not happening. I don't know if I can hurt him yet. Like when Iroquois Pliskin showed up, I was like, okay, here we go. Now I can like wrap this up.
The power source is returning to the generator.
I wonder about that too. Has anyone ever in an interview asked Kojima if he was like hesitant about Solid 2? Because it almost feels like one of those games where you're basically begging to not make Metal Gear Solid anymore. All like professional courtesy would imply that everything he did with that game was just like, I guess it's just trust in oneself as an artist. To just make calls that you feel passionately about. Not making the same game. It was the same game though, but it was commentary about it. It was the same game, but it was trying to make almost seemed like it was trying to make the player aware that they just keep asking for the same shit. Like, didn't you realize this is the same game? Are you happy now? It's all fake. How do you feel? It felt like he was trying to convince the audience to stop wanting to play the same Metal Gear game. And then 3 was, well, I guess, a little bit different. I don't know. I thought that was so bizarre. It's like, it's the one, well, I guess, what is it? Stanley Parable does this. Where they try to, like, show you as much the illusion instead of trying to hide it. Anyways, alright, I was rambling because I couldn't look at chat while I was in that fight. How's everybody doing?
Sidonus, Leandros, respond.
Captain, the Inquisitor insisted you could not have survived.
Well, I did, and I have his precious power source.
We set a rendezvous in Hab Center Andris. These tunnels will spit us out there eventually.
Fine. Continue heading toward the Hab Center.
Rant. I'm all about it. I feel like often, you know, I guess this might be in the case with most academia. When I'm just spinning yarn like that, I may end up coming up with vaulted theories that are significantly disconnected from reality. What you gonna do? What you gonna do, man? It's the internet. It's infinite data. All of these get backed up on YouTube. So all of my brilliant thoughts recorded forever. I've figured at this point, there's more than enough information out there to train an AI to not only talk like me, but to, I guess you could just kind of like string like ramble chunks together to make a never-ending, slightly interesting, but never quite intelligible string of words. You could probably teach an AI to play a game like me. Oh, they give you all the goodies. Which is to say perfect. At 100% skill level. Only then it would be good at playing you. I guess that's just Ex Machina. It's just Ex Machina I'm talking about. When AI figures out that you're horny. Oh my god, that's the scariest thought I've just ever had. I saw Ex Machina and I never really thought about it in those terms, but yeah. Man. When the AI figures out that we're horny, it's gonna be bad news. It's gonna be real bad news. We've basically like lost a significant chunk of the human race at that point. If like AI knows exactly the data to feed to you to That'll be like a big ice floe breaking off and drifting out to sea. It's like, well, they're addicted to porn now. The AI made the porn too good. And there they are. Porn junkies. We're all cracked out on cyber porn. So, man, speaking of like borderline satire, I'm pretty sure that achievement was called Shock and Awe. Much in the context of American military at the time. Pretty good name for it, given that you're a space marine here. Just grinding through orcs. And yeah, this is all to protect a bigger weapon. That's the entire goal here. I'm not saving lives. God, no. This is an asset to the Emperor. So I have a question, a little mathematical question. The whole deal with orcs, right, is that if enough of them get together and believe something, that it creates this communal psychic effect, sort of realizing that belief. Does that effect also diminish if enough of them die? So let's say that there's like a spaceship and it's flying because the orcs believe it can. If somebody gets on board and like kills half the crew, and the psychic belief fades out, does the ship just sort of stop? Huh, okay, that is how that works. Alright. Then at some point, I'll have killed enough orcs to make the rest of them weaker? It's like Santa Claus 2. Ah! Of course. Santa Claus 2. I don't remember 2. I just remember 3 had Martin Short, who was, as usual, a delight. Which, by the way, if you guys want to watch some delightful television, watch Only Murders in the Building. It's got the Martins. Steve Martin, Martin Short. And Olivia Rodrigo. So, 2 of the Martins. Where yeah, your standard Santa Claus 2 philosophical foundation. You read the collected works of Plato. Check out a little Aristotle. Watch Santa Claus 2. You can usually get it in about an evening. Sometimes people like to rewatch parts of Santa Claus 2, so it can take a little longer. Oh, is it Selena Gomez? Oh crap, I got it wrong. My bad. I think you're right, it is Selena Gomez.
Time to die, humans! Kill them,
Cool! Or got chunked in half. I don't think I've seen that before. Thought you were joking? Nah. I'm just bad with names. Straight up bad with names. But I also don't try very hard, so... I don't know, how hard should you try to remember people's names? Do you have to like make flashcards? Is that too much? At what point can you just write it off and be like, okay, your brain is actually really bad at this? That was great! I was transfixed by that scream. I get away with this. I just acknowledge it's a weakness of mine. Yeah, it's a weakness of mine too. Ugh. Yeah, you can't do that.
Never forgive.
Okay. I was worried about when this would become a problem. That I can't... There's nothing I have that really forces hits done. It's gonna make some of these encounters a little bizarre. Might make them a little Dark Souls-y. Might be like hit dodge kind of deal. What gets really fun is when orcs fall into the warp. The warp is the realm of psychic energy, so their abilities are magnified directly into matter. There are humorous stories of orc ships passing into the warp, and the demons expecting to feast on them, only to be driven back in demonic terror, as a dude in red armor super sprints into them and begins laying waste to them with an explosive automatic machine gun that was previously empty, but it's painted yellow. So they just get to live out their, like, never-ending war-conquering fantasies, unrestrained by any logistics in the warp. Why are they here, man? Go there! I guess that's not... Oh, shoot. I don't know why I did that. Maybe I can earn it back before the boss spawns. But I guess that's unlikely. Until they inevitably die. Oh yeah, I guess there's that. That does seem to be the end of a lot of stories in Warhammer. Yeah, the endless... It's like an endless war. Oh. I haven't used the plasma pistol for anything. Now doesn't seem the time. Experiment. Doesn't... Okay, that's weird. Seems like a little chunk behind. I do love that casual toss for a grenade, though. That's delightful. Oh, are you stuck, my guy? For the Emperor.
They're gonna die, Space Marine!
Ooh, that's cool. It's like a fun level of gore. I realize with tech now, they could go to weird places with it. I still feel like Doom Eternal is like, it's the right sweet spot for comedy levels of gore. Just, it stays fully on this side of the, that's the actually gross line. But man. What? That was weird. Hey!
I was right. For days I tracked that signal coming from beyond the sun. I didn't tell Transmechanic First Class Alaric because I didn't want to be ridiculed. And today, I heard voices. The signals at an Orc fleet heading straight for Grya. That's when I told Alaric. You should have seen the shock on his face. If he'd believed me a week ago, you would have had that much more warning. He was wrong. I was right. Finally.
Clayton, I apologize. I was all ginned up to ramble about Metal Gear Solid. But thank you very much for gifting 10 subs. Damn, I appreciate that. Oh, I forgot that I had the scoped rifle out. Okay, the Emperor guided my hand.
Kill them,
Dubnius, thanks for the cheer. And Joyzy Toad, thanks for the resub. I think it would look cooler if your character wore their helmet. I'm kind of surprised there aren't sequences where Titus is at least wearing a helmet. Like, puts it on, takes it off.
Starties recognized.
Meltagun.
Ultramarines chapter. Access granted.
The Vulcan assault pattern Meltagun fires a scorching plume of molecularly agitated heat at close range. Power comes at the expense of low ammunition stores and a long recharge between shots. Close range?
The tech priest.
Oh, it's a... okay. Alright.
It's a fight now.
An Asher. Got it. Yes? Is that weird stroking? Stroke Cohen? Let's give it a... Oh, it pierces. Got it. That's why it's good. It does just erase enemies in a line. Meltaguns are anti-armor. Okay, good to know. Malibu Lizard, yeah. I mean, orcs love fighting. I don't know that orcs love dying, really. Orcs probably love winning more than they love dying. But it is certainly an orc's natural state to fight. It's either that or mucking about. They don't really care about it. Yeah, it's just what happens. There's no like, there's no culture around fighting, right? Like there's no honor or anything. It's just fighting. Fighting rules. Fighting other orcs is cool, I guess. But maybe, just maybe, if we go somewhere else, we could fight somewhere else.
Space Marines! Run, boys!
Where are you guys going? Where are you guys going? Aww. Orcs can actually be pretty cowardly. If a scrap goes wrong, they don't have a problem liking it. Okay, so yeah. It's just killing and fighting. Running sometimes. Yeah, those guys just ran. Good point. Good point. They don't run out of self-preservation, it seems. Maybe a little bit. It's fine. They just... They're good chainsaw sword fodder. I wonder if they feel like a... I mean, they're a fungus, but they look really muscular. I bet they feel like a Stretch Armstrong. Like, kind of squishy, a little resistive.
Adeptus Astartes recognized. Access authorized.
Okay, cool. Does it just make it last longer? Yeah, it does. Okay. Where'd the seal go? Maybe it's on the... Okay, yeah, it's on the front. That's fun. What a tiny tiny detail. I don't know that I noticed that. And more plant feeling like? With like leaves? Or like a tree? Wood? Like a Goomba. Goombas are pretty bouncy. But Mario is also an excellent jumper.
It's gonna be your grave.
Just to consider. Whoa! Alright, okay. Where's that coming from? Ugh. Good throw, good throw. What the? What? There's something on the ground. Oh, there's like a little barrier there.
Kill this place!
Okay. Let's see here. Some 40k quote from an Imperium Lord of Terra. The orcs plague... The orcs plague the galaxy from end to end with their ceaseless warring and strife. They are a race rooted so deeply in war that peace is utterly incomprehensible to them. They cannot be bargained with or bought, save with weapons that they will inevitably turn against those who tried to bribe them. I pray with all my faith that some great catastrophe will annihilate them, but I fear that ultimately it is they, not we, who shall rule the universe. I'm guessing is where that ends. Just joined the stream, was immediately deafened by bolter fire. Is it too loud? I do like the games to be a little loud and punchy. But I can take the edge off if it's too much. Never, it is the song of the Emperor. Okay.
Any idea of
Twitch reset your audio? I'm sorry to hear that. That's frustrating.
The air smells a bit cleaner.
I do master my streams quite a bit louder than I think a lot of streamers.
The Inquisitor before the orcs do.
I like things to be nice and present. Truth, I actually do a little bit of compressing on my own, but hey, if that helps, it might actually make it quieter for you. An orc who loses a fight literally gets weaker and smaller. Is it because they believe themselves to be weaker and smaller, having lost? Less Steezy, thanks for the prime. He's like playing a MOBA, and you lose and your opponent gets bigger, and then you have to keep fighting. Orcs have built-in snowball mechanics. Actually, somebody else was talking about orc snowballs. Is that what that is? Like a war chief breaks out and just keeps beating up everybody? Like, is this what Highlander was based on? It's based on orcs lore. Of course it was. It makes so much sense now. Ah! I have it turned on automatically in all streams at this point. It tends to mix the game and desktop higher than the streamer. Oh, really? I would think it would mix them to equal loudness. Equal loudness. I haven't used it much, I guess. It's nice for some, like... There's some people whose, like, their mics are super quiet. That can help just so I don't crank my speakers all the way up and... A lot of dudes. It's these fields of like ranged guys that just whittle the health down. I got very lucky. My Space Marine bros were covering me back there. Oh, no. Ah, why did I do that? I just ran right in there. Limit how big an orc can get. You can get like 30 feet tall. Yeah, but can they get like skyscraper size? Can they be like Malibu Lizard, kaiju size? Like a spaceship that is an orc. It just jumps. It gets so huge that he just jumps off of a planet, flies to another one. I think I just found the subject of my first official Warhammer 40k novel. The Orc Who Jumped, a Warhammer 40k novel. It'll just be a picture of me on the back, like, in the middle of eating a hot dog. Warren Sonntag is a famed author and streamer. Got like mustard running down my shirt. It's gonna be sweet. I want to get into paperback publishing in 2021. The Beatles song. I think it's right.
More of them.
I gotta watch out for these rocket guys. For the check marks to take them out. Ow. Stay on this side of the arena. Hey, what the heck? Oh! Wait, I'm supposed to go up there. Pretty wish I had that scoped bolter. Maybe I can. Maybe it doesn't go in this only this slot. Maybe it's like Gears. You can just whatever. Oh, there's a mortar guy. All right. Problem is, once they are that large, they are so strong that they're either killed or the galaxy is overrun. I guess, have there been multiple galaxy overrunnings? I have to remember that, like, every horrible galactic event has occurred so many times that it's, like, sort of blasé. Oh, no, but very close. Gazgul was close? Oh, okay. Almost got it, Gazgul. Do orcs live forever if they're not killed? Oh, they usually infight? That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. What's your favorite podcast? Huh. I don't know that I've listened to enough podcasts for this to count for much. But I always liked Yeah Dude. I haven't listened to it in, like, man, 5 years. So I'm behind the times, but... in terms of just like kind of improv comedy talk show, radio show, podcast kind of thing. Fun personalities.
Demoralize the militia.
Cruel, but effective.
This was no strategy of war. For orcs, this was sport.
Miss doing drunk streams on Funhouse. Sure. I mean, I still do them occasionally. Round up the crew, but trying to be a little more health conscious these days. Oh, a little lore.
There's no room for them in the South Ward. Put them on the second level.
It's completely full. That's where I've been moving the dying.
That's it then. Bar the doors.
You're closing the Inferno.
We are being overrun. We must focus on the wounded already under our care. This is the only way. Take the servitors to keep the crowds back.
I think orcs were made by the first spacefaring hyper race to fight another evil race. Oh. Like a experiment that got out of hand? What's up, Wonder Kid? Serious question, how are you? Oh, well, then I'll answer it very seriously. I'm not even here.
Millions more of them.
Our plan is unchanged. Get the Inquisitor and the power source off-world.
Titus, take over the Manufactorum. We will have a damnable time getting them out.
Clip to my desk with my my armrests.
If we had
a mighty bonk.
But by then the orcs would have worked out.
I'm doing good.
The Titans.
I mean, I'm sitting here, hanging with fun people, playing Space Marine. What's there to not like? It's like kind of drizzly outside.
Space Marine recognized. Granting access.
Okay. I microwaved some leftovers a little while ago and they were delicious. Melted some cheese on top. Came out great. Sipping on some nice coffee I just made. Yeah, hard to find a problem. Got some projects in my future that I'm looking forward to, even if that is just sort of scaling up inside game stuff. There's a lot of opportunity there to build something cool. So yeah, I'm doing A+. How about you? How are you doing? This is now a Warhammer lore channel. Well, we're learning all about the laser cannon. The Astartes, is it Astartes? Astartes? Astartes sounds pretty cool. Yeah, Ruby, it's not really raining. There were drizzles. I saw wet streaks on my window. I think it's supposed to rain tomorrow. Astartes? Okay. That would be a good vanity plate. Astartes? No, Astartes. Oh yeah, I was checking the weather. 100% chance of precipitation tonight. Well, golly. Oh, it's supposed to taper off by... Wait. Oh, that's... Okay, so tomorrow morning is supposed to rain, I guess. Cool. I know what wet streaks look like? Yeah, it looks like precipitation. Astartes man-portable laser cannon fires a charged energy blast along a powerful laser. It can cut through almost any armor at extreme range. Features a powerful optical scope with variable magnification. That sounds like... Okay, nope. There we go. Oh, damn, okay. Look at those ancient controller buttons. With its absurd round appearance and gaudy color. Hey, Vipers. Yeah. I'm real hyper Space Marine 2 as well.
Orc rocket launchers on the high ground.
Saw that. Oh. Oh! I like that it has a little... I like the little kill indicator. Oh, golly. Okay. I gotta get behind some cover, I think. THQ Nordic doing the second game since THQ is gone. I'm not sure who's publishing it.
Granting access.
Yeah, I guess THQ... It makes a lot of sense if it was Nordic, because they picked up a ton of properties in, like, various publisher fire sales. Oh, it's Focus Entertainment. Okay. Yeah, I guess 40... or Games Workshop retained all the rights to Space Marine as a games franchise. Because Sega published the first one and Relic developed, so both publisher and developer are completely different. What a bizarre situation. So, headshotting the grenade guys is one-shot kill. You can body shoot most of the other guys.
Evacuation Center Theta is no longer safe refuge. Remain calm.
The Xenos haven't left a single structure undamaged.
Or unblooded.
Ooh, Busca back with another fun 40k fact. You're a normal dude in the Imperium, your life fucking sucks. To make it suck a little less, you join the Imperial Guard. In the Imperial Guard, you're giving a laser gun. A laser gun is a laser pointer that barely kills humans, but if you and 5,000 of your buddies get to point them at aliens in order to buy extra seconds for Marines and armor divisions to get into position while you actually get torn asunder. Is it logistics? Like, why not give everyone a working pistol? Can they just not make guns that at that scale that can actually kill stuff? Yeah. Mining Apple. That's kind of what I was hoping, that the new game will focus on Tyranids like this one focuses on orcs. Laser guns aren't that weak. Oh, okay, but still, like, probably wouldn't do much to an orc.
Worker absence is
Oh, laser guns do work? Ah.
Transgressors face severe remedial training.
Laser guns are actually pretty strong, just not against what they have to fight usually. Yeah, that makes sense. If like some 60-foot shield-powered terror stomps into your base, yeah, it's unlikely that like a microwave is going to do a whole lot against it. Dubnius, thank you for the cheer. Can't afford to manufacture anti-Xeno weapons at that scale, so they use a battle tactic called the Wall of Guns. It is cute how the answer, how like scale has infused everything about this universe. You know what other game considered the problems of scale and logistics as the world gets more technologically advanced? You know what game that is? Death Stranding, by one Hideo Kojima, famed Japanese software developer, game director, video editor, and I guess emo music liker. Yes, the very same. The very same. Yeah, maybe not so much an emo music enthusiast as an emo music enthusiast. Maybe more like that. God, we love him though. So let's see. Okay, so that does take that slot. I can't put that anywhere else. I do like that gun quite a bit. But power axe for power axe. I think the Melta. Stop her bolter. Okay, so the bottom slot is either the bolter or the Melta. Okay. Another fact is that there were whole planets in the Imperium whose purpose is to provide manpower for the Imperial Guard. Many of them, right? Yeah, I was kind of asking about the how human being reproduction could keep up with Tyranid or Orc. And as usual, the answer is scale. What if we just tacked another 4 zeros onto the end of the number you're thinking about? And that's how many planets. Screen shake. Now this is a real Gears hallway. Shit. Woo! That was a risky bet. Ooh-wee. The Death Corps of Krieg use clones, but on the hush-hush because that's technically not allowed. Really? The Emperor doesn't like clones? Sci-fi universe where the Emperor doesn't like clones? Well, I never. Oh, Jesus. It's pretty breathtaking what those shots lined up can do. This whole universe sounds like it sucks. Isn't there a race that just lives normal lives? No. Everything in this universe is metal as fuck. That's kind of the point. I think there are like people who, correct me if I'm wrong, 40k historians, but there are people who like basically live in nightmarish bureaucracy, right? Like you can work in layers of logistics planning that are just like so deep and forgotten and like giant multi-planetary companies that you can just like move paperwork around all day and no one will know you're alive and nothing you do will ever matter, kind of thing. As far as societies and fantasy universes go, nobody has it better than the hobbits. Yeah, they just snack all the time and party and gossip. Like, that's the worst that hobbits do. Gossip and borrow each other's tools and don't give them back. Fucking Sackville Bagginses talking shit. I mean, it was meant to be a parody of British culture, right? Like, everybody was just like, kind of had a peaceful existence, didn't aspire to anything more, didn't want to rock any boats, didn't want to explore anything. Just liked, enjoyed snacks and pints at the pub. I can't remember where I read that like the depiction of hobbits was J.R.R. Tolkien's satirization of British culture, and that's why like the big exceptions are the ones who want to go out and like have journeys and adventures and stuff, or even capable of doing that. Small-minded British culture, yeah. Dubnius, thanks for gifting a sub. Chongo Feo, thank you for resubbing. Yeah, there's a large amount of heresy, but I'm doing my part.
The machine god will watch over you.
Sign me up for that life? Yeah, it doesn't sound that bad, does it? 111st birthdays? Vengeance launcher. Oh, that's just a, yeah, it's just a grenade launcher. That's right. I do like this quite a bit better. Like, this is a better version of the bolter, and the laser cannon is a better, well, sorry, wait. Other way. Laser cannon is a better version of the bolter, and this is a better version of the grenade launcher when it comes to, like, their various abilities.
Workers of class 9
Get blazed and eat 5 meals. Perfection. Smoke the finest pipe weed. What was the name of it? It was like Old Jeffrey's Blend or something like that. Has this game stood the test of time so far? I think if it came out now, people would complain that it's too simple. But I'm having a good time. I still remember being pretty transfixed by the story by the end of it. And there really haven't been a whole lot of story beats so far. Maybe like in the third act there are actually some twists that kind of... I remember being hooked and being like, I didn't expect that. But maybe those movements were a lot more subtle than my fond memory of them would imply. But the gameplay design is really solid. That has still held up. I think it combines melee and third-person shooting in a really natural way. I think the enemy design it's got, it's not like Doom levels of you know, chess refinement, but it's good enough. There's like basic melee. There's some like, you know, they fill out all the things to sort of make it so there's no one or two solutions that work for every encounter. Now, I will say I am playing on hard, and it's not that hard. I think this did kind of come out in the 2010s when a lot of games were skewing extremely easy. So, if you want like a nail-biting Sekiro experience, this is not going to provide that. But it's a fun ride, for sure. And yeah, kind of like I was remarking earlier, these games are just in short supply. Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice, kind of in league with this, kind of in line. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, somebody brought up. I mean, Rising Revengeance is that's special. That's special. That's its own thing. But it's a power fantasy, not actually a difficult game. That's a really good way to describe it, yeah. And I don't know that necessarily anyone who comes to be a space marine, like once the fantasy promised by the cover, would necessarily wanna have their soul pushed in by a bunch of mucking orcs. This game is such a perfect power fantasy. Sometimes the relative easiness is the point. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I think on hard it gives you the right nudges at the right time. Ooh.
To Lord Sharp, the power source succeeded in fueling the entire Titan Manufactorum. A remarkable feat. But I have not forgotten my true purpose on Graia, my lord. I have dedicated my life to defeating the alien horde. Now I will use the power source in a weapon that exploits the very weaknesses of our alien foe.
That's also something to keep in mind regarding the narrative, is that since I'm playing off of my original save file, all of the audio logs I picked up before aren't spawning in the game world, so not really hearing those. And
report.
What does it? Wait, hold on. Oh wow. So yeah, I don't know if I don't know how much of a narrative gets conveyed through those.
Of a mass grave.
Random passing thought, but what are the odds that we can get a Singularity stream one day? I feel like it's a forgotten Ravensoft game.
Monument.
I mean, unfortunately, most Raven Software games are forgotten Ravensoft games, but Singularity would be cool. Yeah, I remember that game being real fun. A real smooth ride. And bizarre that it didn't hit, given that it hit all the same buttons that BioShock did. Because people wanted Art Deco and didn't want like Cold War Soviet. Ravensoft's in the COD mines now. Well, they made the they make the Cold War campaign? I think they made the Cold War campaign. And they were allowed to sort of put their name more on that. And the Cold War campaign had some neat ideas. I watched Steph play part of it. I haven't played it myself yet. I could be wrong about all of this, by the way. Their Wolfenstein game was pretty fun. That was Return to Castle Wolfenstein. That was pretty fun. I remember, even in like 2000s standards, getting like that game got a little over long. I remember just going through a lot of stone castles and clicking a lot of Nazi heads, and it was hard, like kind of broken hard at some point. I remember sweating in that game a little bit. It got tough. You had to really nail headshots on a lot of Nazis, or they just chip you away. What the heck is that? What is that? What are you? Oh, that's the Psyker. Okay. Gotta disagree that Wolfenstein game they made was ass. Oh wait, no, is this the 2009 one? Yeah, Return was someone else. That was Human Head, wasn't it?
Inquisitor
No.
Logan. We need to get
Splash damage?
before we're overrun by orcs.
You were exposed to the unshielded power source. In the generator room, I saw it. You held raw energy from the warp. How are you still alive?
The power source conducts warp energies.
The stuff of chaos. Heresy.
My work against the Xenos has the Imperium's blessing.
Can your blessed work help us against the orcs?
My research is of the utmost secrecy. The Imperium forbids its use without sanction.
Consider that your Imperial sanction.
Very well. The power source fuels an experimental weapon at my research facility. The Psychic Scourge. It could destroy the orcs.
You didn't think to bring up this Scourge weapon before?
The Psychic Scourge has never been test-fired, Sergeant. If it malfunctions, it could crack this planet in half.
We're out of options. We fire the weapon and take our chances.
Cool.
Scourge is at the Calcis facility, my research laboratories. It is a fair distance. We will need transportation.
Yeah, the faces look good for 2011. Hand animated.
The Imperial Guard rally point.
They will have Valkyries. We can fly to the research facility. Let's find this Imperial Guard outpost.
Gives the game a really good look. Yeah, great voice acting. Somebody said it was Mark Strong. That's all I can hear now. I don't know if it actually is. I'm gonna look it up. No. It is? Okay, alright. Solid casting too. I hope they get him for Space Marine 2. Hey, what's up, Nibarius? HD. Oh, Meek Shonos, thanks for the Prime. I'm bro. I call you bro, but that may not be appropriate. I am so sorry to hear about. I don't know if there's anything I can do, but let me know if there's anything I can do. I don't know if there's been any updates on your tale of woe. Oh, Titus voice sector was replaced? Okay, well.
If you are injured, return to your quarters. The machine god will watch over you.
What you gonna do? I mean, I'm confident. There's just so much good talent out there. So much good talent that I have faith. I have faith they can find someone that will just blow this job up. Or blow this character up. Do you listen to Bolt Thrower? Wait, is that actually the name of a band? Oh, they have his new actor? Okay, wow. I didn't know all this information was already known. When I googled, I did see an interview. So that'll be fun to read, catch up on a little bit. Yeah, it apparently takes place 200 years later. Yeah, people talked about the bolts in the head. He's got 2 in this game, and the gold ones mean 100 years of service. But in the trailer, he had 4. So it's a fair stretch after the events of Space Marine. Which, you know, if we get that far, the mere existence of that kind of answers some information about, or provides some information about what happened after this game. I'm gonna take out all the ranged first.
Alive.
Oh, refund is the best possible outcome? I don't know if anything can be done. I'm hoping that Walmart will refund it. I've got to wait 48 hours. Well,
the wound is slowing us down.
I can manage.
I haven't been able to get one on my own. I have to disclose Stephanie was able to get one, so I have access to one, so it feels like hollow, but I have tried. I feel your pain.
The Orc chieftain wanted the power source.
To be so close.
His Orcs see I possess it, not you. They will follow me. Move out.
Perhaps we need a Christmas miracle.
Which route to the rally point, guardsman?
Bastion Primus is that way, my lord. But it's all Orc-held territory.
Also, on the subject of absurdity and bolts on the head. Actually, wait, if I'm in Chapter 8, I'm only like halfway through. Yeah, about halfway through the game. Maybe. Surely there's been like a super badass Marine whose forehead is just like covered in bolts, right? Like have run out of space. The total like polka dot head. Boost guy's another 40k fact. Refueling the warp engines on human ships is a top secret holy matter. The system that is 10 The system is that 10 pallbearers in the most powerful anti-radiation suits carry a glowing casket of something into the warp engine core. The ritual involves the tech priests praying to the Emperor for strength as the energy begins to molecularly dissolve them as they carry it to the core, or into the core. Usually the bulk of them don't make it to the doorway as they're painfully reduced to less than molecules. Cool. Cool. They usually die or get put in a dreadnought. Oh, okay. A lot of the really old ones get put in dreadnoughts. Okay, so you don't have a head anymore. Your reward is turning into a battleship. That'd be fun, I guess. Probably beats like being a living, walking human in the realm of 40k.
Do not bring personal possessions.
Like my boy Bjorn, yeah. The bearers just melt/dissipate, but they keep walking. Oh, that's awesome. Also, hey Lynn. Good to see you. There were some people putting respect on Raven earlier. Talking about, like... Ooh, oh, what the heck? That's a hammer.
Not enough.
Oops. It was a whole tutorial message I just completely smashed past. Thunder hammers are awesome. This is a known thing, I take it. What's supposed to go that way? Working on some Space Wolves during my late night call. Done now, but wanted more 40k goodness. Nice. Yeah, this game is just such a delight. $40K, or I guess Warhammer in general, just seemed like such a slam dunk as a property for, or a universe for video games. What? Ow! No, don't stop me.
You're gonna die, Space Marine!
Haven't been thrown before. ARP didn't know, actually. I finished this game when it came out, but I haven't played it since.
Whatever you're doing, Captain, keep at it. The Greenskins are swarming your way, leaving our path open.
It was an MMO-like shooter in dev for a few years using the bones of this. Eternal Crusade, I think it was called. Huh. Took this multiplayer and ported it to larger. Ah, yeah, this multiplayer had some neat ideas going on. Oh, didn't work. Can I land on those pipes? Oops. Being in a Dreadnought is actually horrific. Oh, of course it is. There's a marked disconnect between the body and the Dreadnought, which causes distress. And usually they have to be put into cryostasis and only deployed as needed because their PTSD is overwhelming to the point of madness. Cool. Damn, man. It's like the worst layout. There's near explosive barrels. Yeah, X is actually horrific, applies to nearly everything. Now, of course, it wasn't much of a surprise when that turned out to be the case. Oy. What is that bleepity bleep? Maybe I can break the shields with this hammer? What you're trying to tell me? What? Aww.
As currency. Spend it well.
I guess the Mage Orc did like an AoE or something?
Keep at it. The Greenskins are swarming your way, leaving our path open.
I'm gonna lie, feeling bad for the orcs. Why? They're doing exactly what they want to do right now. They're living their best lives. Ugh, gosh.
Better to die for the Emperor than live for yourself.
I can't tell if I'm hurting it or not.
Whatever you're doing,
keep picking at it.
Keep at it. The Greenskins are swarming your way.
Like this is one of the first times where it's felt a little ambiguous. I mean, they keep putting an indicator around it, and the only interaction I can do, it's not like I can invite him over for tea.
Success is measured in blood, yours or your enemies.
This encounter is a little weird.
Whatever you're doing, Captain, keep at it. The
Use the bolter.
Greenskin are swarming your way, leaving our path open.
It won't let me put down the hammer. I almost would rather put the hammer down. Okay. Oh, they're like summoned? Okay, yeah. It does slight damage when it teleports away. Holy Bones, thanks for the sub.
Space Marines, kill him!
Oh, see you, Lynn. Thanks for dropping by. Good, it's a good time to kill orcs. Always a good time to kill them. Okay, yeah. Okay. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one, my dude. I don't think that wears off, though, really. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, all the other ones are dying. What the heck? What's that all about? 40k, tell me. Why did all the orcs that got summoned by the magician pop? Or the orc wizard?
Space Marines to kill!
Psychic backlash. Ooh! I knew there'd be a fun phrase. Orc psychics are weird. I bet being an orc psychic is horrific. You hear the constant wails of every dead orc every second of your life. There's a lot of clipping on the sync kills. That's true. But it's all like visual. If there's any credit to be had there, it's that. You don't clip out of bounds or like fall through the floor very much. But yeah, visually, yeah, the models get a little off center sometimes. Oh.
Encrypt recording. Authorization Drogon, Inquisitor Ordo Xenos. I have arrived on Graya to begin my research. This work could change the course of history. I would be a fool to leave no record. The Imperium must not forget the good I have done. But, see my death, here I will speak the truth that could damn me.
There's a weird mixing on the audio. Ooh.
What took you so long?
I saw them.
The orcs are in the loading bays. Help me drag this over.
Why aren't you blocking the door? This room isn't safe enough. We have to go, Caleb.
Workers, evacuate. Xenos detected. Your safety is not guaranteed.
What the? Whoa!
Never forgive.
I guess they were just meleeing me in the back, huh? I love that Inquisitors can do heretical things and only get excommunicated by rival Inquisitors. Yeah, I guess. There's nobody watching those Watchmen. Orcs are the only ones having fun in 40k. Nothing like a good crumpin'. I guess you're right, yeah. They're the only ones exactly where they need to be. Kill him faster, please. Thank you. God. Low ceiling. Slowly run after you. Dang it. Yeesh. Oh, there was a dude there.
We owe you our lives.
I am an instrument of the Emperor's will, Trooper. Now indicate to me the nearest concentration of orcs.
Aye, my lord. Master's Plaza is just past this hab complex. It is swarming with the beasts.
Not for long.
Cool. I'm gonna murder orcs with my giant hammer. Weird that that is not more common in games. It does seem to be like what video games were invented for. Getting giant hammers and murdering orcs with them. Yeah. Yeah. You want a good guy in 40k, the orcs have a strong argument. They act on base instinct, whereas the other races, excluding Tyranids, plot and scheme. Yeah, I guess they're not pretentious either. They never invent, like, vaulted reasons to go fight. They just, like, fight. In a world of, like, deceit.
You're within sight of the Imperial Guard bastion.
In a world where people can be deceitful sometimes, that clarity and simplicity is refreshing. Orcs trick and lie? Oh, they do? Never mind. How dare you, orcs? I thought deceit was... You were incapable of deceit. But everyone lies. We got another wizard. There he goes. Oh, crap! Oh, wait, that's a door. Not the orc wizard. Where are you, orc wizard? Oh, orcs are big on being cunning. Okay. Alright, I don't know where Orc Wizard is, unfortunately. Oh, Signified River, thank you for the resub. So glad you're playing Space Marine because I'm a huge Warhammer 40k fan. A question on scale from 1 to be completely new to 10, having in-depth knowledge of the Horus Heresy. How well do you know 40k? Like 2? Not well at all. Just little bits and pieces that I've heard from people, and then whatever is sort of communicated through the few video games I've played. Well, there you are. There's our guy. Oh my god, activate! Oh, it's not! Oh crap, I don't have meter. I thought it was full. Okay. Ooh! I get shields.
Fuck. Never forget. Never forgive.
Damn. How aggravating. Is it? Okay, the little fist is there when you can activate it. I'm willing to go back to the jank 40k like Fire Warrior. I mean, if there's not a compelling reason to, then no. I played this when it came out and remembered having a delightful time, so I wanted to revisit it now that the impossible has happened and there's a sequel announced. Ha!
Is the Emperor's currency. Spend it well.
Okay.
Captain, we are within sight of the Imperial Guard bastion.
Taking out these wizard boys. Interesting challenge. What? Stuck on. Oh, of course. Maybe you just have to. Oh, there you are. Wait, no? Over there? There you are. Kind of see them all running in a line. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Kind of has the same energy of Archvile. There you are. Oh man! For some reason, that charging tackle just really doesn't want to snap. Doesn't want to grab an enemy. God damn it. I don't know where he is. Like, in other situations, it would put the green bracket around him. So you'd at least be able to find him. Now it's not giving me that indicator. Maybe he's just not on the field. Maybe I gotta kill some people. God! Lifting an animation takes so long sometimes. God damn it! I can't even find it! Oh, I can't find the dude! And they just shoot at me nonstop.
Captain, we are within sight of the Imperial Guard bastion.
There's gotta be some platform he just goes to and sits there. I don't know how I don't know what's going on.
Only in death.
Captain, we are within sight of the Imperial Guard bastion.
To the attack!
It is a fun reward, though, seeing them explode one at a time. That's a nice little victory lap. Dubnius, thanks for the cheer. Can you clear room first, or they just keep spawning? They just keep spawning. Little wizard guy keeps summoning orcs, and he does it pretty fast, too. So, like, if you kill, like, one of the major orcs, or one of the rocket guys, or the mortar guys, you have, like, maybe 10 seconds? Ah, another 40k fact. You're important enough to have a weapon that fires ammunition, like a bolter. It's likely that the entire surface of the bullet is hand-engraved with litanies of prayers. These prayers are unique to each bullet, and they ask for blessings of death and dismemberment from the Emperor. These prayers appear to positively affect armor penetration and kill potential. The Emperor. The Emperor brings all things, including armor penetration and kill potential.
Out of fuel.
Alright. Still hammer? Still got the hammer, though. Alright. That's okay.
This is Primus Command. Orcs inside the perimeter. Move to secondary defense positions and hold the line.
Bolters don't fire bullets, but miniature rockets.
Sedonis briefed me about the Inquisitor and his doomsday weapon. He said you require air transport to the Calcis facility.
Your Valkyries are the fastest way to reach it, and we have no time to spare.
Your men are already on board their Valkyrie, and the squadron's ready for liftoff. We'll get you to Calcis with all speed. It's time the Imperial Guard brought the fight to the Orcs.
Yay! Now we get to blow things up. Now we get to blow things up.
Pilots, this is Lieutenant Mira aboard Valkyrie 1. Look sharp, Orc flyers inbound.
Captain Titus, I need a gunner to man the heavy bolter.
Oh, we got a... Oh, baby. Mouse-enabled rail shooting sequence. This is truly King Gaming. I have to... So, I've long been snide about the role of analog sticks in shooters. I think they're not a great match, and they've been used for that pretty extensively for a while. However, I think I've seen the light because Quake 1 is surprisingly and astoundingly playable on controller. I've been dicking around playing the Game Pass version of it and having a grand old time. What I realized and this is something that, like, it's been told to me and explained to me in various different ways, largely with people describing how they aim in Halo, is that what you lose in precision, you gain by having analog movement. So that becomes your precision hone. And it never occurred to me until, like, playing Quake, a game where you're running at max speed all the time, that using WAS to move actually did cost you another avenue of precision. So, like, when you could just barely nudge yourself left and right and get that really fine tune in addition to the big movement aim from the stick, then it does kind of add together. Yeah, or auto aim. Or that. Yeah. Auto aim and, like, forced randomization of bullets. These are the things that Halo brought to the shooter scene. Guns with just ridiculous levels of spread so that you couldn't even tell if you were hitting something or not. Am I supposed to shoot it? Mix crazy spread with generous auto aim, and then the fuzz of the controller becomes less noticeable. That was like the Halo Combat Evolved secret sauce. But what it's made me think about is it is possible to combine the absolute precision of the mouse. I shouldn't talk over. God, that sequence is badass. I think that made the trailer so sick. Yeah, Bill, you see where I'm going with this.
Lieutenant.
It is possible to combine the absolute one-to-one precision aim of a mouse with the analog subtlety of analog stick movement. Mechanically, it is kind of the best combo. The only thing you don't have at that point is analog triggers. So we gotta get those in there somewhere. Tim Geddes uses a mouse and a PS Media remote to play Halo. What is the media remote, like an analog stick? I'm wondering if Halo has the, like, input swapping, because yeah, using the analog stick, using the Azeron Cyberclaw would go pretty well with that. Made me think about it with Doom too. Although Doom Eternal is kind of less about using the big thing with analog movement is that you can really surgically use stage geometry as cover.
Coming, Lieutenant. Valkyrie 2 is...
you can like give yourself the exact pixels of clearance you need to shoot what you need to shoot. I have the bolter. Oh, the melta, that's what I wanted. Yeah, I already had it. But even still, maybe for lining up those perfect shots, having like analog movement in the air, that'd be pretty useful. Kill 40,000 orcs to get the Son of the Emperor achievement. That's a sweet baby grind. Rockets coming. Oh, hey. I'm not gonna live through this. Oh wow. was the last one. Eating orcs is technically vegan. Yeah. Probably can't be that delicious. Otherwise, I feel like they'd be domestic. Well, I guess you can't domesticate an orc.
Time to die.
Yeah, free range orc. Do orcs plant each other, or do they just automatically spread spores?
The Inquisitors.
And then like new orcs spring up from the ground.
Has escorted his craft to the outskirts of the Kalkis facility.
Very good.
They regrow? Oh, okay.
Must return to base.
That felt like a big E3 demo level right there.
Too many gunships.
Like really cool, like rail shooter into like cinematic transition into like vertical slice of gameplay. And then it ends, transitions to a completely different area.
What are you waiting for then? Further delay is intolerable.
Chainsword for chainsword.
Yes. Come. We've no time to waste.
Let's see here. An admech. Oh wait, Magos made servitors out of orcs and skinned them in human. Cool. Oh, their blood are the spores. Ah, okay. They shed the spores. Gotcha. It would probably taste like frog because of green. Wouldn't they taste like lime? Maybe like frog and lime. Lime frog. That's not a bad flavor, really. A bit slimy. Yeah, this is one big E3 playthrough, exactly. I don't know, I feel like 3D action games just don't feel right on WASD. Oh, does eating orc put the spores in your body? Damn, now we're asking the real but uncomfortable questions. Oh my god. Getting shot by somebody. There, you. That was a spirited reload animation. Orcs are easily sustainable food source that comes directly to you when it's ready to eat. And what are the spores happening? Yeah. Imagine an army of hamburgers trying to conquer you. Wouldn't happen, would it?
Oh, yeah.
More of them. Dispatch them quickly. We must.
I thought there was lore there at one point. It was like a lore nook. Okay. Folding up these orcs and putting them away. Oh yeah. Sliced orc? Grilled up? I mean, they are meaty, right?
Inquisitor, can we get around the bulk of these orcs?
Yes, perhaps.
I'm sure that orc guts.
Facilities sluiceways should be accessible.
Lead the way.
Okay, good, great. Got my dream build here.
The enemies of man are here.
Dead. Punk rock devil, Doc? You've had too many vodkas today? But you're cheering because of it. Well, thank you for the cheer. Might be a good idea. Might be a good time to have some water. But I can say that because I'm dumb and sober. But you're feeling it. Maybe it's time to put on an Andrew WK album and just start kicking the air real hard. Or maybe you're in the eating nachos phase. Which I guess is really all the phases.
Space Marines! Smash those Space Marines!
It's just called having a heartbeat.
Smash those Space Marines! It's a fight now!
Hey. Oh man, God. That constant AoE is just like, it's so easy to ignore. But man, does it stack up. Yeah, you absolutely have to pick off those mortar guys.
Get around the bulk of
This is pretty far back.
Yes, perhaps.
How did I even pick this one up?
My research produces a minimal waste, so the facility's sluiceways should be accessible.
Lead the way. To victory! Show me again! Green scans.
Yeah, it's like when you move up to get one of the missile guys, they're like staggered, so there's always one kind of hitting you. Ever play tabletop Warhammer? No. I did some pen and paper, and then I've just played the 40k games, but that's it. I played Warhammer Online for a bit. Not quite the same, though. Are you? Okay. Let me shoot. What? I don't understand. Like when I'm using the laser cannon, and I activate Emperor's Will or whatever, sometimes it just doesn't let me fire. I don't get it. It's very bizarre.
Waste, so the facility's sluiceways should be
Sluiceways.
Lead the way.
Old Razzle Dazzle TV, thank you for the Prime. Cool to see you playing this. Saw the new game got announced at the Game Awards. Yeah. Why I'm getting back into it. I remember really, really liking this game, so taking another look at it. Had to do some cajoling to get the shoot! Shoot the gun! I don't understand, man. It lets me shoot then. I don't know. Weird. Overheated? Does it overheat? Okay, maybe it's overheated. But it was like the second shot, right?
Kill you for that.
Oh, were you able to get your package? No, sorry, I got wrapped up with too many other tasks today. Couldn't make it to the post office. Maybe I can get out there tomorrow. But, it got delivered, I take it? On Saturday, okay. Okay.
Smash those Space Marines!
Yeah, an odd amount of work tasks stacked up this morning. So, I wasn't able to squeeze it in. It's kind of what it amounts to is like, every morning I have like 4 hours to do non-stream work. What is...
Space Marines to kill!
Jeez, okay. Where are you going? Hey, hey. There we go. Yeah, Joe. People always turn out for the big man in big armor with big axe. Although apparently this game had a broader reach than I knew about. Kind of surprised at how many people have showed up being like, "Oh my gosh, this game was rad." I'm like, "Yeah, it was rad."
I may need your help to activate the psychic scourge.
How large is the weapon?
The firing mechanism is at my research lab, but the energy pulse itself travels along conduits from the lab to the orbital spot. There. We will proceed through that door.
A door. Had enough of this outdoors. Oh, another hammer? Power.
I need time to override.
Interesting. Okay. Definitely want those other two guns, though. Okay. So if you take the hammer, you basically lose 2 gun slots.
Space Marines to kill!
I remember it was the Xbox PS3 era. Yeah. And even for being in that era, it kind of wasn't in vogue of what people were super asking for at the time. There wasn't a lot of demand for like third-person, single-player, narrative, linear beat-em-up games. Everybody was busy prestiging in Medal of Honor. Call of Duty. Also, how'd they get Mark Strong? This Games Workshop put money behind it or something. Or Sega did? Yeah. I assume at some point it's just like, get a production budget, maybe your publisher clears more money for talent. Damn, man. Really wish I had the melter. I'm not playing very conservatively, though.
Proceed through that door.
How insanely profitable are those miniatures? And I guess they have to pay the artists that design them.
Need time to override.
Understood, Inquisitor.
Yeah, I guess the cost of material can't be that high.
It's a fight!
First exposure to 40K was getting the Rights of War game in a cereal box? Huh? What's the Rights of War? That sounds cool. Joe, you can't sleep. Have you know my stream puts many people to sleep. Rolling into him now. I just keep missing with that dash. Maybe I'm too far away. I'm gonna try to do it. So slippery.
Through here, Space Marine.
Womp womp.
I thought the Spire to be a ground-to-space transport.
It is. With a few
I've always wondered why the 40K subtitle. Because it's 40,000 years. Well, actually, now wait. It was always my assumption that it was because it was 40,000 years after Warhammer, but I don't think that's ever actually been borne out by official lore. I don't even think it's been officially like. Oh, it is the 41st millennium? Oh, okay. Never mind then. I guess maybe it's not that... Okay, yeah, Naveem, that's it. They're not officially the same universe. It's not necessarily that 40K is 40,000 years after Warhammer. It's just... It is the year 40,000. Okay. "40K and fantasy are not the same timeline, just share chaos gods." Oh, that's interesting. They haven't done any, like, cross-dimensional shit, like 40K leaking into Warhammer or vice versa. Well, it's simpler than I expected. Yeah. That's the fun thing about Warhammer. Either it's it's goofily obvious, or the full answer takes a couple of hours to explain, and somehow everyone involved is in pain, utter pain and torment the whole time. Those things sound way more intimidating than they look. Simplest explanation you found is that they're parallel universes. Works for me. Jesus Christ. I see Lore Skull. I was getting pretty sloppy at this point. I can't remember if I reviewed this game or if I just played through it.
We're all going to die out here! You are an Imperial Guardsman. Start acting like one.
But, Lieutenant!
We're not dead yet. So do your bloody job and defend the line before they...
What was your game of the year? I would have to look at a list to make sure that I'm not just like spacing on any game. I haven't played It Takes Two. There's some other games that I want to put more time into to fully understand them. But I think it might be Returnal. That's weird. One of those bodies kind of appeared. Mine's is Halo. See that? Oh, hey, hold on. Basically did a soft reboot of the fantasy world into Age of Sigmar to be more 40k because of its bigger popularity, but due to an increased demand for the old lore thanks to the Total War games and other things, they are bringing back the old game as a third title called The Old World. Jeez. Okay.
These pipes lead into the facility's sub-basements.
And here is our entrance.
Yeah, Joe. Bill. Mine was also Halo. Bill says Rage 2 was more fun than Halo Infinite. Come at me. Halo Infinite is good. I guess I need to play the campaign more before I really talk out my ass. But it feels like Halo Infinite's biggest success is that it made Halo relevant to right now again. Like it caught Halo back up. It didn't necessarily propel it into anything radically new, but it made it relevant today. Which is good. That's really good. And I feel really, really happy for like all the Halo fans that have been waiting for that. I think that's worthy of celebrating, but for me and just personally because I haven't super been waiting for Halo to be relevant again, I feel like that hit isn't quite there. For me, it is a pretty fun open world shooter with a neat grapple. But that's also like me with 3.5, 4 hours of campaign experience under my belt. So it is coming from not a lot of experience.
A few defenses.
What comprises a few, Inquisitor?
Servo turrets, mostly.
Set to eliminate orcs?
Set to eliminate anything with the misfortune to move within their range.
I think they've done a good job of restoring the tone of the lore. I never bought into the lore much, but I think I know what you mean. Because yeah, 5 felt like it had no sensibility. I felt like it was just the transformation of Halo into some kind of like summer action thing, sort of. I don't know. 5's campaign felt empty. It was Halo the next one. So I am excited to see more of the story. Mine is 14. Just finished Stormblood. Looking forward to Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Yeah, I mean, truth be told, I'd be playing Endwalker right now if the queue didn't get me. I made it to the end, got errored out. And I got back in line and the queue was just like long to the point that I wasn't going to be able to... excuse me.
No way to move.
Wasn't going to be able to like stream, basically, so...
I can do that from the central security room.
Then that is where we are headed.
Did an emergency change plans. And spent like an hour trying to get the Space Marine to run. But then it did.
Lockdown in effect.
Yeah, this game has aged really well. Is the 14Q that bad? It creates like a weird window. So here's kind of how the timing worked out. I'm on Pacific time, which already means I'm behind people in like North American region. I'm like the latest time zone. So when I got up, the queue was like 2,000 deep. I was like, okay, got in line, did some other work. And then right about the time that I was going to get ready to stream, the queue kind of popped. It took like 2.5 to 3 hours, I think. Except, since I was doing other work, Final Fantasy XIV was running in the background and I actually got an error at the end of the queue. If I had tried to log back in immediately, it might have been fine. Fuck! Dude, that stun is the worst. But since I was distracted doing other things, which is, you know, bound to happen. Then I tried to log in again, and the queue was at like 5,000. Fuck! Gotcha. So at that, it was already like 2 or 3. And if I had waited for that queue, it probably would have lasted until like 8 or 9. So it just wasn't going to happen. So I'm back to playing for a couple of hours late at night. Tomorrow, when I wake up, it's like the first thing I'm gonna do. Get in line and try to log in. I just realized I don't have any games from 2021 in my library, closest to the release of Mortal Shell on Good Old Games. Well, that is a really good game. But yeah, it's... I mean, there weren't a whole lot of blockbusters this year. That's typically how it goes. We're in the post new gen lull. But it seems like that phase is going to come to a conclusion next February. Oh yeah, Resident Evil 8. That was really, really good. Your child gonna be named Final Fantasy Sonntag. Well, if I only have 3 names, then maybe. Final Fantasy Sephiroth Sonntag. Yeah, now that's cooler. That's a kid who won't get beat up in school.
The blood of martyrs is the seed of the Imperium.
Just chewed up. Oh, PJ, your Prime didn't go through? Alerts have been a little skittish lately. I'm sorry about that. Shit.
Xenos specimens. There is a control panel in the side room. Get me there, and I can shut it down.
do the Matrix experience? Yeah, I did. It's, you know, there's not a whole lot to it. But it's fun. It's fun, it's goofy. Some people, I don't know, I saw some very superlative headlines about how technologically brilliant it is. I was like, oh, yeah, I guess. It looked cool. It was neat.
The exit will open shortly, Captain. However, I'm afraid the servo turrets beyond this room remain primed.
Wait, we just turned on all the turned off all the ones behind us? Guess we haven't made it there yet.
What is kept in these containers?
Specimens needed for my research.
Specimens, cages, operating theaters. This place reeks of xenos and filth.
That is the business of the Inquisition, Ultramarines.
This way, Ultramarines.
What do you take from it not being on PC? I think it's held together with spit and duct tape and will break at the slightest breeze. Could be that. Could also just be data mining. This is something that I've heard from various private companies in the game space. I think similar issues with like the logic around judgment, that when you are dealing with the likenesses and photorealistic computer models of celebrities and people that are protective of their image, then you start to get into weird concerns about distribution on PC. So, who knows why, truly. And most tech demos are held together with spit and tape. Most software is held together that way. But yeah, also I agree. If you're only putting it out on 2 platforms, it's a lot easier to and cheaper to make and publish a tech demo. Like have it pass cert and not have to, like, you also can guarantee performance. You don't have video of people trying to run it on their old laptop. There's a whole host of like question mark scenarios that you just completely sign off on if you only release it on dedicated hardware. So, and the fact that it's a promotional thing means they don't have any money to gain from it. In fact, they're spending money to get it out there. So I think it's like, it's just a question of like maximizing its marketing value and minimizing its potential damage value. It's just like, we don't need PC. That's what my guess would be.
Ultramarines chapter. Granting access.
Bolter. Adamantine cord Kraken ammunition. It does heavy damage to enemy armor and can pierce cover. This weapon permanently replaces your standard bolter. Cool! Bolter upgrade. Mass Effect Andromeda getting memed really did a number on the industry. Honestly, I think the first industry-wide meme fest that scared a lot of PR was Assassin's Creed Unity. The screenshots that got out and the no-face stuff. And that being associated with the game at launch. Like, the fact that it broke into... Yeah, it broke into the tier where it was fun and the content of the game fucking up became more popular than the game. It's the first time I remember that cycle happening, of people gleefully dunking on how stupid a game looked. I mean, people have done it forever, you know. You want to throw it all the way back. Technically, all your base shit is that. But, you know, that's before the cycles happen like they do now. Sticky Monster. Hey, it's going pretty well. Playing some comfort gaming.
This is the firing core, Inquisitor. Does it discharge through the whole facility?
Yeah, being a Ubisoft title didn't help. Yeah.
The core actually.
Unfortunately, I ended up really liking Unity. It was really tech advanced. That engine was something else. Ran like shit, but it looked really, really good. Modern equivalent of Unity is Battlefield 2042. I mean, Cyberpunk is the biggest one. It's like no need to beat around the bush. But yeah, Battlefield's getting memed. So is Grand Theft Auto. But that's why there are sometimes restrictions on reviews about what you can and can't show. Yeah, meme prevention is a whole thing now. You're reading this, drink water. Good moves, Joe. Yeah, I am glad that people in chat are pointing out the weird contradictions in treatment there. Like just how utterly wrecked Bethesda games are. And not even like fixed or updated. That's just how they are. But, what you gonna do? Oh. You could always stop the memes by putting out finished games. You're right. You're right, Feder Chiefs. Instead of sitting in a room and folding their arms across their chests and saying, let's push out a broken pile of shit, they could just say, let's not. I don't mean to be so facetious, but unfortunately, it's rarely that simple. '76 got memed pretty hard, yeah. Yeah. As long as we keep buying it, change won't come. Oh, great. I have an entirely different theory. I think the section of the audience that really takes offense to that is not large enough. Oh, Christ! God, the stun is just long enough to do one thing, and if it's not get into cover, you just eat another rocket. Yeah, I think any idea about gamer solidarity is just it's trapped in a hopelessly small perceptive bubble. There's another one. And you know what? I'll go one even further. Even further. I think games now are more content rich and more playable, more functional for all the shit they do than games in the past. On average. There's some very cut and dry bulleted lists on Reddit that do like to compare a single modern release on day one to an entire franchise, which seems a little unfair, but whatever.
I was plugged into my console. Then someone crashed into me, hard from behind. It was Transmechanic Alaric. He had an orc axe in his chest.
76 felt like a cheap cash grab? But it's an MMO Fallout. That's the thing people said they wanted, right? Maybe nobody actually said that.
Alaric saved me. He died.
Yeah, Bill, the classic screenshot of, like, boycott Modern Warfare 2. We demand dedicated servers. And then, yeah, the screenshot on launch day of everyone playing Modern Warfare 2. It's a classic, all right. I do think that was the first time that I remember the, the question of gamer solidarity being put to the test. And, of course, it fell apart like toilet paper. Toilet paper and a fire hose. Just utterly dissolved. You know what's weird about Fallout? I played almost all the games and I like each and every one of them, all for different reasons. I think that's probably the most galaxy brain take about Fallout that I've seen in a while. I do think they all try to do different things to varying success. And I think that's appreciable on all their own merits. Yeah, execution notwithstanding, Fallout 4 is just not my kind of game. Didn't focus on the aspects that I enjoyed. Oh! Are you drummer boy heading to bed? All right. Sleep well. This is probably a busy season for you. You got a lot of drumming to do. Or had much better gunplay and enemy behavior, but lacked narrative variability. Pretty solid comparative statement, yeah. I don't agree that 76 was and continues to be a disaster, though. Well, first of all, we don't all need to agree on anything. But I don't know. There are people who are legitimately having fun with 76. They patched a lot of content into the game. They patched in NPCs. You can turn your nose up at the state 76 launched at, but it's really hard to argue that they've done anything but a good faith effort to continue to support and nourish that game. I don't know how you can look at the updates they put out and not at the very least, be like, well, at least they put out updates. They could have walked away from it, you know? And it doesn't have a subscription fee. I guess it's only like half an MMO? I don't know. This is I understand how Pollyanna this is.
The command room is beyond those doors.
There are so many like actual cash grab, low effort bargain bin games, but they're so obvious and unsporting to take shots at. But I don't know. Oh crap! Now they're ultimate. Part of me wishes that like. I guess I kind of get it. If something comes out in a bad state, it's really hard not to point and laugh. But it feels like in more cases than not. Maybe I shouldn't say that. In some cases, like in Fallout 76 case, there was at least an effort. Like it may have seemed like a cash grab, but time has kind of borne out that that's not the case. They didn't walk away from it. I mean, BioWare did walk away from Anthem. So I think in retrospect, that is a little bit more like... And I don't even think that was done in bad faith, Anthem. I just think like they couldn't get their shit together. Ooh, Supreme Fury. That's the best kind of fury. But yeah, open world Sonic. Can't wait for Sonic Team to make an open world game.
Security measures will be down shortly.
It can only mean good things.
They were the only thing keeping the orcs outside.
Repulsive Goat, thanks for the prime.
You will be able to fire the weapon.
I am here. I am here for your levity.
To do so quickly.
They had to be course corrected numerous times by the community, though, when it came to monetization and other things. Yeah, gratuitous.
Disabled.
It makes my skin crawl when the community is talked as though that they are a needed police force. A defender of justice and value in gaming or something. Yeah, it's... On the consumer side of things, it's hard not to see it that way. But I see that used as a justification for a lot of really toxic behavior. And I'm not saying that the 76 community was toxic in those regards. I think a lot of people just enjoy tagging on along with the toxicity. So if there's dunking to do, they're here to dunk. That's kind of what I mean. I see a lot of that on social media, and you know whatever. Social media is not even worth the electrons taken up to display it sometimes. But it is kind of unfortunate to see the like gleeful way that people will join in on a good old fashioned. Like Schadenfreude gangbang, basically. Shit. Oh no! Oh.
Death does duty end.
I have to keep forgetting that, or I keep forgetting that the rage doesn't reduce the damage you take at all. I think it just gives you health regen.
Very good. All the security measures will be down.
Did they take the DLC out?
I'm afraid they were the only thing keeping the orcs.
I do remember, like...
Adept
wait, hold on.
Starties recognized. Full access granted.
Thinking about Anthem I was thinking about buying Anthem when it was super cheap, since I'd hoped maybe they would go back and fix everything like No Man's Sky. I'm glad I decided against it. Yeah, I don't know. I also think it's kind of weird that... Ooh, can finally get the Meltdown. But I want the Bolter, though. Bolter's good now. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it. I don't know. My whole read on No Man's Sky is so different. Everyone agrees that it had this redemptive arc, but it's the same game to me now that it was when it launched.
Fire the weapon.
Indeed.
But I guess they added enough meters for people.
This place will be awash with orcs.
I guess no, they added more. They added more like stuff to craft.
Security systems.
Thank you, Musan.
Disabled.
Authorization recognized. Releasing safeguards.
Please proceed to the generator room.
Well, yeah, it's human nature. This is what people do. I love throwing them tomatoes. Tomatoes.
Here come the orcs.
Here come the orcs. We do live in a society. We as gamers live in a society.
Place the canister into his cradle inside the power core, Captain.
Do we risk exposure again?
Only if you drop the canister.
I don't know, it's tough because the last thing I also want, I don't want to convince people to just like not talk about games they like.
Good, Captain.
And not talk about
Your time
the ways in which the games they like might provide more of the experience they enjoy. That's great.
Stand clear.
That looks neat.
Cyclic Scourge firing sequence commencing.
So I guess when I drill down to it, it's just like I have particular pet peeves about the way people express themselves sometimes. But you can't force people to be nice. The older I get, the more there's just some phrase that someone told me offhand, but people are allowed to be assholes. Yeah, we all got biases and shit. Exactly, OJ dude.
Forcibly, if you must.
Where?
As long as people keep it civil.
Chamber. Board the lift, Ultramarines.
Like we could be civilized. I don't think really that there's any game worth getting upset about. There are games that like for my tastes and the things that I like, I find pretty disagreeable. But I'm still like, okay, you just be that over there. You go be stupid over there. And I'll mind mine. I guess some people kind of got into it with me, or directed their fuming ire at me on Twitter about Halo, and a lot of them made the argument of like, basically saying, after playing Halo for 15 years, there's an unavoidable emotional investment that happens. So it's like, you know, I'm attached to it. It's part of me, so I am going to make these demands. It's like people that are like, by the definition of the word, acting entitled, they're now at least saying, yeah, I do feel like I'm allowed to demand certain things.
Understood.
Expectations were set, so it's only natural for me to expect them, kind of thing. And I'm like, well, at least you're saying it, you know. At least we're there. We can, like, the words are actually being said. Yeah, Bill. There's something I've noticed is like some people spend their entire fucking day just searching for fights on Twitter. That's, I don't know, man. How can there be so many video games in the world? And to spend time doing that, what a sad state of affairs. Don't take my earlier comments as bashing the 76 devs. I think they're probably the only reason Bethesda hasn't dropped it yet. But by and large, Bethesda isn't giving them the support they need or deserve, and it's suffering for it. Yeah, could be. Are you, come on. Shiplamana? Are you an active 76 player? I don't want to speak out of turn because I only have, like, glancing awareness on the 76 community or whatever. Dragon Jetpack Society, thanks for the resub. Appreciate your open and honest opinions. Always realistic about your views. Thanks for the years of entertainment and inspiration. Keep doing you. Well, thank you. Streaming honestly has helped me mellow out in that regard a lot.
Inquisitor, the conduits are reconnected.
Now, proceed to the main control.
Interesting. People like strongly opinionated people, but only certain kinds of strongly opinionated people. But yeah. Honestly, with that in particular, with the Halo thing, it was because the subreddit shut down. So there were a bunch of like pissed off refugees that really wanted to continue being mad about Halo. That's the other thing I've noticed is like when there's a crowd that whips, it's it's like orcs. They get together, they scream at each other, and then it's like they form a war band, and then they want to go fuck somebody up. And if they don't get an outlet, they just sit there and like yell at each other and tell each other how right it is that they're mad over and over again. So if you have the and like they scout around too, and they'll like find something and be like, look at this asshole, and they'll like post a tweet on a Discord or on a subreddit, and then everyone will go after that person because they're just sitting around being pissed, wishing they could scream at somebody. And if you kind of what's weird is people in that situation, people were talking to me like I worked at Xbox or something. Like they had to convince me. I'm like, I'm just some fucking dude on Twitter, man. Like I had made the decision. Like I signed the paperwork to make Halo bad.
I've been looking for you, Space.
It just told me how desperate they were to yell at somebody something.
To war.
Oh fuck! Just wasted it. Wait, what? The main thing is being self-aware to realize that your opinions can be just as valid as others. Yeah, all I've really got over anyone on an objective level is just a raw volume of video game playing and then a ton of analytical thinking. And then I guess pretty constant observation of the games industry as a business.
Why didn't it work?
And how that drives a lot of
Drogon.
decisions.
Never trust the Inquisition.
Stand fast, Ultramarines. We can handle a few orcs. Space Marine! Was that supposed to hurt?
Halo Infinite is a super fun game, but its microtransactions are pretty awful. I'm just gonna wait till co-op is in the game before I play campaign. Probably until Forge is in before I play more. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Honestly, and this is the sad reality that I think a lot of people really don't want to accept, but this is how it is now. This is the oh shit chaos, right? The little demons running out. Oh shit! This guy looks important. He's got flame decals all over his armor. I think AAA games are going to roll out in stages now. I think it plays into the marketability of things like Game Pass. Traditionally, you'd release Halo, it'd be $60, you'd put all your marketing behind it, and it would sell for maybe a month. You'd have a long tail for maybe a year if you're lucky, and that's it, you're done. Nice. The economies of like Game Pass services and the fact that Halo is a brand that can drive signups, and that's the goal now, means that actually you want multiple bites of the Halo Infinite marketing pie. Oh, he was corrupted. Oh! Heresy! Utter heresy. Oh, shit. We got corrupted. So, like, right now you have Halo multiplayer free-to-play, Halo campaign. That's your sign-up for Game Pass for this holiday. In 6 months, they'll add co-op, and now it's Halo Infinite, now with co-op. And then go sign up for Game Pass again. And if you do that for all your games, adding like seasonal updates and new modes, then you get all of the, you get like multiple stabs at marketing your AAA products. Multiple swings to pick up new subscribers.
To these brave Space Marines, we have broken through to this reality. The blessed gateway. Clever fool. You seem surprisingly able to resist my touch, Titus of the Ultramarines. And that of the war, which impressed my servant to no end.
Inquisitor a traitor. But Drogon has been dead since before you first met. You have been used by my puppet of flesh and bone. I ain't so easy to kill.
Yeah, based orc. I ain't done fighting yet.
We need an exit.
To the left.
Oh, look at this. So there is another faction in this game. I kind of didn't remember the chaos, but I think this plays into the ending a little bit because at this point Titus has like been exposed to a concerning amount of chaos energy. I also can't remember how they pay off the multiple mentions that Titus is bizarrely resistant to the warp. Because they talk about him handling, or the Inquisitor talked about how he didn't dissolve. Oh, somebody asked if this changing nature of game releases might have to do with games being more complex or taking more time. Yeah, I think that's part of it. I mean, I think perceptively that would be silly to say about Infinite, because you're like, well, Halo did all this shit before. But Infinite has, like, open world, it has environments that are way larger than anything like Halo 3. What happens if two Spartans just run in opposite directions, like, and then meet back up later? It's all technically feasible, but, you know, it just takes extra time, because there's other event spaces that open up. The grapple, like, synchronizing grapple and the physics that can happen on a server.
Of course we did. His Inquisitor puppet manipulated us from the moment.
In a campaign arena?
The false Inquisitor sent the distress call.
I don't think so, Leandros.
Is kind of a new technical
His fear.
hurdle.
I believe that was the real Drogon, facing certain death.
And it found him.
But not at the Orcs' hands. Somehow the agents of Chaos were already here.
Maybe a small spoiler, Titus has an Inquisition symbol on his armor in the trailer for the sequel. Ooh.
Keep moving!
There's also like part of like even more super badass Marines, right? I feel like there's a lot more physics going on in Infinite as well. It feels like that, yeah. Some of that is going to be server side. Some of it's going to be client. But you got to figure all that shit out. I mean, to some degree, it probably already is figured out. But it's just like, again, meme prevention. Like, what if co-op had some weird bugs or quirks and stuff? They just couldn't square it up for release, and this is something that, like, it's tough to talk about this because it feels very straw man without firsthand knowledge of developer conditions. But I feel like this is also a ramification of the awareness in media circles, at least, of crunch conditions. Games are coming out like a little less finished with a little less content. And that ostensibly was the trade-off. We want our developers to work 8-hour days and go home and sleep, spend time with their families. And yes, that was weird and cool. The known side effect would always be that games would launch with less content and less features. Now I'm not naive enough to imply that the people who are mad about the state of Halo Infinite or its content are the exact same people that also demanded workers not crunch. But I think it is just a, if anything, I think it's sheer evidence, provided that you see them as you know, diametrically opposed, which is not necessarily the case, but provided that you do see it that way, it is just evidence that you're not ever going to please anyone, and then you just come full circle back to don't kill me, back to a
feel the
Back to a cliche. No matter what, it's never gonna be enough. It's never gonna be on time. It's never gonna be cheap enough. There's always gonna be more that could have been done. There's a few games that manage to like land at or above expectations. Remember, like Half-Life 2.
Keep moving.
Came out and everybody was like, "Yeah, this fucking rocks." And I was like, "Wow, this is like one of the only times ever where a game has been so anticipated and actually landed and satisfied pretty much most people." I don't remember seeing a lot of people toiled up about Half-Life 2, even though it took forever. Mass Effect 2. Yeah. That wasn't quite the same. That didn't take very long to come out. Yeah, Orange Box. Yeah, I mean, there's times where it's just like, how do you even argue with this? Fucking Orange Box. When did games creep up to these absurd expectations revenue-wise? Can't we just have decent games that don't cost 200 million? Well, sure, yeah.
Cut the link between Warp Gate and Tower.
You have a plan.
We use Invictus to sever the orbital spire.
At that range, will the Titan's cannon be effective?
It's time we use the power source to our advantage. To supercharge Invictus. We need to reach that Titan.
Ooh. Get to mech. Yes, sir. What chapter am I on? 12? Okay. I think it's 16. Yeah, might as well finish it up. What am I gonna say? Oh, when? Oh, well, yeah, Indy. Yeah. That's not what you mean? Yeah. It is tough. Once you get to AAA, which colloquially kind of means like assigning budget to hit certain... The companies that confront that kind of money are the companies that are going to want maximum return. But I agree. I mean, I remember people being uncomfortable, like even 10 years ago when Square was like, yo, we didn't make nearly enough money off Sleeping Dogs or Tomb Raider. Everybody's like, it sold 4 million units. How much money do you need to make? And meanwhile, other publishers say that all the time. Well, they just don't say it. They just don't renew or greenlight sequels or anything. It's late stage capitalism in the end, no matter what companies want more money. I mean, that's not necessarily late stage capitalism. That's just capitalism. The good news is, though, is it truly did create a fertile ground for companies like Annapurna and Devolver to pick up a bunch of, what, single, AA projects? But there are companies like 505 and Focus Home, THQ Nordic. They're kind of like they're picking up projects and the refinement of dev tools, especially in the PC space, is making it so developers can produce pretty crazy quality visuals and stuff. Without the staff of hundreds.
Cost 1 million orcs. It needed help.
And we obliged.
I was deceived. I am responsible for chaos breaking through to this world.
Use the bolt. Shoot through cover.
Genetic scan complete. Adeptus Astarte. Full action.
Oh! Super Shield. Iron Halo. This ancient artifact generates a personal energy shield that greatly reinforces the resiliency of Space Marine power armor, allowing them to weather even the fiercest attacks. Iron Halos are so rare that only Ultramarine captains and company champions are authorized to use them. It's not about how much money it made, it's about how much money you could have made with the same amount of investment. Yeah, pretty much, yes. And in your competition in the same space is not acting with like any restraint. They are trying to get as much money as possible too. And if they get more money, then they can afford to release bigger and better projects next time. So I think it can feel very much like you've got to get it all now because everyone else is trying to get it all now. Oh, you guys are bad. Don't let these guys kill each other. yeah, Paki, Nicandrios. Yeah, the most popular games I guess are the Warhammer Total War games. But yeah, this game came out in 2011, and it is a Space Marine beat 'em up. And it's weird to me that there aren't more games like this, because this is exactly what seems cool about Warhammer, is being a dude in a crazy Marine mech suit killing the shit out of a bunch of aliens. I feel like we glossed over the fact that one of the factions in the universe are literally hell demons. Of course. These must be the good guys in this universe. Maybe the most dark and twisted individuals truly agree with chaos. Fundamentally, chaos. Doesn't Stranger of Paradise come out early next year? And 7 Remake comes out like next week. Good times. This is on PC only. Technically no. It did come out on 360 PS. It came out on Gen 7, so 360 PS3. And I don't think it's backwards compatible on either of those platforms. But it is on PC and runs on Windows 10 for most people.
And again, you emerged from the exposure unscathed.
Oh.
The Codex Astartes warns that those in league with Chaos can withstand the warp's touch.
You forget yourself, Ultramarine.
Leandros, I do not take this warp resistance lightly. But the search for answers must wait until after we deal with this Chaos invasion.
What if that is too late?
Leandros, enough. We need to keep moving.
It's getting a little tense. Yeah, so like, to even take that time aside to have the characters express doubt within the team, it's a very meaningful conversation, and it just adds a little salt and pepper. They didn't need to do that. It could have just been your Space Marine. But I remember being delighted at the story beats as the game drove towards its conclusion. So that's a lot of chaos. Oh wow, that's a lot of chaos. That's too much chaos. They're gonna get me, maybe. Yeah, jeez. Are Space Marines the good guys? Their armor gives me space fascist vibes. They're very fascist, yes. Good guys doesn't really exist in 40k. Space Marines are probably the most similar to human culture. Yeah, but the Imperium of Mankind is a little bit fascist.
Brothers, attack!
Jesus Christ. Alright. Here. It's much more effective. Oh, hey. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, this game rules. Thank you for the resub. Yeah, I was so blown away by the shock announcement of a sequel at the Game Awards. I had to dust the classic off. Only took manually disabling cores on my CPU to get it to run, but here it is in all of its glory. There's an argument that current lore Necrons can be considered good because their leader had an out-of-body experience that saw the dead galaxies at the hand of the Tyranids and is trying to get this galaxy's ass in gear and work together to fight them off. Okay. So they are trying to save the galaxy. That's a pretty good thing to do.
Report. My Lord Space Marine.
They were on us almost immediately.
Captain Titus, are you there? This is Lieutenant Mira. This whole planet has gone mad.
The forces of chaos are invading this world. We must get to the Titan and destroy that warp gate.
I know what route to take. I deployed troops to man outposts between the Calcus facility and Bastion Primus. From there, you can access the rail network and cross to Manufactorum Ajakis.
Understood. I will meet you there.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you for the Matrix Resurrections? I would say it's around a 7 right now. I don't know. I honestly try to manage my expectations for things like that. Once I'm in the theater and like the movie started, it'll probably go up to like an 8.5. And then depending what they do in the movie, we might go full on 10 at some point. We'll see. There's so many ways it can go, and I don't think Lana Wachowski has, like, I don't think they're going to be I don't think it's going to be a movie that's purely just a nostalgia bait retread. I would be very disappointed if that were the case. I guess in a worst case scenario, at least Lana Wachowski's getting like premiere work. I just want both of the Wachowskis to have their projects greenlit and funded forever. That's what I want. I kind of think about them as like the Coens. Just give them money forever. Give them money and creative freedom forever. And just let them create, please. Enable them. Whatever you do, just keep enabling them. Or like John Waters. Just keep giving the man a budget, please. I'll do whatever I can. I may not even like it all, but I've always gotten something out of it. I'd find it funny if Neo and Trinity are only in the movie for 30 minutes and the rest of the movie just followed Mouse. I watched a movie that had Mouse in it the other night. I'm trying to remember what it is. He played a newspaper barker. Oh yeah, Batman Returns. Wait, was that Mouse? I think that was Mouse. Holy cow, what? Okay, alright. But it's gonna be new Mouse, right? And if the clips have showed us anything, there are gonna be like 3 or 4 different Mouses. Nice. I want them to have a scene where there's like a de-aged Cypher, Joe Pantoliano, but it's really like it doesn't look any different. A steak scene in the last 15 minutes? Yeah, that's good. We can do that. Like, okay, get this, all right? It's like the lobby scene, the building lobby. They got to shoot their way through, except they get on the elevator and they take it up, and at the top, instead of there being a rooftop where they do a shootout and blow up a helicopter, it's another lobby. Huh? Huh? They shoot their way through that. Guess what? Another lobby. Actually, wait, they already did a lobby redux in Matrix Revolutions. I forgot about that. Yeah, Revolution is just a downer, man.
How can we face them? The Legion.
If the post-credit scene for Matrix Resurrections involves Cypher or Agent Smith, I will lose my goddamn mind.
Yes, Mom.
I mean, they already basically have laid out that Smith is now like his boss or whatever. There was like a scene of the dude laughing like Smith, and then it like cut back and forth. I can't remember where that was. It was like in one of the trailers. So yeah, Agent Smith is back, I guess, just as a different actor.
Hold this position, or they'll be cut off. Greetings, Ultramarines.
What is your situation, Lieutenant?
As well as can be hoped, considering we are surrounded on all sides by the enemy Horde. We're heading back to the command post, Captain.
Why the heck are none of these guys wearing their helmets? I'm not sure. I mean, it makes for better cutscenes. is I think the real one. Mortars. Oh, completely out of ammo. That's new. Morpheus died in the Matrix Online, which was apparently canon. Yeah! It was a revolutionary new idea. Develop like movie canon post-trilogy in an online MMO? Persistent sort of deal? I played that game a little bit, but not as much as I should have for being a dweeb about Matrix. Pipes, thank you for the cheer. Thank you for everything. Oh man, appreciate that. You're a solid dude. Don't think we don't appreciate it. Inside Gaming to Funhouse, you've always been a legend. Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Pipes. The legend continues, though. I'm gonna be out here, and I'm gonna be a goddamn ray of sunshine as long as I can. Killing orcs, talking about video games, forming mildly interesting takes about popular film. I did finally watch Silent Night, Deadly Night, though. So now I get to watch Silent Night, Deadly Night 2. I can finally watch The Garbage Day. Wait, hold on. Oops. Oh, man. Gotta be the first clip, right? Yeah, there it is.
Garbage Day! Huh? No!
Too good. Too good. Oracle is in it, but different actress? Well, it has to be. I mean, it was a different actress in the third. Oh, do you mean like different from the the new Oracle that was already swapped out? New Oracle, or as I call her, Noracle? Funny, I'm watching Lawnmower Man later tonight. Cool. Try to stay awake. There's like 8 minutes of dorkily rad CG in that movie. I guess Lawnmower Man's pretty jacked. He's got that going for him. You want another great video of that quality? Look up worst line reading ever. It's got to be topical though. Gotta be topical. Otherwise we gotta save it for media share, which technically would be Wednesday, but I don't think. I think I might be traveling. Steph and I are gonna have us a cheeky little Las Vegas getaway. Grievous-ish, thanks for the cheer. Heck yeah, Space Marine. This is the only 40k game I've played. Just enjoy the lore. Space Wolves are top chapter IMO. Love that enthusiasm. Yeah, when this game came out, I was like, what took so long? It's just like the perfect idea. be in trouble. Played Hired Gun. Yeah, I streamed it for a little bit. I haven't finished it though. I always did want to go back to it. I really appreciated the level design in it so far. As always, come to 40k for ridiculous scale. The Necromunda delivered that to some degree, from what I saw. Tyranids were great choice for the sequel's enemy. Oh, absolutely. It just seems weird that there's not more games where you're mowing down tons and tons of aliens. The Colonial Marines tried to do it, I guess.
I half expected to find a demon chewing on your
Earth Defense Force is like the best version of a game like that.
Make your report, Jonah.
The Greenskins have been pressing us hard, both down here and at the Bastion proper.
Get ready to fall back to the Bastion. Do not engage Chaos Forces directly until I get reinforcements down here to back you up.
Aye, Lieutenant.
Oh yeah, the plot setup for 4 is sort of going through the beats of the original Matrix again. But it seems utterly self-aware of that, and I do hope that retread, kind of like even Metal Gear Solid 2, they will take the retread as an opportunity to provide commentary about the retread. I think certainly also, I mean, they did set up the path of the 1 to be a cyclical, established thing. So it's not like that narrative hasn't played out in that way multiple times in that universe anyway. And I know Star Wars kind of flirts with that notion sometimes, that like, because the Force balances itself out, whenever there's a great evil, a great good will rise to fight it, or whatever. Or I guess be a pacifist in the face of it for that. For the, I don't know, the ending of Jedi is weird.
Mirror, this is Bastion Primus. We're under heavy assault. The Orcs are back, and they cut power to the sentry guns.
All of them?
They took out the generator. We couldn't defend it against such numbers. We had to fall back.
The Ultramarines and I are almost at your position. Mirror out.
I'm gonna play more of the new Matrix game on stream. I mean, it was just that. It's a tech demo. It only lasts about 20 minutes.
I had drawn energy from the warp.
So,
if I could summon it again, contain it...
Not a whole lot left to do, unfortunately. I would like to play through Path of Neo, though.
So, I made another interstellar journey.
It'd be a good idea going up to...
Barely daring I lowered my psychic defense.
Matrix Resurrections.
Willed the energy to return, and it did.
Enter the Matrix is not good. Path of Neo is also not very good, but at least it's better.
Now begin.
Then you can fight digital cyber ants. So that's fun. I think Path of Neo is the one that has the like Mega Smith at the end too. I never actually finished Path of Neo on my own. I checked it out from the GameStop that I worked at. I think I played it on PS2 for a little bit. I was like, cool. Maybe I'll check this out again, and I didn't.
Genetic scan complete.
Ooh.
Access authorized.
Plasma gun. The Mark 12 Rage Fire type plasma gun fires charged energy pulses able to damage heavily armored targets. This weapon is deadly but prone to overheating. Alright. Hey, Misfit. What's your average viewer level? I mean, it depends pretty thoroughly on the game. If I'm playing some weird... If I'm playing like some old game no one's ever heard of, maybe around, I think like 250 is probably what we call the floor. The people that show up just cause it's me and they like me. If I'm playing something that's like popular, or if I get rated, then maybe something like this, more like 500 to 600. But don't take me speaking impersonally about viewership as not loving each and every one of you individually, because I do. I love you. I'm not going to drive you to the airport though, and you can't sleep on my couch. But I love you. Yeah, it's my job. I have to make you feel like I love you, right? trade. You tell me I'm great, and I tell you that I love you. You're not alone in this world. Everybody gets what they want. Can I sleep in your airport? Yeah, yes, you can actually. You are welcome to go all the way to LAX and take a big old nap. Ooh, that's nice. Just kind of erased them. I wonder if it does damage to me if I overheat. Right on the runway, yeah. We used to be a nation of values. We used to be a nation where people could sleep on an airport runway if they felt like it. What happened? This is not who we are.
There aren't enough of us to hold this position without them.
Lieutenant, the central outpost is under attack.
Tell them we're on our way.
Move out, brothers.
Anime happened. The world without anime. All the brilliant engineers and scientists lost to anime. Evangelion is directly responsible for a GDP loss of billions.
Where is the generator?
If you continue on, you'll find it at the end of our fortification.
The guardsmen will need your help until the guns are reactivated. Hold the line, Captain.
But alright, power up the sentry guns. Got it. How do I do that? Are you a sentry gun? Without anime, we wouldn't have brilliant scientists like Otacon.
I'll move too slow. I got shot in the gut.
Otacon did more for gamer rights than any other activist in history.
Medics gave me something. They were stitching me up. I wish they would. Is it?
Pipes, I think you're saying something very nice, but I also think you may have missed a word. Thank you regardless. Oh shit. Oh, wow, that overheat sucks. Oh my god, finish. Oh, thank god. Okay. Oh!
Live for yourself.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, Pipes. Grievous-ish, thank you for the cheer. Love the absurd lore about orcs believing in things and psychically making it true. Also want to know why orcs paint things purple to be stealthy. Have you ever seen a purple orc? Didn't think so. Can't argue with logic like that. You simply can't. Jeez, I don't think that's so good against single big targets. Seems like it's better as an AoE. Come from? You just hiding behind the corner there? I'll see you, Dragon Jetpack. Have a good night. Grievous-ish, thank you for the Prime. Arenas are so huge, it's kind of hard to feel like you ever have a fix on exactly how many enemies there are. All it takes is one dude just picking at you. Your shields never come back. There we go. Okay. Man, all they had to do was hit that button, huh? Ooh, Agao Comics, thanks for the resub.
Sentry guns are back online.
Morgan Farts, welcome back.
Near an access point to the rail network. My guardsmen will point the way. Another gateway is close to your position.
Got all these guns turned on, now I'm on Easy Street. I think it's justifiable to pirate games that aren't listed on storefronts anymore.
Here we are, my lord.
Personally, I do. I'm kind of okay with that. I've done it, so I can't sit here and say no. I am all about driving money to the people who make games, and even to the people who, like, work in the business around games.
Donors to Captain Titus. We are running into orcs down here. Nothing.
Like, theoretically, the ongoing revenue of even something like Space Marine could prove in a long enough time scale that something is worth revisiting or making something else of. But there are situations where things are just in limbo, or it's just not in anyone's corporate interest to like preserve something or make it available. So if your options are to like,
just enough to be on the,
I mean, especially now that the retro market is so hyperinflated, if your options are like paying prices that have been hyperinflated by speculators, or
we will be there soon,
experiencing something that you otherwise just wouldn't have access to, like, even if it is the legal situation, it would take a pretty cold stance to say no. Like, unless you legally buy it, you are not allowed to appreciate this art. That seems real shitty. I think it would take a pretty cold and crappy person to say that. In the case of like any other like art or music or movies. Also, if it's so old that there's no viable way to buy it or play it, then it's not theoretically it's not costing anyone anything. It's not like there's online services or whatever. It's just an individual experience somebody wants to have. Yeah, Luminous, you're correct. Largely, distribution isn't an issue. Largely, there are some games that you just can't get, and then there's issues like with what happened with Rockstar, where they actually delist old versions in favor of a newer one, or even Blizzard.
This whole planet is mine!
When they delisted like the old version of Warcraft 3 for Reforged, but Reforged was worse. That's not good, but
My heels for long enough. This ends now.
I don't know. Well, I think in those situations it's also kind of okay to trade the original version. Maybe if you want to really like play it morally safe in a situation where an old game gets delisted. I can't. That's weird. I can't get that dodge. You buy the new version and then you just get the old version anyway.
Damn you me! Stand still!
That way you're putting money behind the brand. But oh yeah, Scott Pilgrim. Yeah, it gets tough when it's like a music rights thing. It was yeah, actually, I've hit this issue somewhat recently. Ace Combat Assault Horizon. You can't buy it on PC anymore. So I could get a code off of like cdkeys.com or whatever. They have like old codes, but they don't distribute any new ones. Holy shit. So what do I do? That's like even weirder. Do I buy it off a gray market? It's unlikely that like Bandai Namco will see any of that money because those keys are technically already sold. It's just reselling. But it's not expensive. Oh, wow. Okay. You have a 360 copy of Assault Horizon? Yeah. I mean, I have a 360. I could get like a copy on eBay. But it would be a shame not to see that game on a modern PC with like high frame rate and stuff. It exists. Or like X-Men Origins Wolverine. That's a really fun game. But I straight up downloaded a PC version of it off the internet. It was a bit of an ordeal to get it working, but I did. And that game effing rules. I don't think X-Men Origins Wolverine is necessarily important to, you know, the art and culture of our society, but we do live in one. It's important to remember that. What the? Weird. Weird.
Space Marines! Space Marines!
Fall. Oh, okay.
I ain't finished with you yet.
Seemed like he was getting a little chaosed, though. Can orcs be infected with chaos?
Orc.
I mean, that was a sick one-liner. I talked over it. No. Okay. Is it because they don't have souls? Is there a reason? Or like a neat packaged reason for that? I know PC release of the Metal Gear games besides for 5. Aha! Mr. Chat City, you've given me the perfect opportunity to plug the affiliation that I have with the good old game store, who has Metal Gear 1 and 2, and I think Solid 1 and 2, available for PC right now. Right now. Right now. Yeah, thank you, Firefly. If you feel like making me look good, you can click through my referral link, but I just like it when people buy games they like.
The damned orc is dead.
Finally, some good news.
But yeah, 3 has never been ported, which is a bummer because 3 rules, and 4 is just... 4 is kind of hard to... You kind of have to have a PS3 or PlayStation Now, I think. Why wasn't 3 ported to PC, though? I don't know. Konami just kind of didn't do a whole lot on PC.
Captain Titus, the orcs are running scared. What's happened?
The captain dealt with their war boss once and for all.
We have a chance now.
Bolster your defenses. The demon host will not be so easy to frighten off.
Good luck, Titus. All our hopes are with you.
Hey, Grievous-ish, this is just a random gripe. I think it's really dumb that Halo 5 is the only game not on PC at this point. I know it's not great, but I don't want to touch the campaign of Infinite until I play it. Guess you don't have an Xbox. Yeah, there's not a whole lot that goes on in 5 that's really important, especially to the context of the Infinite's campaign. That seemed like they just kind of like skipped right over it. I think they did mention Locke in passing. A law-abiding Barry, happy to get to catch a stream live. Well, me too. Welcome. Although I do have to be honest, I'm not sure exactly how much longer I'm going to stream. You may have swooped in. They may have swooped in at the conclusion. Although they're giving me a room with all the guns.
My crew and I are aboard
I feel like
You will need to activate our burst backup generator to release
the plasma gun's kind of nice. Yeah, this is a good combo. Usually this means there's going to be like a... I just did a boss fight, though. I don't know. I seem to recall the end of the game also having like a victory hallway. I think you get to get in the Titan and just like murder a ton of orcs, and that might be most of the last chapter, so who knows. 40k, don't all the rooms have guns? That's a good point. Yeah. Ooh. Ow! Alright, Chaos Man.
Feel the end of the
Oh. God damn, that's a lot of dudes. Just don't shoot me for a little bit. How long is this game? Well, my previous save file, or my played time was like 10, 11 hours, but part of that was playing PvP. I don't know. Maybe like 7, 8 hours? I am playing on hard though, so I did die a few times. Halo Wars 2 is definitely more important to the story of Infinite. Yeah, because it's the same faction of Covenant, right? Surprised Games Workshop, Game Shop. Ever tried to make a 40k into a TTRPG? I don't think Groundwork is there. Didn't they? I thought there was like an XCOM style game. Somebody was telling me about it earlier. Inquisitor, I think. They aren't Covenant anymore. Oh, okay. How long to beat says 7.5 for main story, 21 hours for completion. Okay, so it'd be another, Jesus, another hour and a half. Hard mode deaths notwithstanding. Well, whatever. The only thing I wanted to do tomorrow was wake up and try to get into the Final Fantasy XIV queue, so whatever, I'll just keep going. Wait. No, it's the opposite of that. What's an hour and a half, huh? God, that's a lot of dudes, man. Is Alright, maybe I can actually use this one for its intended purpose. Just to say murdering tons of dudes. Oh. Nope, cutscene. Jesus. Chaos Wizards. Ooh! What the hell? I can't even see what's shooting me. What the heck? It was just lasers coming out of a purple void. Wish the multiplayer for this still had people playing. Maybe you could like, I don't know, arrange a little game night or something. Chaos Wizard shoots lightning. Yeah. Ah, God. Oh, it's the heavy bolter. Fuck, you can't even see. The screen shake is just so gnarly. Ugh. My sweet gun again. Maybe if I go this way. I need cover. Okay, maybe I can use these pipes. I'm gonna need a heavy bolter for this heresy. When the heresy is heavy, the bolter needs to be too. Oh, Christ! I dropped a heavy bolter. I can't. I die so fast that I can't see. God damn. I think this might be a good checkpoint to hang it up for now. If only that I can tell it's gonna take a couple of attempts to figure out how to weasel through this. And I don't want to hit that like. That cutoff where I'm just getting more tired. Holy moly. Yeah, Emperor's kind of slacking on the job right now. I got these seals and everything. Slow-mo snipe the wizard. Yeah, if I have meter by then, I should if I clear out this room. But maybe not. I don't know if doing melee charges meter faster. No worries, Pop-Tart. Always glad to stream. Hopefully you had a good day. Hopefully work's mellowed out a little bit. You were just putting in tons and tons of time, so... Angel Frame, it's good to see you too. Ooh, had a little bit of a nice vanilla whiskey, and I'm admiring my autographed picture signed by David Hayter and Cam Clark. Oh! Brother. I wonder if Macaw's going to play Metal Gear Solid 3. I wonder if Macaw's going to play Metal Gear Solid 4. Now that's the real juice right there. Okay, here we go. There you are. All right. Wizard has been bolted. I'm kind of excited for like I don't know that I guess yeah I could classify as a retro streamer, but I'm excited for a whole new class of games to click up into retro so that people who only play games that are like 15 years old start seeing some of the cool stuff. Shit. That was a green laser. That was a green-ass laser. That's a weird way to think about games. I guess, yeah. I guess it is. You need to dedicate a day of the week to playing old FMV. I already have so many other days, quote unquote, dedicated to things that I don't even remotely like keep up with. FMV games are nice and compact though. Usually. I was reminded that Dune 2000 had FMV. Crap. Jeez, they There, jeez. We've decided that retro starts with GameCube, PS2, and Xbox. Okay, yeah, well, you don't think 360 and PS3 count at this point? I guess it's just two generations behind now. And we're really early into this gen. What was Monday supposed to be? Monday's supposed to be a day off, believe it or not. But that's the one day of the week I usually take off. But this week I'm streaming on Monday because for one I really wanted to play Endwalker. That didn't work out. But for two, I really wanted to play Space Marine. And also for three, I'm taking a couple of days off later in this week. So can't retro anything that doesn't have HDMI. Well, PS3 and 360 launched without HDMI. Oh wait, no, PS3 had HDMI the whole time. That's right. 360 launched with component. You had to get like an adapter. Retro is 2020 and before. Yeah, I think we all agree with that. That adds up.
All workers
well, now we are overcorrecting.
Must report for their shifts despite the emergency.
The thing is, there's what I generally associated with retro games is not necessarily tied to a moving time window. It is tied to a specific kind of game that, yeah, was predicated dictated by the limitations of technology. But certain things come along with that. The fact that it's all analog and CRT displays meant that those games, retro games, had immediacy of input feedback. Once you got into the HDMI era and HD TVs, games got laggier, games got floatier. There's and also like just in terms of game design, they got a little more, I don't want to say pretentious, but they definitely tried to like hide that they were games a lot more. Gameplay was more about like simulating a cinematic thing than you're a beep boop jump man and you jump boop on all the enemies. And the thrust of the game was what you were supposed to enjoy about it was less just the verbs of the game of doing the actions, shooting enemies and jumping, and more like we're going to create a whole cinematic world. A seamless narrative experience. There's a whole window of just like vaulted game design that I'm not confident is going to age super well. It just has to get old enough for people to not see it with the glitz and hype of consumers. I guess I really am curious 10 years from now. I guess people will still be playing like Mass Effect and God of War and stuff. Games that kind of work their ways into video game immortality. Still don't have... Here we go. I can do it. No, I can't!
I will feed you to the dark gods myself, Ultramarine.
Who dat?
To victory!
Shit, he's already dead. Okay.
That elevator will get...
He had that Marauder entrance too.
I will take care of the clamps. You and the Andros get the doors to the Manufactorum open.
Understood, Captain.
Not trying to shit on Battlefield 2042, but it's going to be a fossil, unplayable in 10 years. Yeah. Pretty much, it's gonna join 2142 and being a kind of like halfway Battlefield.
You are a cog.
The people are gonna name drop it for clout in like 15 years. Like, when are they gonna make another Battlefield 2042? It's unplayable now. Yeah, I got him. I mean, I wanted to play Hazard Zone, but the way it's looking, I just never will.
Enoch, I have Inquisitor Drogon's power source with me. We must use it.
Bruce and I tried to queue for it, and we just sat there for 10 minutes. Granted, it was in like the middle of the day. Maybe if like...
Unless we act now, an entire Chaos fleet will hang over your Forge world.
Understood.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it kind of reminds me of the multiplayer for this game. It's just like, this will be a beautiful weekend, and then everyone else is going to move on. And all the work that went into making a multiplayer mode for this game will evaporate into the air. CS 1.6 on 56K. Buddy, I played CS 1.6 on 28.8 because the phone lines connected to my house were too old for 56K.
Topmost gantries. I'm coming aboard.
Yes, Captain.
All right, mech time. Would you read a COD novel on stream? Ooh, yeah, why not? If they are like all like post 9/11 era military fuck yeah shit. Plasma gun for Stormbolter.
The Emperor be with you.
Oh! Stormbolter is a double-barreled bolt gun with a rate of fire just shy of that of the much bulkier heavy bolter. This hail of projectiles comes at the expense of stability, limiting the weapon's effectiveness at medium or long range. Alright then. That's fine. That's exactly the range I wanted. My buddies installed Counter-Strike on the computer lab in high school, and we all played on LAN while in class. Nice. I had a beautiful Quake day, where yeah, we all got to hang out in the computer lab and play Quake. The fuck is that? Some Half-Life 2 looking shit. Oh, of course it's shooting at me. There's not too many more of those, but I'll probably regret saying that. Big boy. Big boy. It's okay, I'm a big boy too. No, Fable doesn't have a release date. Not that I'm aware of. I don't even think it has like... doesn't even really have like design. Not that they've showed. It was just the...
Captain, it is a
teaser, basically.
It is feeding energy into the warp gate above it. If we are to stop this invasion, the spire must fall.
I understand.
New Fable isn't real. Probably best to not believe in it until you're holding it and playing it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Give me this mech.
Where must I bring the power source?
Travel across the armature to the starboard side, Captain. I will open a maintenance apse for the volcano cannon.
Protocol suspended. Access authorized.
The apse is below you, Captain.
Destroy the... oh. The abscess below you? Ow! Oh boy. He's a wizard. Don't like this. They're wizarding me.
The blood of martyrs is the seed of the Imperium.
I guess I just have to stand on it for a while? If you're interested, Marvel put out a 5-issue comic about the Ultramarines chapter master. It was actually quite good and it kept the violence. Sounds like a fun read. Use the laser cannon? Yeah.
Target for you. The orbit
I'm not 100% convinced that I'm going to be able to pick off all those guys, but that's certainly a lot better than getting shot to death.
Energy into the warp gate above it. If we are to stop this invasion, the spire must fall.
I understand.
Other Final Fantasy 14 novels? Yeah, it's called Final Fantasy 14. Oh, reading! It's a lot of reading. I don't know. There's probably like lore write-ups that contain all the dialogue and stuff.
Where must I bring the power source?
Travel across the armature to the starboard side, Captain.
Starboard side.
Maintenance apps for the
Open maintenance apps.
Access authorized.
The apps is below you, Captain.
Apps is below you. What are you telling me to do? Fuck. See the fucking Titans moving around. Makes it really hard to aim. Alright, hit me up with that apps information again, please. Only 14 players hate story skippers, but it was so much. I mean, some people probably take it personally, yeah. I would bet most. Maybe I'm being over polite here, but I would bet most 14 players are just happy that you're experiencing the game in the way that you want to. I'm just happy you're playing 14. And if you're just in it for the fights, that's fine. If you're just in it for the fishing, that's fine.
Leap down to the rookways around the volcano cannon, Captain.
Okay. Are there any trends in game development or design that you think will emerge in a few years, which are not prominent now? This is sort of cheat answer because I was already rambling about it earlier, but I do think releasing games in stages when they're ready, kind of like you're seeing with Halo Infinite. Like, they don't have co-op, they don't have all of the content in multiplayer. I think, especially on Game Pass, games on subscription services will release modes piecemeal over time. So a game will launch, but yeah, early access, but not early access. Exactly. So yeah, DNY is sort of like episodic. There will be a pretty arbitrary call about when a game is out, or when they release portions of it on their subscription service. The idea being that even a single player game,
the warp gate is...
you might just come back to on a whim later because it's part of this service when they release an update or a content patch or something like that. So maybe it's just even more games as service. Like the launch of a game. There were games like, like 76 and stuff that launched, before what most people would consider it had hit a level of polish and content completeness to be a $60 release game. But I think that notion is going to disintegrate, especially when games are no longer $60. That's the thing that everyone who wants to get really mad about Halo Infinite keeps saying. It's like, it's a $60 game. Well, it's not, though. It's a different value system entirely. It's a $10 a month game. And is it worth $10 a month to play Halo Infinite for 1 month? Probably, but nobody knows how to think about games like that yet, especially if they're making, if they just want to argue and they want to try to make it look as ludicrous as it can. So I think it's going to be this mix of people not liking that setup, but that's where the market's going. At least that's where Microsoft is pushing it. Sony seems happy to keep making premier single player games and sort of launching them at content completeness, but and didn't hear a whole lot of good stories about the crunch at Naughty Dog, that's for sure.
That's done with Titus.
But Nemeroth and his demon.
I think games might have to go up to like $90. Consumers want complete packages at launch. Maybe. Prices, I think, are going to start shifting, both up and down. Like, everyone's mad about 7 Remake being $70 on PC, but again, Game Pass is right there. And Steam sales have driven the cost down. Not to mention that the games have stayed well under the pace of inflation.
The Inquisition has already
so games are
to stop its exploit.
Kind of cheaper.
No one must use the device, Leandros, ever again. Contact Lieutenant Mira and have her divert a Valkyrie here to pick us up.
Yes, Captain.
I mean, you can do all the adjust for inflation graphs you want.
Around through that damnable power source is out of the question.
Too risky. We could open another warp gate, for all we know. Upon our return to Macragge, I will confide it to the chapter master and his librarians.
And until then?
My My most trusted brother will bring it to our strike cruiser and seal it in the armory.
Yeah. You can run all the math you want and be like, Mario 3 would cost $170 if it came out today. But I mean, nobody gets mad about the price of games because they're thinking logically.
Get this damn thing secured, son.
Also, the industry has expanded in scale, so the games industry is more profitable now, even with games at cheaper prices. So it's still some false equivalences in there.
I intend to drastically.
The fact that games now sell in the tens of millions, whereas they might hit the hundreds of thousands in the 80s. Just
and watch for the Chaos Lord's forces.
The economy of scale has still made games far more profitable than they used to be. So it's, you know, it's fuzzy. And everybody has the right to sort of be upset about what they perceive in value. I mean, even value is still a relative thing. Nobody knows what $1 is. It's just what $1 can buy. So if you can get a $60 game over there that has all this stuff, and this $70 game doesn't have it, then your brain is like, bad. That's just the game.
There! Retrieve the warp device.
Sidonis, get to the landing pad.
Aye, Captain.
Yeah, Christian. In terms of like in entertainment sectors, yeah, games generate the most revenue out of like well, let me shoot. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Oh crap. Between like movies and music and TV, games by far generate the most revenue and just have the most money coming and going. What do I do? Shit!
Space Marines! Kill the Ultramarines!
If I could aim over the other shoulder. Give me more short first-person adventure / and/or shooter campaigns that take 5 to 9 hours for $15 to $35. Now, at that price range, you're not going to be dealing with like high production values. Ugh.
Today, tomorrow, you may be dead.
I'm going to take this moment to plug Guardians of the Galaxy. It's a very delightful AAA kind of like fully feature complete single player experience. Not quite 6 to 8 hours, but like what you're describing is more like Hellblade 1.
There! Retrieve the warp device.
Sidonis, get to the landing.
Tires!
I really wish I had a different gun for this. It's weird. They like get back up and then they explode. Back up. Okay. There's more. Holy crap! Where'd you come from? At least they're the normal dudes. I thought it was a chaos wizard for a second. Yeesh, scary. I just get so disinterested in anything that takes 20 to 50 hours. Yeah. I guess that's what's neat too, is now there are games with like different kinds of play sessions, different amounts of content. Something like Forza Horizon 5. I mean, it does sort of take the choose your own play session.
These traitors are determined.
Bite-sized nature of like Assassin's Creed's and turn it into a driving game. But man, you can play that game for 10 minutes. You can play it for 10 hours. That's a boxy guy. Uh-oh.
Sinonas!
At last.
Uh-oh.
No!
Such a pretty bauble. Hiding such immense.
That's a fun word. Bauble.
This device
Bauble.
is a gift from the Chaos Gods. It holds the key to my evolution, to my ascension, to immortal demonhood. My armies will spill humanity's blood across the stars. You continue to resist my touch. Only a deep connection to the warp can explain this. Will you be joining us soon, brother?
Yeah, I guess that's a got him.
I couldn't reach him in time.
Sidonus died as we all should. In righteous battle, do not give in to grief, Leandros. Turn your thoughts to vengeance. Nemeroth will pay in blood.
Nemeroth. That's who that is.
Demons!
Demons! Oh, demons. Jesus Christ. There's ammo over there. Should be really good to have right now. Shit. Fuck. God damn, man!
The blood of martyrs is the seed.
What are you supposed to do? Saw that grenade floating on over. Stack up more ammo before this shit hits the fan.
I couldn't reach him in time.
Sidonus died as we all should. In righteous battle, do not give in to grief, Leandros. Turn your thoughts to vengeance. Nemeroth will pay in blood.
What? What? Ah. Wasted 2 shots. Oh man.
For yourself.
These fights are getting chunky. Kind of lives or dies off this sniper ammo.
As we all should.
I feel like I should probably take the laser cannon and the normal bolter, the heavy bolter, but I cannot swap guns. Yeah, I don't know. At late stage in the game, it seems like it's just all about. But those one shots are really nice. I don't know how those happen though. Seem like it's all about clicking the heads. I like this shit. Please. I need you to reload, dude. I guess auto cannon. So we're supposed to use this. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That works. Damn it, okay. That's what they... Take the large gun. Ow! What are you doing? Give me the large gun back. Why did you drop it? No Butterfingers.
Captain Titus, we're ready to transport you.
Ian Y asks, do game writers have to adapt their narratives and stories to what 3D artists and programmers can design, or the inverse? Thanks. I would say, based on what I've heard, it's often the writers that have to wrap their stories around what's logistically possible. And
The Inquisitor's work was heretical.
some writers have talked about how
You were right.
unintentional
Nemeroth plans to use the power source to
wait till
trigger
after the
his
cutscene.
transformation into a demon prince.
Abomination.
How can we stand against such a creature?
I will kill Nemeroth when he's most vulnerable. During the transformation. Safeguard Sidonus until the apothecary arrives. Then join the Imperial attack.
Going alone is suicide. Or worse, we know the enemy takes great interest in your connection to chaos.
Do you fear my falling to chaos?
Of course not. Whatever lies behind your resistance, it can only be to the enemy's favor.
Why? Perhaps this resistance can get you close enough for a killing blow.
I will destroy Nemeroth with skill and steel, or die trying. If this resistance comes into play during battle, so be it.
So be it.
I've heard stories about game writers like writing in unintentional game bugs and stuff into the lore, just to kind of make it more consistent. Where'd the ship go? But yeah, I feel like it's rare when game assets and game direction is dictated by writer narrative. Kind of feels like in movies sometimes, scenes that are maybe more important for the nuance of characters or to establish more complicated layers of motivation, sometimes those can get cut. For runtime or for audience boredom factors or any other reason. I feel like it's kind of the same in games. Writing, and this is just like every developer has a different culture and every project has different aspects that are important. But it does kind of feel like narrative writing falls in line behind a bunch of other logistic restrictions. Plus, like writing and there's a ton of stuff that's downstream of writing. So if you go heavier on writing, that means theoretically you have to, now you got to pay more for voice acting. Now you got to, I don't know. Stormbolts are probably better than that thing. So any expansion in writing and narrative intent kind of has big ripples in other departments and other content asks. And I feel like it's far easier to trim than it is to add on to, or like late in development, because you have this narrative idea to then ask for like another environment to be designed for this narrative idea to take place in, to ask for more VO to be recorded, to ask for all those things basically. Why did it aim up like that? Weird auto-aim shit. They're getting a lot heavier with the grenades at the end of the game. That was a weird sound. Useful for me when they explode into those guys. Oh, fuck. You're still alive, you're still alive. Shot from the side I wasn't expecting. Space Marine story. Fuck. They're draining me so fast. Okay. Where? God damn. It's absolutely about compromising in lesser areas so the finished product is stronger. I just think the give and take depends on varies by dev and culture. Yeah. Every department in any game production has aspirations to make their part special in some way. That's just how like most creative fields are. You're always going to come to a creative project with some ambition or some desire to try something, and usually it's something new and exciting. But yeah, everyone, that's just like the art of compromise is working on teams. You have to come together and talk about the things you're excited about, hear what other people are excited about, figure out where in the middle of all of that intent and excitement there is a creative unity, and then decide to give and take.
Is in orbit. Fresh troops are landing, preparing to assault the orbital spire.
It may be severed, but it's still the enemy's strong point.
The fleet is preparing and all...
You watched Mythic Quest? I haven't.
Attack will not be
but
enough to stop the force.
I heard it's good. Heard it's like spookily accurate. I should watch it with Steph. I am routinely blessed that I have Steph around to sort of tell me about the truth of her, well, at least her perception of game development. So, man, she's been in the industry for so long. I watched one episode and that was enough. Not your flavor of tea, huh? Weirdly, I feel like it has a lot in common with running tabletop RPGs. Like, if you can do that sort of collaborative storytelling, I think you can feasibly wrap your head around the way a dev team might make the choices it does. Well, yes and no. I agree with the, like, creatively trying to meet in the middle. I think game development, in terms of the give and take, I think a lot of those I guess I shouldn't like just kind of pour water on what you just said. I think you are right. In individual teams, I think that sort of creative scrum happens. I think outside, like when it comes to interconnected teams, usually that's the work of producers that have a more logistic understanding of the bulk of work that needs to be done, and then they divide it and assign it out basically, and try to keep the project on task and on time. So I think when it comes to like what do we do and in what order, there are people whose entire jobs it is to figure that out and the pace of that. Deciding creative scope is usually like, it's usually an exchange between creative directors and the directors of all the various departments. And then, you know, like a lead producer will talk between all those departments, like, we want to do X, and then the producer will go to another department and say, like, department, you know, the audio department wants to do this. Can you guys design around that? If so, how long will it take? And, you know, just kind of like going back and forth and creating those discussions with the goal of trying to get everyone on the same page and working, like pulling in the same direction, working at the same pace. And the art of labor organization makes it sound really impersonal, but man, is just such a black magic. I wouldn't say that I was like accomplished at it, but I was getting better at it during my tenure managing Inside Gaming. And it's definitely just such a nuanced thing. Every week is just kind of a flow, and you gotta kind of figure it out as it goes. And it's a lot of like working with what's there, trying your best to anticipate what isn't. Yeah. I only mentioned tabletop because Beamdog, who does the old Infinity Engine remaster, was actively looking for tabletop experience for their narrative design job posting. The whole thing fascinates me. Well, I mean, their games are just straight up simulations of tabletop sessions, so that makes a lot of sense. That's kind of the domain of the CRPG. It is sort of a D&D campaign with only you and a DM that is simulated by a computer. You miss the old IG days? Yeah. No going back, unfortunately. However, Inside Games is here for you. Bruce and I are back at it. Bill, I think it's just IG or Inside Games all written out. How crucial are good project managers and management to developing a game? Oh, they might, in my uneducated, inaccurate vision, probably the most important. Now, everyone has to do their job. But I think if you have excellent project management and producers, you can get a game out the door. Like, you can get a product shipped. Whereas if you don't have good labor management and good production, you can't even ship. Like, it doesn't matter how good all the individual parts of the game are, and it doesn't matter how vaulted the game design concept is. None of that matters. If nothing arrives at the same time and in a state where it can be combined into a functioning game, you're sunk. So, I in my head, which, you know, I've never been a games producer, I've never been a game developer, unless you count like making shitty project in BASIC or JavaScript or making like Half-Life mods or whatever. I dabbled, but nothing like, haven't shipped a title or anything like that. But that's just how it seems to me. But I think that's true of any collaborative project. I think it's the connectors and the organizers that end up being the vital thing. Connectedness is everything when it comes to large-scale collaborative projects. So that's just my take, though. Yeah, I agree, Vegan. If you guys want more perspectives from full-on game developers, check out Game Watch Listen. Juana's podcast is delightful. I started listening to it, and yeah, it's great with anecdotes about the games industry. Everyone has their kind of respective place in it. And they all offer a really unique and very valuable and often not discussed perspective, for sure. Yoshi P says the project management was the biggest reason they turned 14 around. Well, yeah. I don't. This is a weird thing to say out loud, but if you're interested in hearing about really unique takes on project management, by all means, go watch the NoClip doc about Final Fantasy XIV. They talk with the project manager specifically, and he describes his methodology for arranging and assigning game development tasks, and it's wild because it worked. Like, it shouldn't have worked the way it did. I don't think you could get away with doing what he did with anything other than a Japanese workforce. But I definitely ooh, crap. Definitely am a big fan of how he described his organizational process. Oh yeah. And also Alana has another podcast with John, Jacob, and Rahul. Talk about John's travel adventures. Alana is a busy bee. I guess everybody is. We're all out here living our best lives, huh? I'm really excited to keep pouring effort into inside games. I'm just so happy there's a place I can kind of collect all of my gaming shit. I'm hoping to I've talked about this a little bit before. I'm gonna kind of put together a Patreon campaign in the new year that I hope will enable not only more games reporting, but like game reviews, previews, just kind of like extended thought pieces, kind of like, I don't know, I'm picking my way through one right now, but it's kind of an omnidirectional ramble instead of something a little more scripted and concise. It's tough though. It's a weird line to walk. I still keep up with Ricky and Elliot. Not as much as I would like, but ooh. Wait, no, I don't want the Storm Bolter. Aw, man. I think Plasma's probably better than Melta. Maybe not. With Chaos, yeah, they don't line up and run at me anymore though. That was really good for Orcs, but Chaos Marines don't really spread like that. Grievous, thank you for another cheer. This discussion makes me think about the huge differences between the Avengers and Guardians games. I wonder if maybe Square Enix knew to step back on Guardians after the response to Avengers? Or maybe Eidos was just more forceful with their vision. The fact that it's two vastly different products from the same publisher is very interesting to me. Yeah, and some of their comments about Guardians were really fascinating. They basically talked about, in an investor briefing, talked about how they were going to... oh, Steam achievement! How they were going to pay closer mind to the talents and like... tendencies of their studios. The way that they narrated it, they basically told Crystal Dynamics to make a games as service game, and they kind of, in the investor call, basically owned that. They were like, yeah, that wasn't the right call, so we're gonna be a little more conscientious about that. So, you know, theoretically good news. Yeah, I don't know. Having played Avengers, it feels like that almost feels like a design by committee game, or that they threw a lot of ideas at Marvel and Marvel said no to a lot of them. So what they ended up making was this weird, blobby, uninteresting, like do nothing story with bland characters. Like it kind of feels like a game that got massively slowed down by approvals, and approvals at like Marvel also said no to anything they wanted to do. Or just whoever was like, or there was just no buy-in. I remember there being multiple developers on Marvel's Avengers. I thought they were calling in like 3 more dev studios to pitch in with that game. And part of me felt like, oh, like when I played it, I was like, oh, this is like the shit project that no one wanted. because it wasn't going well, and then you're another studio and you want to work on something else, but then you get called in to clean up this games of service mess.
Captain Titus.
And it's on a property, so
I must reach the orbital spire.
you have to have Marvel like sign off on every representation of Captain America and every costume for Iron Man or something. This is all just firmly in the fantasy of my mind, but these are sort of the development stories that kind of came into my head as I was playing Avengers and sort of seeing how it played out and the decisions they made. All right, last chapter, I guess. Spire of Madness. So, hold on a minute. Corey, I feel like Avengers had good gameplay, or at least just the combat mechanics got weighed down by so much sludge. I don't necessarily think it had a good core. It had a functional beat-em-up system, but it did not. The system in the game did not work. Hold on, I'll shut up. People are talking.
To have even a few blood ravens with it.
You may rely on that, Captain.
Then join the forces driving into the demon host, and stop any enemies trying to follow me up the orbital spire.
None shall find us wanting.
Honor and glory, Blood Raven.
Good shit. Pick up that heavy boulder again. How do you feel about Genlock Season 2 so far? Would it be inappropriate for you to make a comment? If not, thoughts on fan criticisms you've read. You've read them all. I didn't know it came out. So... They didn't tell me. Is it out? Is it out? I recorded VO for Genlock Season 2 like a year and a half ago. Which I'm glad they called me back in to voice Abel. Being like a robot, a hologram in an anime is like the coolest fucking thing. But I don't know any of the story. The only pages of the entire Season 2 I got to read were the ones with my lines on them. And I was given no context for those lines. So I don't know anything. Yeah, I am in Season 2. I have like 8 or 9 lines total. And then I did some extras while I was in too. I read for like you know, Refugee Man number 2 or something. They were off to a bad start from when they first showed it off, and everyone unenthusiastically said, "What? Oh, was that the reaction to Season 2? Oh, you guys tell me about Season 2. Oh, you worked on Season 2 as a 3D artist. Well, thank you. Did you give Abel an extra large hollow dick? Because if you did, thank you. And if you didn't, there's always Season 3. I didn't know you do VO. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's like a regular thing. I don't know that I necessarily, like, I don't have an agent. People aren't knocking at my door to get me to voice and things, but I did some voice work at Funhouse. I did a voice on Sex Swing, but you know, so did everybody. I did some voices for I did some voices for Camp Camp. To be honest, I have no idea who any of the characters are. That show was quite the pain to work on. Oh, was it? Why? If you don't want to get into it, I understand. I just like hearing different perspectives, because I was involved, sure, but in such a small way. Yeah. I wasn't in Red vs. Blue on a semi-recurring basis. When we joined Rooster Teeth, they were in the middle of doing like a big sort of mix-up season of Red vs. Blue. So as part of that, there was an episode where they saw a different Halo company. And so we were sort of like alternate universe versions of the Red vs. Blue crew. It wasn't sleep paralysis. That was real. Yeah. I was the like alternate universe donut, which was really fun. I got to just be a big dopey idiot. I got to be George Washington in Good Morning from Hell. Blaine and Chris actually, they did their big finale episode, and they were like, do you want to be George Washington again? I was like, yeah! So they sent me like a one-page script, and I just recorded some stuff and sent it over.
Ground forces.
That was super fun.
Drop pod incoming.
Love those guys. Love them so much. I do miss them. I miss a lot of the Austin crew. I haven't had a reason to go to Austin, unfortunately, but hopefully next time I do, I can hit people up and go grab some beers, catch up on old times.
Cleanse and purge.
Were you Washington in Red vs. Blue? No, I was not. Is there a Washington in Red vs. Blue?
Your orders, Captain.
Destroy these Chaos forces.
Long Bridge.
Yes, sir.
Hey. Oh, okay. You generate heat the longer you hold it. There's an autocannon turret you just passed. Thank you. Ah, yes. Beautiful. Thank you very much for pointing that out. To keep up with the Funhouse crew aside from Bruce, or besides Bruce, as much as I can, yeah. Usually there's a nice occasion that gives me an excuse to hang out with like Jacob and
Nazis is secure.
Very good.
Your orders.
Charlotte.
Contain the Chaos threat here.
Understood. Thunderhawk ready for transport, Captain Titus.
I will need all your skill, pilot.
I will take you into the Eye of Terror if you ask it, Captain.
The orbital spire will do for today, brother.
Luckily, as quarantine conditions have pared back, it's become a lot easier to just text up people. How goes Operation Headhunt, Charlotte? Well, I mean, if that were to get kicked into full gear, Bruce and I would like be trying to tap venture capital or something and like straight up start a business, and I guess that's still a possibility, but I'm going to speak as absolutely impersonally as businesslike as I possibly can. Yeah, brother, Kyra, nice. Oh, Marazar, thank you for the sub. I always thought you and Alana understood each other's humor pretty well. I agree. Also, Alana's just wonderful to make content with and perform with.
I will hold here as long as I can, Captain.
Super enabling, like wants everyone to feel at ease. Wants everyone to feel funny.
Yes, sir.
I guess I can't get rid of the hammer, huh? Yeah, Alana's also funny as hell. Yes. All real true facts. You guys are just gonna have me gush about friends and coworkers, aren't you? That freeze. There's something I can say about working in Season 2 that probably doesn't violate the NDA. I was at the studio that worked on it, and we'd taken the files from the previous production studios. Textures were not set up in a way that made it easy for somebody else to work on. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of... I can't talk at all about animation, because we were really not that... Didn't have a whole lot of visibility into how that department was run. But from my perspective, certainly, and everything that I worked on, it was definitely like everything that I did, the ambition exceeded the practicality and the logistics. So, to me, that was the charm and the fun. Is that like
Madness will not stop me, and neither will you.
that like public access with a tiny budget kind of energy that I always tried to go for with the things that I made. Fuck, man. There's fucking space wizards with space lasers. Where did that laser come from? Where are you? Oh. The bolter's all I've got, really. I can't go in on these guys. I don't think. Just, where do you go? Oh, hell. Stop it! Stop with the animation! Stop all the animating! So, something like Genlock. Not that I have any knowledge of it, or you know, feel the need to defend it, but it's certainly probably likely a project that was far too ambitious for the time or the budget, because people wanted to make cool stuff. Like a figure. Somebody asked a question about production a while ago and I missed it. Here we go. In game development, do good project managers need to know how to coordinate between departments or to manage people more? I mean, it's both. I don't know that those are necessarily separate things, but I mean, each department has like a director, and each department usually has their own producer too. So on a per department basis, maybe it is more managing people, but when it comes to kind of connecting the work of multiple departments, that might be more of a logistical role. Truth be told, I'm not sure. I don't know exactly how those roles separate out. Might be different based on the company and how they organize things. How many departments there are, how many people there are in those departments, etc., etc. Damn it!
Life is the Emperor's currency.
You are not allowed to do execution animations when there are flamey swordmen around. I don't know how far back I am. He's got to spam jump slam. Yeah, I think you are correct. The jump slam is dangerous too because there's a really heavy recovery at the end. I guess I haven't been killed with the recovery yet, but getting hit with a wizard laser is a stressful experience when Titus is on the ground. You're right though. Like ground pound is real nice. The Emperor gave me this jetpack. I should use it. Gotta use that Fury. That's true. I'm not using the Fury either. I'll see you, DNY. I did not change suits. Not once.
The psychic attacks are increasing. I'm hearing things now. A name, a constant whisper in my mind. I must withstand it. Because something completely unexpected has happened. Orcs are invading this planet. The timing is perfect. The psychic scourge weapon is nearly ready, and millions of orcs will prove the ultimate test.
Kill the loyalists!
Your brothers thought the same, traitor. Their corpses. Feel the Emperor's wrath. Out of fuel.
Ah, shit. Now I'm stuck with a hammer and no jetpack. Oh, Ms. Print writes, I was in middle management, unrelated industry, sales-based, and I was accountable to no less than 5 people above me with their own unique job titles and accepted standards of operation. Sometimes you train people the way one higher up asked you one day, only for another to ask you to basically disregard it the next. Having proper logistics in place makes such a difference in the long run. I feel like this holds true for a lot of industries. Oh yes, oh yes. It is such a fine and imprecise line to walk. The balance between procedure helping and like bureaucracy hindering. There's always going to be a tax involved when it comes to like getting multiple teams on the same page, getting multiple people to work together and communicate together. It's never going to be 100% efficient. So, as an engineer, that was the first thing that I like had to really reconcile, is that like there's always going to be some fuzz here. 2 people working together isn't going to produce twice the work of one person crunching alone. It's at, like 80%, and the more people you add, the less return you kind of get, but you get something else valuable out of that, and that's the mystical divinity of like collaboration. It might take 5 people longer than one person to make a thing, but the addition of all those different minds really does result in a stronger product most of the time. Ideally, it produces a marginally better product. Yeah, it is all product based, isn't it? Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, I need to find Some People Call Me Crazy. I call myself Bruce. Video. I don't know which GTA it is. Yeah, there were a few, huh? Few GTA videos made in my time. I gotta step out for just a second. Gotta get water. Use the restroom. I'll be right back. Enough of that. Enough of that. It's time to cure the galaxy of heresy. Also, it's raining. It's raining here. I hear it. It's happening. Hear the pitter-patters on the roof. I'm about to exterminate some heretics, and I hear rain outside. It's the best. Guess I'm gonna go beat up that dude. Curious how this last boss fight will be. I guess there wasn't a sequence where I got to pilot the Titan. Thought you were gonna end the stream earlier? Yeah, I thought so too. I mean, if I had gotten stuck on that one fight a couple more times, I probably would have hung it up, but it's been flowing pretty well since then. Jesus Christ. Oi! Oi! What's up, Muller Gunner? Nice to watch you back in the Funhouse days. Gotta say, I miss you big time. Well, I know this isn't what you mean, but I'm always here. Always here. Well, most of the time I'm here. But if you're looking for more time-efficient ways, checking in on the old Law Dog, I would recommend the Inside Games channel. Bruce and I are doing gaming news again, doing some edited gameplays. We're not stepping on, we're not burning quite as hot as we did in the Funhouse days in terms of the volume of content we're producing. I'm hoping to scale it up. Oh, Space Wizard. Multiple Space Wizards. It's like... Okay, it's just like... It's that they stand up. They stand up for their dying animation, so it looks like they're coming out of stun, but they're actually just straight up dying. Saw Bruce host a game event, I think. So Inside Games is where you two are at now. That's awesome. Yeah, Inside Games, the 100% legally distinct channel. I thought it'd be fun, and would help people make the connection that that's who we are. It was also kind of my emotional way of reclaiming some amount of the work we put in. Man, it is something else to like go independent and realize you don't get to take anything with you. Like maybe your social media followers, but I scared most of them off by screaming about political stuff in 2020. Miss Funhouse D&D, such an underrated and hilarious series. Glad you liked it. Weird. It was a weird experience, but a fun one. The game shows up first on my subscreen. Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah. We, let's see here. We launched it in February, so we've been going for about 9 months. Oh, you subbed. Great, thank you.
For Sidonus, and for the Emperor, I will finish this.
I am hoping to. It'd be nice to hit 100K like within 1 year of the channel operating. We're kind of like barely on pace for that. If we get like a couple more breakout news episodes, it'll probably help. Also, we could just plug. We don't really plug at all on the channel, and that shit works. So yeah, maybe I need to start scripting in calls to action. They call it. Oh, rye bread. Yes, indeed. We are here for the Emperor.
Dread gods of chaos, I am Nemeroth, your herald and champion. I have burned 1,000 worlds in your dark names. You challenged me to recover this fragment of your power, and I have done so. The slaves of the false emperor who dared claim it as their own lie dead at my hand.
Time to make some clickbait videos. We already have, sort of, and it works. Baby, does it work? There's like really no downside to clickbaiting people. And also, people's tolerance for clickbait is a lot higher than they would say. People have just kind of gotten used to it. It used to be like the #1 thing people get mad about on YouTube. Now it's like, if you go really hard on an aggressive title, you get a lot of views and then maybe like 10 comments about it. You'd be mean to Anthem again. I don't think we were ever mean to Anthem. We covered it we covered it relentlessly because it was always the most newsworthy thing. And people watched it. Yeah, Alana is really, really good at titles. 100%.
Imagine the Ultramarines dominating this.
Well, thank you, Copper Rod.
Glorious conquest with you at their head. Imagine.
The titles and thumbnails were pretty jabby.
Nothing you say.
But that's unfortunately YouTube. Also, where I was coming from is I wanted to do right by the people I was working with, because it was like the Inside Gaming staff that I was working with had been, in my opinion, not really treated all that well. I basically got 3 people, and I want to be clear, like I really, really liked working with them. It was one of the most rewarding experiences of my work career. But like, I got the dudes we basically inherited, people we inherited from Machinima, which was Charlotte, Zach, and Patrick. Awesome people, cool to work with, but they had just basically been like through a very confusing and sort of disrespectful layoff thing. And they had been kind of adrift for a while at Machinima. So I wanted them to have like footing and success. The No Crew had come off of a long period of Need to be careful about how much I say here. Not for any other reason than I just don't want to like spread rumors or partial truths. But there was a period of uncertainty about what was going to go on there. So when that became inside gaming, I wanted to.
Slave of the false emperor.
I wanted to make sure everybody would have secured employment and like the opportunity, or I wanted to have the opportunity to ask for raises on behalf of everybody. But couldn't even get through a year before staff got cut and basically reassigned. So the joke was on me. Turns out performance didn't matter. And sometimes that's true. That doesn't mean that, like, again, I'm trying to cover my bases here. That doesn't mean anyone did anything wrong. There were forces at play larger than the performance of that channel. That's all it is. So
soon
them's the breaks.
Invasion.
As Curtis Blow has told us.
Cross into this reality.
Okay, good.
Destroy the weak.
I'm trying to save. I have full health, so if I can just get my shields back, then yeah. Then at least I can carry this like rage into the next wave. Got all the demons. Rick. Okay. They have like shields. I guess like I do. Damn. Hammer has deceptive range. For the mace.
Your task is hopeless.
Yeah, reroll stats. Perhaps.
Dogs behind me, but you have no one, and you will die here alone.
How dare you? Oh. I'm not alone. I have the Emperor.
Killing my servants matters little. I am unassailable. The gods of chaos protect me with the very energies of creation.
You forget, Nemeroth. I am no stranger to the touch of the warp.
If that thing pops, won't it like crack the planet in half? Anyway, excited for 40k Darktide? Hell yeah. That's such a perfect concept. Ever since I played Left 4 Dead, I was like, okay, this, but with leveling and like maybe a gear layer, whatever. Like it's just numbers that go up, whatever. Shit, that's rad. Like Lord of the Rings, Balrog fight. But like, be a space marine just murdering Tyranid.
And we shall know no fear.
How could I not have died there? I guess just have more health. Have you heard of Small Ant? Didn't say that I have. Left 4 Dead was as close to that Forever game as I've found, still chasing that dragon. I mean, Back 4 Blood mechanically has more Forever mechanics in it. But like, the mutation system and the card system, I think, and just the utterly high skill ceiling in that game. okay. You can't get tagged with the orbs, otherwise your shields go away. But his, like, chaos hands... Yeah, see, he's still fucking... Can you, like, dodge? I think you just have to mash fast enough? Wait, it goes to A right... Okay, it goes to A right before he moves. I just didn't see that at all. I would say how tall is this tower, but it's 40k, so actually it could be, like... tall enough for us to be falling this long. Oh! The very definition of getting clapped. You can see the curve of the planet from the top. I mean, it was an orbital spire, so yeah. Oh, non-lethal Fox. Thanks for the prime. Makes me want to play the new / old Spyro games where you can play as 2 dragons. There were Spyros where you could play as 2 dragons.
Look there, Ultramarine. You have saved this world.
He's fine. I guess she caught him while he was falling or something? An Ultramarine could probably just, like, impact in the surface, on the surface of a planet and be fine, right? Spyro Dawn of the Dragon. Oh. I have not played any Spyros. But maybe I should. A whimsical platformer sounds like it really hit the spot right about now. That's basically what drop pods do. That's a good point. It's not like they're all that padded in there.
The damned Inquisition is here.
Yeah. There's been an awful lot of the warp around, a lot of chaos energy. Sounds like we need an Inquisitor.
His injuries appear chaos inflicted.
Uh-oh.
You are certain of this charge?
Captain Titus.
24-hour Spyro stream.
By chaos.
Hey, if it would work.
I am no heretic.
You lie!
I want to do a subathon that'll go the distance.
Chaos could withstand such warp exposure.
I sent the demon to oblivion. But did you have unholy assistance?
Dun dun dun.
We must know. You will submit to my authority, Captain, or the Inquisition must conclude that you have corrupted every Ultramarine under your command, not to mention those who stand at your side.
Your thoughts on the Zelda platformer Tunic? Would you play Death's Door again? I mean, yes and yes. Both those games
Inquisition
seem just utterly delightful.
And the Ultramarines will be forever dishonored. Leave my brothers and the lieutenant alone. I will come with you. I do not know why I can resist the touch of chaos, but I swear I will discover the truth.
We will discover many truths, Space Marine.
Codex Astartes leaves no room for doubt. You cannot touch the warp and emerge unscathed.
The Codex Astartes is a set of rules. They guide us, shape us as Ultramarines, teach us to hold duty and honor sacred above all. But how we live with those rules is the true test of a Space Marine. And you have failed.
This is like a pretty eventful ending for a Space Marine game that really is just about smashing orcs and then I guess Chaos Marines. And yeah, by the end of the game I was like, Titus is actually kind of a cool character. they kind of go out of their way to show in the beginning of the game of him actually being a measured person and sort of have... Yeah, it was a setup for a sequel. Absolutely. That's it. Space Marine. Oh, they had plans for a 2 and a 3. Really? That makes sense. I had no idea that they had like scripted those out. Put it for the end. How'd you like it? It was really fun. Yeah, I still think it's like one of those like sleeper hits. I think even more so because it came out in, well, I don't think these games have ever been like the talk of the town, but still time for a late title card. They did it. Okay, it was THQ exploding that ended all the plans, huh? Well, I guess they resurrected him. I wonder if any of that original work is going to get used in Space Marine 2. Yeah, I remember thinking like, what? I remember like, I started the game being like, well, this should be some dumb fun. And by the end I was like, what? I want to know what happens. I want to know what happens to Titus. So when they like showed his face, Hero, let's watch the Space Marine 2 trailer. When they showed it, I was like, fuck, that's Titus. I remember that face. Also, it's just a rad trailer, so. Oh, man. I want to click on the one from like, okay, Warhammer. I can click on that one. I don't want to give like revenue to a media outlet for just uploading a trailer. I don't know why. That just like, come on. What are you doing? How is this helping anybody? It's not, is the answer, but whatever. It doesn't matter.
Company command! This is first platoon! We've lost the square! We can't hold it!
He's got the same shoulder tackle. I mean, that might just be a thing Marines do, but that was the exact same move. Jesus Christ. Also, like, I am fascinated at the ways that trailers hide violence. Like in Witcher 2, when Letho beheads the, like, king, there's like a thing that passes in the way just as the beheading happens, so you don't actually see the head get cut off. Same thing here. He, like, rips it off, but it's just behind his helmet from that perspective. It's like... I guess you can't straight up show somebody's head getting fully ripped off. Or it actually might be an animation thing. Yeah, look at that! That's that guy. That's our guy. Still alive. So sick. So sick. And then, yeah. Oh, I didn't know there was gameplay in this one. Oh. Okay, alright, cool. I want to see this a little more. So, he's got the jetpack and the stomp, still. Oh, the shoulder bolter fire. There's no UI, but yeah, there wouldn't be. Damn, that's a lot of aliens, though. Cool environments. Looks largely like the same kind of level design. A hallway with like some fun skyboxes, animations on the sides that punch it up. What's going on back here? What is that? Oh, that's the base of a building. Okay. It's like the lighting is pretty crazy. Yeah, like the sword emits light and it also reflects off of all of the alien models. Like dynamic lighting like this is something that definitely was like you could like imagine it, but there's no way you could render it 10 years ago. And that's going to be important too, because when there's this much shit on the screen, you have to know where you are, where your character is. I don't know how you know if you're getting hit in the middle of any of this. If any of these guys are like biting at you, man, how do you even know? Maybe it's just like when they're on you, you just kind of lose life at a very small rate. And then, yeah, sorry. I think Rye called out again that he has 2 more bolts in his head, so he's got 200 more years of service. He had 2 in Space Marine 1. Now it shows him as with 4. So clearly, he wasn't killed by the Inquisition. And now that I've seen the end of Space Marine 1 again, I think they could start Marine 2 with like some just like quick flashbacks showing him at a trial, maybe discovering it. Like I think they leave his connection to the warp or his warp immunity a pretty open proposition. I don't recall them really hinting about it much in Space Marine 1. So maybe that's something that they could reveal in like flashback as this game goes on, or maybe this game is related to it. More related to it? Man. Like building detail is so cool looking. Over here. Sweet, man. And now he's a Primaris Marine? Yeah, Primaris. Even more badass version of Marine. I guess. There's a bunch of other things on his armor that give hints. He has an inquisitorial seal on his arm, and he carries an arm chain on his sword arm like a Black Templar. Yeah, that's all outside of my so you mean this guy right here? Oh yeah, and there. Yeah, that's all well outside of my my perceptive abilities. He's got a mark. Like I wonder if you stack up marks on your suit in this campaign too. I wonder if is that just on his armor all the time in that position? I mean, there's a seal here, but not the like... Oh, wait. Is that it? I think that might be it. It's kind of... Yeah, it's kind of clipping through the armor. Yeah, there's the chain. Neat. He's got that, like... What, like cloth flap in front? I don't know if that means anything. Cool. Space Marines. Well, neat. I'm glad I got to wrap that game up. Oh, please don't be bad. Oh, that's fine. 23 classic train noises from Old Blue Eyes himself. Well, thank you all very much for watching. Rare that I can start and finish a game in the same stream, but feels good to do it sometimes. Knock it out like in the olden days. I'll be back tomorrow. Theoretically streaming Endwalker. Theoretically, we'll see how the queues line up, but that's the plan. And then yeah, I'll be gone Wednesday and Thursday. Might be streaming late Friday. Might. We'll see. But thank you all very much for watching. Sure to appreciate it. Thank you all for the 40k lore and the tips and the info and the discussion. And you know what? Thanks for listening to me ramble. All right. Have a good night, everybody. See you next time.